See Circle Calendar 1502. In the far reaches of the North Blue, on a lonely island named Jared, silence reigned. The dense forest teemed with wild beasts, some of them so massive and fierce they could be called kings of the island. Naturally, few dared to set foot here. On the beach, beneath the blazing sun, a young man lay sprawled out on the sand, arms wide as if he owned the world. He looked no older than 17 or 18. His name now was Kirikawa Mio. As for his former name, irrelevant. After all, he was no longer the same person. He was a traverser. A new life meant a new name. Mio groaned, staring up at the endless blue sky. Unbelievable. One second I was crossing the street with my little sister. The next second, boom, I'm in the world of One Piece. And of all times, see Circle Calendar 1502. Roger's already dead, which means we're just a couple of years away from the craziest era of the Great Pirate Age. His lips twitched. A normal person would be panicking right now. But Mio wasn't exactly normal. He had a cheat. The gene system. It allowed him to extract, fuse, and cultivate genes from any creature, beast or human. Kill something, obtain its genes, toss them into the system, and cultivate a brand new creature loyal to him. And every creature he cultivated gave him some of its abilities and attributes. In short, a plug-in tailor-made for survival in this chaotic sea. If he cultivated well, he'd rise fast. If he failed well, he'd die just as fast. Dear host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open, Mio answered without hesitation. The crisp prompt rang out. Congratulations. You have obtained Mundo Gene ×1, Berserker Gene ×1, Dire Wolf Gene ×1. Mio blinked. Wait, what? 3 notifications popped up, and he quickly pulled up the details. Mundo Gene, the gene of the madman from Zon, Valoran continent, contains immense regenerative power and monstrous vitality. Berserker Gene, from the bloodline of a warrior from the Arad continent, brimming with madness and destructive potential. Dire Wolf Gene, from a now extinct Earth species, known for speed, pack tactics, and predatory instincts. Mio's lips curled into a grin. Valoran? Arad? Talk about lucky. These two alone are gold mines. The Dire Wolf Gene was a nice bonus, but the other two? Straight up jackpot. Before he could even start planning which creature to cultivate first, a sharp sound echoed from the trees behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Mio sat up instantly, alert. When he turned, his eyes narrowed. A wolf. Sure enough, a massive gray-furred wolf emerged from the forest, its green eyes glowing faintly. The beast was far larger than any wolf Mio had seen on Earth. Blood matted its fur, fresh wounds oozing down its sides. It bared its fangs and growled weakly, warning him off. But the warning soon faded. Its legs buckled, and it collapsed onto the sand with a heavy thud. The wolf's breathing was ragged, its life slipping away with every second. Mio smirked. Well, speak of the devil. Just when I was wondering what kind of creature to start with, you come waltzing to my doorstep. He'd been prepared to start small, bugs, maybe a weak animal. Anything he could safely subdue. No way was he going to pick a fight with the monster beasts ruling this island. He was still just an ordinary human fresh out of another world. But this wolf? Injured, helpless, unable to resist. The perfect candidate. He crouched down, grinning wider as he reached toward the beast. The wolf's instincts screamed danger. It struggled, panic flickering in its dim eyes as Mio's hand pressed against its blood-stained fur. A faint light flared from his palm, wrapping around the wolf's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the beast's figure vanished. Pop! A translucent screen appeared before Mio's eyes. On it, a cultivation tank materialized, the injured wolf now suspended inside. Pipelines stretched from the sides of the tank to empty slots waiting for genes. Mio's grin deepened. So this is the interface, huh? Looks just like a pay-to-win gotcha game. The rules were simple. Drag the genes into the slots, hit, fusion, and let the system do the work. And loyalty? Guaranteed. Though Mio smirked at the irony. Not that it matters. Can't resist equals disabled. Disabled equals loyal. Same difference. Rubbing his hands together, Mio dragged all three of his new genes into the system. All right, partner. Let's see what you'll become. Don't let me down. His finger pressed fusion. The tank began to rumble. Buzz hiss. Steam curled upward, and from within, a deep, guttural roar echoed. I have to admit, the fusion animation was impressive. The moment I hit fusion, the cultivation tank came alive, steam hissed out with mechanical clicks, while deep roars echoed inside the chamber. At first, I thought, cool, that must be the dire wolf growling. But then, woo-woo. Okay, dire wolf confirmed. Beast? Wait, who the hell are you calling a beast? And finally, Mondo thinks you are a big lady. I froze, face darkening. You're the big lady, and your whole family's a big lady. These voices weren't just roars, they were insults. From the dire wolf, the berserker, and Mundo himself. Great, my first genetic creation, and I'm already being roasted. Still, the process was quick. The steam thickened until the screen was a white haze. Then a bright light flared at the center, and a new prompt appeared. Please select training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human type. Definitely human type, I muttered instantly. I had future plans for, well, kittens and bunnies. And it would be a hell of a lot easier if they didn't stay four-legged. The selection locked in. The light cleared. And there he was, standing tall inside the cultivation tank, broad-shouldered, gray fur covering a muscular frame, bloody eyes glowing like embers. My first thought was, Warwick. Training successful. Name, unnamed. Abilities acquired. Bloodthirsty. Enhanced senses triggered by the scent of blood. Poisonous claws. Attacks inflict venom. Warlike heart. The longer the battle, the stronger the will. Burning rage. Can burn its own vitality to scorch enemies. Last stand. Tremendous regeneration for 30 minutes. Warning. Extended use risks collapse. Combat evaluation. Equivalent to a major of Marine headquarters, naval colonel. Potential. Not yet fully developed. I grinned, rubbing my chin. Colonel level, right out of the tank. Not bad. With some training in hockey, this guy could push Commodore, maybe even Vice Admiral. Of course, that was easier said than done. Hockey training wasn't something you picked up from a book. Nine Snake Island, Dark King Rayleigh, or some old monsters from the previous era. Those were the only reliable sources. No way I was walking up to Boa Hancock to ask for lessons. Not yet, anyway. For now, this was enough. Then, a new prompt popped up. Would you like to perform ability extraction? Of course. GKD. Hurry up. Extracting. Congratulations. You've obtained ability, warlike heart, and 10% of the cultivated creature's overall attributes. Warlike heart. I raise an eyebrow. Not exactly what I was hoping for. I'd been aiming for the burning regeneration skill. But hey, better than nothing. Suddenly, heat surged through my body, spreading like molten fire through every vein. It hurt, sharp, stabbing pain all over my muscles. Ugh, damn, feels like I'm being grilled alive. But just as quickly as it came, the pain faded. I flexed my arm. Lighter, faster, stronger. When I punched at the air, whoosh, the sound of it cutting through the breeze was sharp and clean. Not bad. Looks like my physical stats got a serious boost. The passive ability didn't feel like much now, but in a real fight, I had a hunch it would kick in. Then came the final prompt. Do you wish to summon the cultivated creature? Yes. The tank shimmered, and the figure within vanished, reappearing before me in the flesh. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, towering and beastly. Muscles rippled beneath his fur, claws gleaming with venom, fangs bared. The smell of blood wafted from him with the sea breeze. This wasn't just a wolf. He was a weapon. From now on, I said, lips curving, you'll be called Warwick. War-wick, the werewolf repeated, voice guttural. Then he pounded his chest with both fists, like an ape proclaiming dominance. Warwick is satisfied. Then, Warwick thinks you are a big lady. I blinked. Slowly. The hell? You mean to tell me the gene fusion didn't just bring Mundo's strength, but also his damn brain damage?
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In the forest, on an uninhabited island, Min was looking for a suitable cane, and Warwick next to him followed him with a silly look, like an honest person. Mio discovered that although this product had the genes of Dire Wolf plus Mondo plus Berserker, as far as IQ was concerned, it only inherited Mondo's. Intelligence is not low, but it is definitely not high. Just like a child, in addition to listening to his own commands, fighting and killing others, he doesn't know how to do other commands, even if he can. Just like just now, Mio asked Mondo to pay attention to whether there are suitable big trees around to build a boat. After talking about it, Mio found it by herself, but after looking back, Warwick squatted there with a small branch and drew a circle. Circle, with a simple smile on his face. Mio covered her face on the spot, feeling desperate. This is not only the development of the system, but I also need to develop it. I have to teach everything, and it won't work if I don't teach it. In the end, I was able to teach it hand in hand. I'm optimistic. Isn't this kind of thick, strong, and long forehead, but the taller tree is the big tree, and the small, thin, and short tree next to it is a small tree, you know? Meow walked while teaching Warwick. Warwick knows, Warwick learned it. Warwick nodded his head earnestly. Although his expression was simple, it was really frightening with the hideous wolf head and fangs. Well, just learn it, then look for it. Mio nodded in satisfaction, very pleased. The two of them were walking around Kabuto in the forest. They did not go deep in the periphery and found a lot of suitable big trees, all of which could be used to build ships. Although Mio didn't know anything about shipbuilding, on this uninhabited island, it was definitely impossible to pin her hopes on waiting for others to discover herself. Finding some rattans to build a simple raft should still be fine. Not to mention, he is hungry. I just came to the forest to see if there are any fruits, or if there are any little rabbits that I roasted and eaten. Have you seen this? The long and thick ones are the rattan, which is what I want to know. Meow found a rattan without forgetting to turn his head to teach Warwick. Warwick drew out a cane and pulled it lightly with both hands. Click! Broken. Warwick looked up at Min. Don't pull it hard, Meow said helplessly, holding his forehead to the sky. It was so difficult for me. After spending a long time, the two people walked out of the forest. Mio was holding a pile of fruit in his hand, while Warwick was pulling a rope woven with rattan in one hand, and a rope was tied behind the rope. Big broken trees. How did the tree break? Warwick's paw just scratched so lightly and it broke. I have to say that Warwick's strength far exceeds Mio's imagination. When he watched anime before, he had no intuitive feeling about the strength in One Piece, thinking that the rank of Colonel Naval Headquarters was not that powerful. But when Warwick took the shot just now, he felt it. Obviously a tree that was so thick that two people should hug each other. Warwick just grabbed it like that. It seemed that the tree broke without much effort. NS, wouldn't it be straightforward if you caught someone? The only pity that Mio did not encounter any bunny and beast in the forest, maybe because of the reasons that have been wandering around. The most successful method of drilling wood to make fire might even be able to eat a delicious barbecue. Now I can only eat some fruit. Asked Warwick to drag the trees to the beach, and the fruit was still on the ground, and then he started to do it himself while instructing Warwick to make a raft. The production of rafts is still very easy. Arrange the trees in rows and tie them up with rattan. In order to prevent accidents in the process called rafts, Meow tied it up several times and finally took a picture, very sturdy. Finally got it done. Mio wiped the sweat from his forehead, then picked up a fruit and threw it to Warwick. Okay, I have dinner, Warwick. Eat and eat, Warwick yelled after taking the fruit, then swallowed the fruit in one bite, and then suffocated a word. Warwick doesn't like eating, Warwick wants meat. In the forest, catch it yourself. Meow pointed to the forest without raising her head, and continued to eat her own fruit without any surprise. After all, if you think about it, you know how Warwick can't be a vegetarian animal. Before the fusion gene is a wolf. Although the fusion gene contains the genes of Mondo and Berserker, there's also a direwolf gene. I'm a carnivore no matter what I think. Coupled with the fact that he inherited Mondor's stubborn intelligence and character, Meow had long thought that Warwick would say these words. Warwick will go now. Hearing Meow's words, Warwick immediately yelled happily, turned around, and ran towards the forest at a speed that was as fast as the thief, and disappeared in a swift manner. Meow put down her hand that she had just raised, and wanted Warwick to bring herself back if he caught a beast. He didn't think that Warwick had disappeared immediately after raising her hand. Finally, he sighed and gnawed. On fruits come. After almost half an hour, Warwick hasn't returned yet. Meow was already resting, ready to push the raft into the water to see how it would go. But at this moment, Meow looked up and looked into the distance, and saw that a black spot was faintly visible on the sea horizon in the distance, and the black spot seemed to be gradually enlarged in the line of sight. Fairy, Meow murmured, then looked down at the raft at his feet. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I knew there was a boat. Why did you waste so much effort to build you just now? Moreover, the boats seem to be coming over here, which means that I only need to sit on the beach and wait, and it won't take long to get the boat, and it will dock in front of me. I want to take a raft, eat fruits and sashimi every day, and wander alone in the sea with Warwick. Or just wait for the boat to come over, find a reason to go up, and eat meat every day. Anyway, Warwick is strong and can make money by finding any job on board. Meow frowned, very tangled. He glanced at the sea in front of him again. The black spot in his line of sight was getting closer and closer, and the outline of a ship could already be seen. It's a ship that is really coming here. It's Tangle, Meow said slowly, lifting her right foot without moving, and stepped abruptly to the side. Click. Oh, the quality of this raft is really bad. Why did it suddenly break? Meow lowered his head and looked at the obviously broken wood on the raft, muttering to himself, with a very sad look on his face. After all, he made it all morning. It also contained Warwick's thoughts. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise I will definitely have to complain. Really? Dramatic. But since the rafts are all broken, let's wait for the boat to come over. Thinking about this, Meow simply sat on the beach and waited. Hey boss, the island in front seems to be a famous beast island. On the sails of the pirate ship, a pirate in a sailor suit looked at the distant island with the binoculars and turned to the one below. Shouted the strong man. Beast Island? Isn't that just right? Guy burst out laughing when he heard the words. There are a lot of beasts on Beast Island, right? Just kill some and get them on the ship as food. You can rest on the island and then regain our energy. We will go back and continue plundering those merchant ships. Ah. The boss's mind is turning really fast, too smart. Yeah. Really worthy of being the boss. The men next to him ordered to agree and nod their heads. Hearing this from Guy, he smiled even more presumptuously, but he's going to be the man who rules North Blue. Of course, he is both wise and brave. Boss, there seems to be someone on the island. Suddenly, the sailor suit pirate on the sail pole shouted and said, it should have been washed up to the island in a shipwreck. There is only one person, and the boss is a tender-skinned young man. Oh, Guy's eyes burst out, and he laughed excitedly. Ha! That's just right. The younger ones hurry up, but don't let that person run away. This kind of little guy with fine skin and tender meat catches them and sells them to those rich and noble women, but they are very profitable. Hey boss, don't worry, you can't run away. Remember that the little guy we caught last time seemed to sell 1 million Baileys? Ha. But let us drink for several days. I don't know how many more days can I drink this time? Ha, I'm really looking forward to it. The pirates laughed presumptuously, and the speed of the ship gradually increased, leaning towards the island. After a quarter of an hour, the small pirate ship docked, and Meow also saw the flying pirate ship on the flagpole of the pirate ship, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Why? Why is a pirate ship? Although the pirate ship is also a ship, what he wants is a merchant ship. After all, a merchant ship can take him away, And a pirate ship? I'm afraid that I can't speak. Moreover, these pirates are also obviously looking malicious. I'm afraid I will see blood. Meow murmured in his heart. Boy, are you alone on this island? Guy walked off the boat with a small pistol hanging from his waist and a long knife measuring about 1.67 meters behind him. Cammy itself was 3 meters high. It doesn't seem weird. Looking at Guy, who was surrounded by the pirates, Meow squinted slightly. There's also a partner of mine. Oh, hearing this, Guy rolled his eyes and asked as if expectantly, Are you as old as you? When I came to Guy on the island to see the look of the guy in front of me, I felt more excited than before because the guy in front of me had red lips and white teeth. He was completely the favorite type of rich, noble women or daughters. This type of guy sold. The highest price to go. Now that I know that the kid in front of me has a partner, I feel even more excited. If he is of the same type as the kid in front of me, wouldn't this wave be a big deal? Age? Mio really didn't expect the pirate in front of him to ask this question, frowned and thought about it seriously. Mio answered honestly. It should be younger than me. This is the result of Mio's careful consideration. After all, Warwick is a wolf, and the life of a wolf is not too long compared to humans. Humans are considered adults for 18 years, and wolves are considered adults for 2 to 3 years. Coupled with Warwick's IQ, he said he was not as old as he was, and there was nothing wrong with him. However, Guy didn't know this at all, and he nodded his head vigorously when he heard that there was no kid in front of him. Okay, very good. Very good. Not as big as you, great. What about your friend? Where did you go now? Guy asked with a smile. I went to the forest. I'll be back soon. Meow pointed to the forest behind. Guy smiled, noticed the raft at Mio's feet, and said, Boy, it looks like you want to leave this island, right? How about I take you away next? Don't think we are pirates, but in fact, we are all good people, but the world is not peaceful and inappropriate. Pirates will be looted by other pirates every day. There is no other way but to be a pirate. After talking, Guy turned and looked at his 2 subordinates and ordered, Go and get a few bottles of wine on the boat. Let's sit here and wait for this kid's friend. By the way, get a bottle for this kid too. The 2 men nodded and immediately walked towards the boat, discussing while walking. Why didn't you say that the boss directly tied up this guy? Why did you say hello? Are you stupid? We want to sell this guy to the daughters and rich women. If this guy hurts his image, the price will be much lower, so the boss will definitely not tie it up. Hey, this guy's life is really good. It's probably the rich ladies who were entertained by those rich women who were delicious and delicious. What do you want? Do you think this is a good job? Those nobles don't have a good thing. They are very perverted in their hearts, and some of them will suffer by that time. Makes sense. The 2 pirates ran the boat and took a lot of rum. They found a shady place on the beach with a big tree and drank the wine. Mio also got a bottle, and after trying it for the first time, she became a little addicted. No wonder those strong guys like to drink so much when I watched anime before I crossed. It turns out that the taste is really good. Muttered in his heart, taking another sip. Before I knew it, half an hour passed. Guy drank the wine in his hand, and now his brows were slightly frowned and looked at Meow impatiently. Hey boy, are you lying to me? Why hasn't your friend come out yet? I didn't lie to you. Maybe I got lost in the forest. Meow scratched his head, thought about it, and said, If you can't wait, I have a way. It should be possible to get my friend out of the forest immediately. What way? Hurry up. Guy shouted immediately. Even if it isn't a shady place, it can't hold up the hot wind, and there's not much alcohol left, so I can't bear to drink it. Stay at sea for a few days. Mio said seriously, My friend is more sensitive to the smell of blood. If you make a small wound and shed a few drops of blood, my friend will think that something has happened to me and will definitely run out immediately. Really? Guy looked at Meow suspiciously. Really? It's no good for me to lie to you. Meow spread his hands. And this is an uninhabited island. Isn't it easy to be spotted if I lied to you? Yes. Hearing this, Guy nodded, feeling okay. After thinking about it for a while, Guy recruited a subordinate, and without hesitation, he took out a dagger and wiped it on his index finger. A wound emerged, dripping drops of blood on the beach. A faint smell of blood began to emanate. Very light, very light. Guy didn't smell this smell at all. Mio's nose shrugged slightly, feeling the gaze coming from Guy, shrugging and laughing. Don't worry, my friend has a very good nose, and he must be coming soon. Humph, then believe you once. Guy snorted coldly, sitting down in the shade with a little impatient tone, kicking his A** on his A**, and cursing. Lousy is about to die of heat. Why don't you fan Lousy? The subordinates were miserable, but he found a leaf with his hands and feet swiftly and stood aside and slapped it obediently. Watching this scene, Mio said that the days when someone was serving is really enviable. Although I have no staff, I have Warwick. In his heart, Mio silently added another label behind the label of Warwick's Bugman. Kirikawa, Mio's dedicated servant. Almost a few minutes passed. The sun is getting bigger and bigger. In a lush jungle, the birds suddenly rushed out of the forest in panic and flew to the distant sky. What's the situation? Guy frowned and muttered. Looking at the forest behind him, there was nothing strange. Then Guy got up again and strode to Mio, grabbed Mio by the skirt of his clothes, and lifted Mio directly into the air with a fierce and violent tone. Hey, did you lie to me? You don't have any friends at all, right? Otherwise, why haven't you come out yet? I really didn't lie to you, Meow said helplessly. It's already here, don't believe me. Mio pointed in the direction of the forest. Guy looked over, his pupils suddenly tightened. At this moment, a figure stood there, tall and sturdy. After seeing the appearance of the figure's owner, the pirates suddenly couldn't help taking a breath and stepped back subconsciously. That is a werewolf. With sharp claws, he was holding a huge wild boar that was obviously just killed. There was a blood hole in the abdomen of the wild boar, as if it was directly pierced by something sharp, and the blood continued to flow out. The ground under the werewolf's feet was stained red. Fruit ability? Guy's tone was frightened, and his teeth were shaking when he spoke. After all, this is North Blue. There are so many people who know devil fruit for East Blue, and Guy is one of them. But knowing is knowing, but never seen. Now looking at the werewolf not far in front of him, Guy subconsciously thinks it is demon fruit power. But what frightened him was that in the werewolf's eyes, the scarlet eyes were staring at him, or it was staring at his hand that grabbed him in. You want to hurt the master? Warwick will tear you apart. Warwick's voice was hoarse and low, which was different from the previous roar, but it was full of anger. The scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and then the corpse of the wild boar that Warwick had held in his hands fell to the ground, and Warwick's figure has disappeared in place. Puff! A drop of blood splashed on Mio's face, and the hand that had grasped Mio's lap was broken at this time and fell to Mio's feet. In Guy, a painful scream erupted, his body retreated, and he staggered to the ground, looking at the werewolf who didn't know when he appeared in front of him with fear and anger. Go, let Lousy go kill this monster, Guy yelled, stepping back and instructing his men. Guru. Listening to the words of his boss, a pirate swallowed and secretly emboldened himself, but he dared not make the slightest move, including other pirates. Some even stepped back subconsciously. Want to stay away from Warwick. Hole. What are you afraid of? So many of us still have weapons, can't we kill him? Come on, who killed this monster Lousy and gave it 1,000,000 Baileys? And let him be the deputy captain. Guy let a roar. With the permission of interest, many pirates suddenly showed a heartbeat look in their eyes. Warwick didn't care about this, just standing in front of Mio at this time, looking angry. They want to hurt the master, and the master asked Warwick to kill them. He was very angry, but knew that he had to listen to his master's orders. But there was no trace of the berserker gene. Hearing this, Mio hesitated, but finally nodded slightly. Go ahead. Although murder is a bit uncomfortable, even if you don't do it yourself, it is inevitably difficult to accept. It may be a little hypocritical to say that, but it is true. Fortunately, Mio is ready. In this world, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Warwick will tear them apart. With his master's permission, Warwick immediately yelled angrily and turned to look at these pirates. The fangs and claws exposed from his mouth flashed with cold light, and his figure burst out in an instant. Puff! After just a few breaths, Warwick appeared next to a pirate, and his sharp claws swept across the pirate's body. "Go on, get on with me, kill him." This terrible scene really shocked Guy, yelling for orders. The other pirates were trembling with fright a long time ago, and rushed towards Warwick without any hesitation, waved their weapons, and chopped them. Some pirates pulled the trigger and let the bullets fly from the muzzle and hit Warwick. Graham! But the bullets fired by these ordinary gunmen couldn't keep up with Warwick's speed at all. In the eyes of these pirates, Warwick was like a phantom, appearing next to this person for a while, appearing behind that person for a while like a ghost. Every time he appeared next to a person, it represented the death of a person. There are a total of 16 pirates, and in just a few minutes, there is only one person in Guy. "You monster, go to death for lousy," Guy yelled, holding his big knife in both hands and slashing towards Warwick. Song. Spark sputtering. Warwick raised his paw and grabbed the blade that was slicing him. Not only did he not suffer any damage, he also seemed very relaxed. "Die!" Warwick roared with blood in his eyes, and another sharp claw came out suddenly, piercing Guy's abdomen, and then pulled it out. The blood stained his claws red. "Oh!" Seeing this, Mio, who had been watching this scene from a distance, suddenly vomited. His face turned pale a little, and then he turned his head quickly. "I have to slow down, I have to slow down." It was still very unacceptable for him to see this kind of scene for the first time, but he would get used to it if he watched too much, so Mio looked back and took a look from time to time while slowing down. "I don't know how long I have been sitting on the beach." Meow feels that she should have almost gotten used to it before she got up and looked at the corpses on the shore. Some of them had been swallowed up by the high tide. Call. Taking a deep breath, Mio looked up at the pirate ship docked by the sea, grinning. "You can leave this island." "Warwick." "Master." Warwick came to Mio and dragged the wild boar he killed to Mio as if offering a treasure, looking at Mio expectantly, like a student waiting for the teacher to praise him. "Good job." Mio jumped up and patted Warwick on the shoulder. There was no way he was not taller than Warwick. "Warwick, you go back to the forest and kill 2 beasts, and then we leave this island." "Warwick will go now." Warwick nodded his head and immediately turned and ran into the forest, but after a few steps Warwick came back to his senses and said seriously, "Warwick is not far inside. The owner can call Warwick if he is in danger, and Warwick will come back soon." "Go, go." Mio gave up, but there was some warmth. The stupid guy was quite concerned about him. Warwick went to the forest, and Mio came to the pirate ship. The sky hadn't darkened yet, and Mio climbed directly onto the pole of the ship with the pirate flag and tore off the flying pirate flag. Then he walked into the cabin and looked around. This pirate ship is not big and uses ordinary materials. It belongs to the most common ship. The cabin is small, and there are not many rooms. It has about 7 or 8 rooms. One of the rooms has a large space with many hammocks. In addition to the rooms, there are other spaces, such as warehouses for storing things. There is everything in the kitchen. But what surprised Mio was that he found the money in one room. A lot of money. So many. "I'm afraid there is 1,000,000 Bailey?" Mio smiled excitedly, immediately picked up the bills and licked his fingers and counted. 1, 2. A total of 1.07 million Bailey. It seems that this room should be the captain's room, but it would be great if there was a devil fruit. Mio shook her head and looked around. In the end, no other good things were found. On the entire ship, apart from the materials, these Baileys were also valuable. The others are some clothes or something, and they're still very dirty. It is estimated that it will take time to sort out. After all, this ship may be the tool for Mio to travel on the sea next. If you buy it, you can't afford it. You can only use it like this first. When the sky gradually dimmed, Warwick came back, carrying a black leopard and a gray rabbit, not too small, and about the size of a wolf dog. "Warwick, go and peel this rabbit. I'll give you a barbecue." Mio shouted at Warwick while she read with a book. This is a book about navigators found on the ship. The content is not esoteric, but some basic knowledge about navigators. By the way, Mio is still trying to make the ship move. After all, Meow didn't know anything about this thing before crossing. Fortunately, it is not difficult. After spending some time, Mio has always learned how to drive a boat and has mastered the direction and distinguished the direction on the sea. Closing the book, Mio changed his hands and picked up a piece of news next to it and opened it, frowning slightly. I'm in North Blue now. This sea is not a calm sea. Why don't you let me cross to East Blue? Not to mention the Grand Line, one of the more powerful sea areas among the 4 sea areas in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. After all, it is the sea area of Kizaru and Akainu. In the future, there will be supernovae such as Luo and Hawkins. Nowadays, the more active existence in North Blue should be the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family. Of course, apart from these, North Blue, as a sea area where wars often occur, can be regarded as a rather chaotic sea area. Some pirates often participate in wars in various countries to make money. North Blue. Mio carefully watched the contents of the newspaper, squinting his eyes and thinking. The next purpose is definitely to find a small island with a town, to inquire about the current situation in the world in detail, and to determine some confidence. There is also a way to become stronger and learn hockey. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of life-saving. When participating in Marine, Mio didn't have this idea at all. Only by himself. He may participate in Marine, but he will also bring Warwick, and there may be other existences similar to Warwick in the future. It is impossible to keep Warwick and the others from appearing. Once it appears, not to mention Marine, the world government will definitely doubt it, and maybe they will grab themselves and let Vegapunk study it. Thinking of Vegapunk, there was a flash of light in Mio's head, as if he was thinking of something, and then he glanced carefully at the contents of the newspaper. The content of this newspaper is only published in the North Blue region. Therefore, this newspaper is only available in North Blue. The date in the newspaper is also published in the last few days, so I think it should be the latest content. Scientists from Baltimore, the country where the genius was born, are preparing funds to build a large heating furnace to improve the lives of the islanders. The King of Skander said, "Only fools will pay." This is a piece of content in a newspaper. The occupied panel is not large, but it was still noticed by Mio. Baltimore. Mio put down the newspaper, patted his head, frowning. Very familiar words. There must be some information related to this name. I should have seen it before crossing, so I have to think about it. Baltimore, the kingdom of the future. Suddenly, Meow suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. Vegapunk, shit, isn't this Vegapunk who is going to build the heater? It's also in North Blue. Mio was shocked. Vegapunk, isn't it that Vegapunk has not been controlled by the world government to work for the world government at this time? It's also possible. After all, the boss of North Blue's Vinsmoke family used to know Vegapunk. I think they should have worked together. It's not impossible that Vegapunk also appeared in North Blue. In addition to this time period, 20 years before the plot began, Vegapunk still it is normal that it has not been discovered by the world government. Should I go? Or should I go? Or should I go? Looking at this place called the Kingdom of Skunda in the newspaper, Mio simply remained a small newspaper and made a decision. Go! The journey on the sea is naturally extremely boring. But fortunately, Mio was accompanied by Warwick. Although he was not a beautiful woman, it was better than being alone. He also found a few fishing rods on the boat and was able to catch fish occasionally to pass the time. This morning, Mio is practicing on the deck, push-ups, sit-ups, and so on. Although they're just simple exercises, more training can also increase their lower physical fitness. After all, physical fitness is still very important in this world. No matter what strength, it consumes physical energy. 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups are done. After practicing, Mio was already sweating profusely, took a sip of a bottle of rum from Warwick next to him, and Mio came to the side of the boat. Looking into the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. In sight, an island appeared. From a distance, there were obviously towns on the island, and Mio was overjoyed and hurriedly set sail to accelerate. Although my current strength is not very strong, I can barely protect myself. It should be comparable to the elite soldiers of naval headquarters. With a warlike heart, the ability to fight to the death should be about the same as that of the lowest non-commissioned officer. Blue plus Warwick, North Blue should be regarded as the top level here. Only a few people can pose a threat to me. So if you encounter a pirate, you can kill it. This is Mio's estimate of his own strength. After all, he didn't have any powerful means, only the physical attributes he got from Warwick. And there is a reason for the decision to kill when you encounter a pirate. First, there is a reward for killing the pirate. He is not a pirate now, so he can go to the Marine branch to receive the bounty. Speaking of which guy killed before, he didn't hold his head. This is regrettable to the afterthought. Second, sharpen one's own strength and increase one's own combat experience. In this regard, he is still a noob. Third, admission of genes. People or other creatures killed by one's own hands can enroll each other's genes by themselves. And now Mio was already ready to kill. When thinking about it, the ship gradually approached the island. There's a map on the pirate ship, but I haven't paid much attention to it before, and I don't understand it very much. At this moment, Mio took a look at the map and gave it a sad look. It took a long time to determine where the island in front of him was. An island named Naughties. Not well known. Go up to the island and buy some wine and other supplies, as well as materials for painting the pirate flag. And buy a weapon if you can. Meow shook his fingers and counted what he wanted to buy. 1,000,000 Baileys should be enough. Wait until the ship has docked. Mio was on the island, leaving Warwick to guard the ship. He took Bailey to the island and entered the town on the island. I have been in this world for a while. This is the first time Meow has entered this world city, wandering around curiously, full of novelty. Of course, I did not forget to buy anything during the period. Boss, give me this cloak. By the way, how much is it? In a shop, Meow pointed to a black cloak and asked. This cloak was bought for Warwick. After all, Warwick's image is still a bit scary. It will be much more convenient to wear a cloak in the future, and it will not cause unnecessary trouble. This 2,000 Baileys. Okay, take it. After the payment, Mio left the shop with the cloak and went to buy wine and supplies. Although there are many things, Meow can still afford it. But when he was about to return to the ship, at an intersection, Mio was stopped. Hey, boy, hand over the money from you to Grandpa Bellamy. The yellow-haired young man in front of him, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and a few companions behind him, said with a grinning smile at this moment. Bellamy? It's a familiar name. Min put down the supplies she had bought, muttered in her mouth, and twisted her neck. Sorry, no money. No money? Who'd he lie to? Bellamy suddenly widened his eyes and roared angrily. I've been staring at you since you entered the first store. Don't talk nonsense. We won't be polite if you don't hand it over. Then try it out. Mio curled his lips and slightly clenched his fists with both hands. For some reason, Mio was still a little expectant that Bellamy would rush to take a shot at herself. Hearing this, the eyes of the person named Bellamy couldn't help but a cold light appeared. You guy, you really don't know how to live or die, but since you are looking for death, I will fulfill you. The voice fell. Go to hell you be *************** D. This is the end of disobedience. The two young men behind Bellamy rushed towards Mio, roaring with disdain. Idiot! Meow curled his lips slightly and blasted a punch directly. A powerful burst of power hit a man's abdomen. With a bang, the man directly exploded and shot out. Even if it only got 1/10 of Warwick's attributes, North Blue was considered a very powerful force here. Boom, flying one. The fist of the other man had already arrived in front of Mio, but Mio turned his head to avoid him, then grinned and blasted his fist. Boom! The man was blown into the air, hit the wall in the distance, clutching his abdomen and groaning in pain. It's too weak. There's no pressure at all, Meow said with a frown, as if she didn't expect the strength of these two people to be so weak. You guy, don't be too arrogant. Upon hearing these words, Bellamy suddenly roared angrily, waved the stick, rushed towards Mio, holding the stick in both hands, and leaped towards Mio's head. Swing over with a stick. Arrogant? I'm just telling the truth. After speaking, I also remember who you are. Meow murmured softly, pulling out his waist, I just bought a barely good sword that I just bought for 100,000 Bailey, and with a swish, a cold light flashed across the air, and then the wooden stick in Bellamy's hand suddenly broke. Bellamy, who hadn't even fallen in midair, was suddenly grabbed by Mio's left hand and dragged to the front from midair and squeezed it to the ground without any effort and choked his neck. Clang! Mio held the sword in his right hand, pointed it at Bellamy's head, and pierced it directly. Bellamy's pupils kept expanding, and she couldn't help closing her eyes in fear. I just waited for a long time, but I still didn't wait for the pain. I just felt a slight cold on my neck. Do you want to face death? Mio's slightly cold voice sounded in Bellamy's ear. Opening his eyes, Bellamy saw the blade sticking around his neck, and his lips trembled slightly. No, I don't want to. It's a pity. The answer was wrong. Mio's voice suddenly sounded. Will you die? It depends on your luck. The voice fell. The cold light blooms. A deep wound appeared directly on Bellamy's chest, and blood spurted out. Doflamingo's dog leg in the original book. I didn't expect to encounter it. Walking on the way back to the boat, Meow muttered while wiping the blood from the blade. Bellamy obviously hasn't eaten devil fruit yet, and is just a small b*********************. D. His strength is really weak, and he didn't give himself any pressure. It seems that in the Four Seas area, his own strength is quite strong. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it. After returning to the boat, Warwick was fishing with a fishing rod at this time. After seeing Mio came back, he immediately pointed to a few fish beside him and shouted happily, "Master, fish, fish! I see. Mio gave up, nodding helplessly. After dealing with Warwick, Mio began to set sail again, ready to go to the kingdom of Skunda early to avoid going too late. Vegapunk left, and it would be a big loss by then. Although I may not be able to keep Vegapunk, and I cannot keep Vegapunk with my own strength. After thinking about it, you will know that sooner or later the talent of Vegapunk will be exposed, such a dangerous existence for the world government, either for its own use or it will be destroyed, but the world government must be a pity for talent. So I will definitely let Vegapunk work for them, just like the original. Even if you keep Vegapunk and fudge Vegapunk onto your ship, when Vegapunk is exposed, you must be the endless pursuit of the world government to greet you. So Mio didn't think about making Vegapunk his crew. For now, it's not realistic. Of course, he must also have his own careful thoughts and ideas. Using the purchased ingredients, Mio made himself an egg fried rice, and also a barbecue for Warwick. This food only eats meat and does not eat anything else, and does not know how to cook. Mio can only serve as a temporary chef. N.S. I also taught Warwick to cook these days, but almost burned the kitchen. Obviously, Warwick has no talent in this regard. The ship sailed away. After a meal, Mio sat next to Warwick, holding a fishing rod in one hand and rum in the other, leisurely and happy. "Master, there is a boat. There is a boat." As Meow squinted to enjoy life, Warwick's voice suddenly sounded. Mio opened her eyes and looked in the direction Warwick was pointing, slightly surprised. "Good luck." Bumped into a pirate ship so soon. In sight, a pirate ship with a pirate flag was driving on the sea not far in front. It seemed that the other side was also taking this route, so the two sides were approaching quickly. At exactly this time, a seagull quickly landed in the sky, docked on the bow, and handed it to Meow with a newspaper in his hand. In the newspaper, there was a reward order. "Take it." He took out 100 Baileys and handed it to Seagull. Mio took the newspaper, picked up the binoculars, and glanced at the flag on the pirate ship in the distance, then picked up the reward order in the newspaper and looked at them one by one. "Stand up." The reward orders sold in the Four Seas area are basically pirates in the Four Seas area. So soon, Mio found the reward for the pirate ship ahead. Executioner Jerry Keefe, offering a reward of 4 million Bailey, swordsman. Mumbled the content of the reward order, and the corners of Meow's mouth rose, when even she got up and laughed. Warwick is ready to fight. After finishing speaking, Mio was a sailing ship, quickly moving closer to the other party. The pirate ship was also approaching him. Maybe because there was no pirate flag on this ship, I thought it was an ordinary merchant ship who wanted to come and rob. Warwick is ready to fight long ago. Hearing the word fight, Warwick's scarlet eyes showed a sense of war, and he was about to move. Soon, two ships approached. Bang, bang, bang. On the pirate ship, there was a sound of cannons. One shell after another bombarded Mio. Warwick stopped these shells. Mio shouted directly. Warwick suddenly jumped into the air, and with a wave of his two claws, there was a slashing burst, which split the cannonball into pieces and fell into the sea. And Mio picked up the weapon he had just bought and jumped directly. The powerful bounce ability caused Mio to jump from his boat to the pirate ship. There were not many pirates on this pirate ship, only nearly 10. The leader was a strong man with a long sword around his waist and a grinning smile on his face. Boy Mao, we ran to death by ourselves before we got there. Kids, kill him for me. Go, kill, go. 3 consecutive shouts. Several pirates immediately rushed towards Mio, waving their weapons. And Jerry Keith looked at Warwick, who had leaped over, and there was fear in his eyes. He could see the hand that Warwick had just exposed, and he could see Warwick's strength in an instant. But as a pirate, he wouldn't think he would be afraid. Prepare to kill yourself. You bully your master. Warwick is going to kill you. As soon as he landed, Warwick suddenly roared angrily when he saw the besieged Mio. Chong Chong. Swinging his long sword, Mio easily blocked the siege of several pirates and hurriedly shouted to Warwick. Warwick, go and deal with that guy. Don't kill, just leave a half-breath and let me come. Meow is naturally referring to Jerry Keith. Hear the words. There was a hesitant look on Warwick's face. He wants to protect the owner, but the master ordered him to deal with others. For a moment, Warwick felt a little tangled, but in the end, still roared. Warwick will fix you soon and protect the master. Go to hell. As the voice fell, Warwick's figure disappeared directly. Jerry Keith suddenly felt a sense of death, his scalp numb, and he drew his weapon and slashed behind him without hesitation. Clang! The long sword collided with Warwick's claws, spattering sparks. But the next moment, the long sword suddenly revealed a crack, and then broke from the middle. What? Seeing this, Jerry Keith suddenly lost his voice in astonishment. But Warwick didn't give him a chance to be astonished. His right paw instantly grabbed Jerry Keith's neck and smashed it under the deck. With a click, half of Jerry Keith's head was smashed into the deck. Then he let go of his paws and grabbed Jerry Keith's stomach violently. Puff! The wound appeared, blood spattered. Jerry Keith broke out in pain. No death. The master said not to let you die. Warwick yelled at Jerry Keith. On the other side, Mio blocked a pirate's attack, and then shook, bounced the pirate's weapon on the opposite side, and flew forward while the pirate took a few steps back. The head of a pirate soared with blood, sprinkled the ground. On the panel, a prompt emerged. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate human gene. Along with the prompts, a famous pirate died under Mio's sword. In the end, only Jerry Keith was left, staring at Warwick and Mio walking towards him step by step with horrified eyes. No, I'm willing to follow you, don't kill me. Sorry, although I need a crew member and a partner, I definitely don't include you. Meow shrugged helplessly, but the long sword in his hand was not slow. With the voice falling, he had already shot. Puff! The long sword pierced directly through Jerry Keith's heart. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate human gene. Well, let me see what is the use of this gene. The corner of Meow's mouth raised, withdrawing the weapon, ignoring the blood on it, and inserting it back to her waist. While walking towards the cabin, she checked her new acquisition on the panel. Gene. Human genes. Pirate. Human gene. The gene from the pirate in the pirate world. The gene is full of love for the sea, and it also seems to carry a trace of Kendo gene. Pirate. Human gene. The gene from the pirate in the pirate world. The gene is full of love for the sea and rum. Well, the Kendo gene seems to be a bit more than the last gene. The first gene originated from the common pirate. The second one comes from Jerry Keith. It seems that Jerry Keith is also the captain. At least the Kendo talent looks good. Although it doesn't seem to be powerful, it's better than nothing. Meow curled his lips slightly, and unknowingly, he had already arrived outside the innermost room in the cabin. With a bang, I kicked the door open, and I saw a large but messy room. After a casual glance, Mio's eyes fell on a treasure chest on the big bed in the room. It seems that there are other gains besides the reward for the head. Meow's mood suddenly became happy, and she walked towards the treasure chest a little briskly. Opening the treasure chest, a touch of golden light caught your eye. The corners of Meow's mouth rose, grabbing a handful of gold coins in the treasure chest, and her smile gradually changed. Oh no, she was gradually excited. With so many gold coins, maybe you can find a chance to buy me a good knife. Although there are only so many Liang Kuei-do in the whole world, there's still many weapons comparable to Liang Kuei-do. But Liang Kuei-do is the most famous, and Liang Kuei-do basically has its own story. Closing the treasure chest, Mio hugged it in her arms and was about to leave, but she noticed that there was a phone bug on the bed again. After thinking about it, she put the phone bug in her arms and left. Back on the deck, Mio called to Warwick. "Warwick, get that guy's head off, let's go back." Warwick knows. Warwick replied loudly, followed by actions and rough grasping of the dead Jerry Keith's head and body, and violently tugged with both hands. Ricket's head was torn off. It's bloody and brutal. The corners of Meow's mouth twitched straight. He shook his head, leaped abruptly, and returned to his boat. So many gold coins are enough for the next period of time. Let me see where the next nearby island is. It's time to see if there are any good weapons. With a smile on Mio's face, he took out the map opens. Soon, he determined his position. At the same time, he found the next island on his sailing route. An uninhabited island, but you can go to this island. Mio murmured softly, staring at the insect island marked as dangerous on the map, and slowly closed the map after a while. Set sail again. As for the pirate ship that is already full of dead bodies, let's move freely on the sea. If it is picked up by someone, it is good luck for him. Unconsciously, time came to the evening. In the sunset, the sea was dyed red. With the rum in his hand, Mio sat on the bow again, fishing on his own, humming a song in his mouth, leisurely and happy. North Blue, somewhere in the sea, on a pirate ship, Dover. We are almost at our destination. On the deck, Tory Pole, who looked slightly disgusting with a runny nose, said respectfully to his followers, let's go ahead and let those guys get ready soon. If you can't get the money by then, Under the sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes appeared coldly. Don't worry, Dover, those guys don't dare to deceive us. After all, our strength is very clear. Tory Pole said with a smile on his face, and said happily, if the arms transaction is successful this time, we will truly become famous in the North Blue underground world, and in the future we will have enough funds to collect devil fruit and train our men. Just finished. The tall Circa walked over with an angry look on his face and said with a phone worm in his hand, Dover, one of our trading partners, is out of contact. Oh. Doflamingo held a glass of red wine in his hand and shook it lightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wicked but icy smile. Is this playing us? It shouldn't be. That guy is Jerry Keith. He contacted us yesterday, but he contacted a lot today. Maybe it was an accident. After Circa reported, he regretted. That guy bought us some of arms with us. It looks like we're going to lose this money. I heard that this guy robbed a lot of merchant ships in order to collect the money, and even took advantage of the chaos in a war-torn country. Robbed part of the national treasury. Hearing that, Doflamingo frowned. It was indeed a shame to say this. Call the phone bug and have a look. Mingo ordered. Sekar had already prepared to call the past. At this time, he heard Ming Ji's order and did not hesitate to call directly. The call of the phone worm suddenly rang. Not long. The phone worm was connected. It's just that there is no sound. Jerry Keith. Circa yelled in a sharp voice. Oh, did you look for that guy? He is dead. A voice came from the phone worm. Doflamingo grinned and said, did it die in your hands? Ah, yes. In his hand, there's a sum of money to be given to me. That it's mine now. Are you trying to fight against the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo, listening to the familiar laughter from the phone worm, an unexpected look flashed in Mio's eyes, and he never thought that a pirate he casually encountered and killed could be related to Doflamingo. As one of the Shichibukai in the original book, His identity is the former celestial dragons. Mio naturally knows Doflamingo very well, so although he offends Doflamingo, he doesn't count as fear. What's more, he and Doflamingo may not be enemies, and maybe they can be friends. Right? No, no, no. I don't think the Don Quixote family is willing to add an enemy like me. With a smile on Mio's face, Kaido slowly. Perhaps we could be friends, can't we? The benefits of being friends are far greater than being enemies. What do you think? That's right. The expression on Brother Ming's face condensed, and then he smiled. The eyes under the glasses flickered and the corners of his mouth rose. But without sufficient strength, he is not qualified to be friends with the Don Quixote family. You will always see. Then I will wait and see. 3 days later, Cazorla Island. Hope I can see you and my friend. The phone worm was hung up. Mio put away the phone bug, chuckled, and shook his head. Island Cazorla. It looks like I'm going there. He still has to borrow Doflamingo's power. After all, Doflamingo's strength may not be strong now, but there is also a bit of intelligence network in North Blue, which can help him find what he wants. Especially devil fruit. With devil fruit, he can extract the genes of the monsters from the heavens and the world through the gene system to cultivate powerful creatures. The next insect island, I hope I won't let me down. It's best to meet a good creature worth cultivating, Meow murmured, with a look of expectation in his eyes. After all, only by showing great strength and potential can the Don Quixote family take it seriously. After one day, on the shore of Insect Island, parked the boat, Mio and Warwick got off the boat, muttering with their hands in their pants caboodle. I don't know if it will smell. If it does, it will be difficult. He was talking about the heads of the pirates on the ship. After all, the weather on the sea is volatile, and there is no freezing setting on the ship. It is impossible to put that thing in the refrigerator, otherwise it will feel strange, because the refrigerator is all it is food to eat. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it. Stepping on this uninhabited island, Meow can easily hear the sound of insect from the island. Before coming, Mio also learned about this island. The Insect Island, as its name suggests, is an island with many insects. Most of the insects on this island are very powerful, with a larger size and power than ordinary insects. In addition, this island is actually an ancient island. Many insects on the island belong to ancient forms, which is even more extraordinary. Even with Warwick by his side, Mio still needs to be more careful and vigilant when entering this island. Enter the forest on the island. In an instant, I saw a lot of insects, even including a hornet nest on a tree. The hornet here is obviously not comparable to the hornet outside. The volume of any hornet is 10 centimeters long. The scalp is numb. Warwick, be careful. Let's get around here, Mio said softly, leading Warwick to the other side. And at this moment, whoosh, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and then a green figure suddenly attacked Warwick Min. Huh? Warwick turned to look. His right hand was not slow, and he snapped into the air. A green mantis with 2 silver mantis knives was firmly grasped by Warwick and almost killed. Warwick, don't kill it. Leave it to me. Seeing this, Mio said suddenly, took the praying mantis from Warwick's hand, and then pulled the mantis with both hands and tore it in half. Congratulations on your inclusion of the ancient praying mantis gene. Ancient praying mantis. Meow murmured and then moved on. Along the way, Mio can be regarded as seeing the elegance of this island. All kinds of insects. Some of them are highly toxic. Almost as long as they see it, Mio will choose to take a detour. In addition, Mio also included a lot of genes. Ant genes, beetle genes, mantis gene. It also includes a large longhorn beetle gene. The reason why these genes can be included is also because these insects take the initiative to attack Mio. The insects on this island are too warlike. Meow muttered as he walked. Basically, he hadn't made any shots. Since going to the island, he has been attacked and attacked actively. Huh? What sound? Suddenly, Mio stopped, her ears trembling slightly, and she heard a very clear rustling sound from ahead. Master, Warwick saw the ant. Mio was cautious, and Warwick couldn't help but cautiously said in a very soft voice beside Mio and pointed to the ground in front of him. Looking down, as Warwick said, Meow saw a lot of huge black ants crawling in one direction. The sound just now was obviously also made by these ants. Lifting his foot, Meow gently approached and pushed aside the grass in front of him, suddenly surprised. On the ground in front of me, a crazy number of black ants piled up to form a circle, and in that circle, there were two larger black ants, almost the size of a keyboard, facing each other. The two ants are one golden and the other silver. They all look extraordinary, like upgraded types. However, it seems that these two ants are going to confront each other, fighting in general. Competing for the Ant King, Meow muttered curiously, causing Warwick to squat down and watch quietly. A very interesting scene, and the two ants really aroused his interest. He came to this island to look for creatures suitable for him to cultivate. These two ants looked very suitable. It's just that it's impossible to cultivate two, and there are not enough genes, so you can only choose one. Now just look at these two ants, which will only win. The golden and silver ants, after waiting for a short time, rushed towards each other, using their sharp teeth as weapons, to bite each other, but whether it was a golden ant or a silver ant, the armor on his body is obviously very hard. Mio even saw that when the two ants were biting on each other, a tiny spark actually flashed. The tentacles on the heads of other ants gathered around kept trembling, as if cheering on these two ants. Whoever wins is their king. Warwick, when these two ants win the battle, you will catch that one immediately and run towards our boat, you know. The outcome has not yet been divided. Mio has already made plans and decisions. This time on the insect island, one of these two ants is enough. Although you may get a better choice if you continue to stroll, but there is not enough time, he has to go to Kazorla Island, which is a short distance from Kazorla. But there is a long way to La Island. After all, he needs to use Doflamingo's intelligence network to help him determine the location of Vegapunk. On the field in front of you, the two ants are still biting each other. I have to say that this peculiar sight made Mio feel curious and surprised. The huge number of ants around was cheering, and Mio, hiding by the side, could hear strange sound from among these ants. It's like the calls of these ants. Mio and Warwick watched on the sidelines for almost half an hour before the two ants were finally about to decide the winner. After the silver ant bit off one of the golden ant's feet, the offensive became fierce. Taking advantage of the continuous pursuit, the golden ant snapped off the other feet of the golden ant. The golden ant quickly lost the combat ability, has entered a dying state. Warwick do it. Seeing this, Mio gave a low growl. Warwick didn't hesitate and went straight out, followed by Mio. One of them caught the silver ant, and the other caught the golden ant. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran directly to the shore. What makes Mio feel the numbness of her scalp is the large group of black ants who originally formed a circle behind them, chasing Mio and Warwick crazily, and the trees where they passed by were instantly swallowed and turned into food for the ants. During the period, Mio couldn't help but glance back and saw a huge gray rabbit that occasionally passed by, swallowed by the black trend, and instantly turned into bones, which would be described as horrible in one word. Meow couldn't help but speed up. If this is caught up, I'm afraid it will just belch. After all, there are too many. I'm afraid that some Logia fruit abilities can deal with it, right? Mio thought to her heart, because the place where she passed when she went and came back was a little different. So she suddenly pointed to something on a tree with her sharp eyes, and suddenly opened her eyes wide, revealing a look of astonishment. Then he took it off without hesitation and stuffed it into his arms, and continued to run towards the boat. Soon, after returning to the ship, Mio quickly steered the ship and left the shore. Those ants are almost about to encroach on the shore, and the number of them is terrifying. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Mio looked at the thing in his arms, grinning. Good harvest. 2 upgraded ants and 1 devil fruit. That's right, it was devil fruit. Meow noticed it just now on the way back. I didn't expect to encounter devil fruit on this island. It was a completely unexpected harvest for Meow. This is a purple devil fruit. I don't know what specific ability it is. After thinking about it for a while, Mio decides to use it to extract the genes of the heavens and the world. 1 devil fruit can be drawn once. Of course, it's not in a hurry now. The most important thing now is the two ants. At this time, the silver ant was firmly grasped by Warwick. Although it was an upgraded ant, it was obviously still very weak compared to Warwick. It was the golden ant in his own hand, dying. Seeing this, Mio decisively helped the golden ant, pinched the golden ant's head, and immediately used force. Gotcha! The golden ant was killed by himself for this short life. Congratulations on your inclusion of the ancient upgraded ant gene. Looking at the prompt on the front panel, Mio showed a smile on his face, then looked at the silver ant in Warwick's arms and said, "Warwick, mutilate this ant. Be careful not to kill it." Warwick understands. Warwick nodded his head and moved immediately, and Mio took out the devil fruit and opened the lottery panel. A huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. There are many rewards on roulette, all of which are related to blood genes. Godzilla gene, Alien gene, Bumpman gene, King Kong gene, Ghoul gene. Wait for all kinds of things. Mio even saw the Otsutsuki gene from the Hokage world. If this is obtained, is there a chance of opening Sharingan Byakugan? It seems that the possibility is not small. Lottery. Mio pressed the lottery button. The prompt emerged. Check if you own a devil fruit. Do you convert devil fruit into a lottery? Certainly. Soon, devil fruit turned into a faint light and disappeared. And the number of draws for Mio is +1. Then the huge roulette in front of Mio slowly turned, from slow rotation speed to faster and faster. The pointer crossed over one reward after another. Mio stared at the roulette wheel, praying in his heart that it would be best to give him a powerful gene. In this way, he would also have the opportunity to extract powerful abilities from cultivating creatures. His current strength is still too weak. It is impossible to always rely on Warwick to protect himself. Of course, if Warwick was a woman, he wouldn't mind that. After all, he still wanted to try the feeling of eating soft rice. Under the expectation of Mio, the spinning speed of the roulette began to slow down. The results of the lottery are coming out too. I saw the pointer on the roulette tracing the rewards one by one. The Otsutsuki gene, the tail beast gene, and the biochemical ghost gene. The pointer crosses over the rewards one by one. In the end, it was finally about to stop. Under Mio's gaze, the pointer finally fell on a reward. Looking at this reward, Mio was immediately overjoyed. Congratulations on getting the Sword Master gene. Sword Masters originated from the Arad continent, which is a profession in the world of Dungeons and Warriors. It can be said that they are female ghost swordsmen possessing very powerful strength, and the most powerful being can cut time and space. With this kind of gene, you think there's a good chance that you can get a good ability, right? Nice gene. Then next, it's time to start training. On the side, Warwick had already maimed the silver ant. At this time, Mio took the silver ant from Warwick, clicked on the cultivation interface, and selected this silver ant to cultivate. The silver ant disappeared and entered the cultivation tank. On the right side of the interface, the gene that I got before appeared, and Mio pulled all the genes into the cultivation tank, and then clicked the cultivation button. Just like during the first training, the steam covered the screen, and the various roars were naturally indispensable during this period. Fortunately, this time, there was no such thing as Mundo who likes to mock people. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Definitely humanoid. Meow chooses. Soon, the training is over. In the cultivation tank, a brand new figure appeared in front of Mio's eyes. After seeing the figure inside, Mio was stunned and then quickly pinched her nose. Hey, this is too tempting. In the training tank, there is actually a girl with long silver hair. The most important thing is that this girl is completely impeccable, naked, and still facing Mio, showing everything in front of Mio's eyes. The girl is petite. Although her body is an ant, she doesn't have as many feet as an ant. On the contrary, she has hands and feet like a normal person. Of course, the girl also has the obvious feature of being an ant, that is, the pair of tentacles on the girl's forehead, shaking gently, now looks very cute. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Ability, Kendo, passive, very talented with swords. Divine power, passive. If her power bursts out with full force, it will make you feel terrified. Ant King can command a group of ants, but also has the king's spirit. Sword control, a powerful sword technique derived from the soul. Poison-free, passive, not afraid of toxins. Super fast, passive, has a terrible speed. Hard skin, passive. Although she is a cute girl, but that powerful defense will definitely amaze you. Insect. Language, she can understand the language of insects and can also talk to them. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. Naval Headquarters Commodore. Ultimate combat power, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The potential has not yet been fully developed. Take a breath, feel terrified. This is the current state of Mio. This guy's talent is too strong. Although there is no fancy abilities, other abilities alone are enough to witness the girl's talent, which is very prominent and powerful in all aspects, plus the talent in sword control and kendo. Growing up, comparable to an eagle eye, or stronger than Hawkeye. It may not be impossible. It seems that my subordinate is about to add another admiral. Although it is a girl, this is also a surprise. In the future, I might be able to enjoy the feeling of eating soft rice with a little white face. Meow thought happily. Without wasting time, Mio first went to find a set of her own clothes in the cabin, and then the girl's naked body appeared in Mio's sight. The girl closed her eyes slightly, then slowly opened her eyes, looking at Meow with a close look. Owner. Soft. It's like a little lowly. Mio's face couldn't help showing a change. Oh no, an honest smile. It's good. Your name will be Erica from now on. Looking at Erica's long silver hair, she couldn't help but stretch out her hand to stroke Erica's head. Erica squinted her eyes and took the initiative to rub her palms, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Her cute appearance made her intoxicated. By the way, put on your clothes quickly. Meow withdrew her hand somewhat reluctantly and handed the clothes to Erica. Okay, master. Erica nodded obediently, took the clothes, and put them on slowly in front of Mio's eyes. After getting dressed, Mio also began to draw out her abilities this time. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability sword and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. On the panel, a prompt emerged. The warm current in the body is present. The only thing Mio felt was that she felt as if she was immersed in a hot spring, a little bit comfortable, but not as painful as the first time. As the warm current in the body dissipated, Mio clearly felt her improvement. The most obvious is the sense of power. The powerful strength in the body is so surging. With a grip of both hands, Mio clearly feels that his strength is at least about 2 or 3 times as high as before. This powerful improvement shocked Mio. At the same time, it is inevitable to say that I only get 1/10 of Erica's attributes. But how terrible are Erica's attributes? Shaking his head, Mio became familiar with the attributes of the explosion in her body. Well, it can indeed be described as a sudden increase. In terms of power and speed attributes, Erica itself seems to be much stronger than Warwick, perhaps because Erica's body is an upgraded ant and it incorporates another upgraded ant gene. After spending half an hour to get acquainted, Mio took Erica's tender little hand and walked out of the cabin. Warwick was sitting on the deck and fishing. After hearing the footsteps, he turned his head and shouted, "Owner." "Yeah." Mio nodded slightly and introduced. "Warwick, this is Erica. We will be our partner from now on." Warwick remembered, partner Erica. Hearing this, Warwick nodded seriously immediately. Erica looked at Warwick, then looked up at Mio. A serious look appeared on her little face. Erica also remembered Warwick. Awesome. Seeing Erica looking up at her, Mio couldn't help but stretched out her hand and squeezed Erica's soft face, complimenting her. Seeing this, Warwick, who was sitting on the sidelines, almost blurted out, "I want to." At the same time, I was curious. Why didn't the owner praise himself? He tilted his head, his mind full of doubts. If Mio knew what Warwick was thinking, she couldn't help but complain. Because you're not only not a woman, but you're also not a silver-haired boy lowly. On the sea, the ship swiftly moved in one direction, which was the direction of Kazorla Island. On the deck of the ship, Warwick was fishing at this time. Mio was sitting on the other side with Erica, holding a big sword in his hand. Mio handed Erica two and asked, "How do you feel about this as your weapon?" After taking over the sword, Erica's eyes showed brilliance, and she nodded her head. "It's great, I like it a lot." After talking, Erica hesitated a little, then asked again, "Master, Erica wants another one." "One more?" "Why?" Meow asked curiously. Erica raised her left hand. "Not bad. Double knife, flow?" Mio was a little surprised, but there were only 2 knives on the ship. "When it's Kazorla Island, I'll buy you one more." Mio touched Erica's head and said, "Okay." Erica nodded obediently. 2 days later, on a sea area very close to Kazorla Island, 2 pirate ships approached. Even if the world is the same as pirates, there is a high probability of fighting after encountering them in the sea. The reason is only because of the word greedy. After all, this is a world of pirates. Even if there are pirates who are not for money, but for freedom and adventure, most of them are greedy pirates. As long as they can plunder money, they will take action. This is the case at this time. Of course, Mio said that he was completely passive and was approached by a pirate ship just passing by, and then a battle broke out. However, it was the other party who paid the price. Puff! A silver-haired Erica wielded a long knife in her hand, accompanied by a silver sword aura. There was scarlet blood in her swing, and a fresh life was sent away. Warwick's sharp claws are merciless, like Shinigami's sickle harvesting the lives of the ship's pirates. And Mio, holding his weapon tightly at this time, looked at a strong pirate in front of him, with the corners of his mouth rising. A reward of 4.7 million is offered, Jack's Bloodhand. "Hey, I have heard the name of the uncle and dare to fight against the uncle. I can only say that you are very courageous." A grinning smile appeared on Jax's face, and his weapon was a spiked mace. After the accompanying sound fell, he was swinging his mace towards Mio and attacking. The swing of the mace made a sound of breaking through the air. Coupled with Jax's sturdy body, it can make anyone aware of this stick. Coming down is absolutely fatal. However, Mio didn't panic, just wave his weapon upwards. A spark of song splashed everywhere, blocking the attack. Immediately after a slight shock, a powerful force burst out and sent the mace into the air, and Jax's figure couldn't help but step back a few steps, with a look of horror on his face, as if he didn't expect this at all. In his opinion, there is such a great power hidden in the petite man. One sword flow, ghost flash. Cold words came from Meow's throat, and then Jax suddenly shrank his pupils, and a sense of death faced him. He really felt death. He subconsciously wanted to wave his mace to block him, but just about to make a move, a blood mark appeared on his neck, and Mio's figure quietly appeared behind him. A trace of blood slipped on the edge of the sword in Mio's hand, dripping onto the deck. "Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate-human gene. A human head worth 4 million Baileys. If you didn't take the initiative to attack me, maybe I would have missed it." The corner of Meow's mouth rose, and a bright smile appeared. The weapon is sheathed. The head is also falling, and the unwilling color of his life is still in the eyes that are so wide. After lifting the head, Mio directly tore off Jax's clothes, wrapped the head, and hung it around his waist. Looking around, more than a dozen pirates, under the joint hands of Warwick and Erica, were already dead and fleeing. Only blood and corpses were left on the deck, and the air was filled with waves. Strong smell of blood. "Master, except for the 3 who escaped, the others are dead." The petite Erica walked quickly to Mio's face, looking up at her master, who looked forward to her. Seeing this, Mio smiled and stretched out her hand to rub Erica's head. "Good job. Warwick's body is just an ordinary wolf. Erica's body is an upgraded ant. Perhaps because of this, Erica's IQ is much higher than Warwick's, and learning things is much faster. At least for now, Erica would know how to compliment from Mio." Touched by Mio's head, Erica couldn't help narrowing her eyes, and after actively rubbing Mio's palm, the 2 tentacles on her head shook, showing her inner joy. "Warwick, go to the cabin to see if there are any treasures. If there are any, we will take them away. We should leave." Mio looked at Warwick and ordered. Warwick nodded. Warwick got it. After speaking, He walked towards the cabin. And Mio, looking into the distance, a black spot has appeared in the line of sight. That is Kazorla Island. Turning the head between his eyes and waist, Mio's face smiled again. At that time, go and change the reward for the head first, and then go buy weapons. With that said, he looked at his weapon, and there were already gaps in the blade. After acquiring the Kendo ability, Mio began to learn from Zoro in the original book, training his swordsmanship every day. Well, of course, it's just simple practice, such as hacking and slashing. In addition to encountering battles along the way, Mio chose to deal with the strongest existence. It has allowed Mio's strength to grow rapidly in a short period of time, gain a lot of combat experience, and at the same time, learn the importance of a good weapon. This time I hope that on Kasoro Island, I can bring myself some surprises. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it. Not long after returning to the boat with Erica, Warwick returned with a treasure chest. Looking at the chest of Pele and gold coins in the treasure chest, Mio was immediately happy. Hey, with this box of treasures, how come I'm a rich man now? Mio thought excitedly. If I exchange the gold coins I own for Pele, my net worth is now at least 10 million. Yeah, master, a lot of money. Erica couldn't help but excited looking at the gold coins in the treasure chest. After reading some books, Erica is also clear about some daily knowledge. Mio also smiled and nodded. Yes, a lot of money. I can buy you a good weapon. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Erica's face showed a happy smile. Warwick stood quietly to the side, looked at the paws on his hands, lost in thought. Do you want to break your claws and use your sword as a weapon? Meow naturally didn't know Warwick's inner thoughts. With the rapid advance of the ship, Kazorla Island has gradually expanded in Mio's line of sight, and the appearance of this island has completely entered Mio's line of sight. Put the cloak on, we should go to the island to stroll around, Meow said while looking at the two. Among them, Erica is like a human, but there are also tentacles on the forehead. Although there is devil fruit in this world, Erica's face is indeed very high, and it may attract the attention of some pirates. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to put on a cloak. After the two nodded obediently, they put on their cloaks and completely covered their bodies. Soon the ship docked. As far as the port is concerned, there is no pirate ship. After all, there's a marine subbase on this island, and this is why Mio can safely dock the ship without having to stay behind to guard the ship. This is your reward, totaling 10.5 million. At the gate of the marine subbase on Kazorla Island, a marine handed a bag of Bailey to Min and said, among them, in addition to the 2 heads of people with a reward of several million, there are also several heads of several 100,000 people, which are taken over by Meow. After taking Pele, Mio turned and left and walked towards the town. Warwick and Erica followed Mio in their cloaks. Erica, who had just turned into a human being and came into contact with the world, looked at it with curious eyes, and everything seemed very strange to her. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived outside a weapon shop. Enter the store. The shop owner is a fat man. He seems to be looking at the ledger at this time, with a brilliant smile on his face, as if he is satisfied with today's harvest. Hello, sir. Do you want to buy weapons? The boss heard the voice and raised his head to look at Xiang Min with a warm smile on his face. Yes, if you have any good weapons, take them out and have a look. Ling nodded. Well, wait a minute. Although my shop is small, it still has a few good weapons, especially my dad is a blacksmith. The first-hand forging skills are very good, but it's a pity that I didn't pass it on to me. Dad's technique, the fat boss said as he walked into the storeroom and prepared to take out the treasures in the store. The weapons displayed outside the store are very general weapons, only sold to those who can't afford expensive weapons. Really good weapons are placed in the rooms of the store. Listening to the fat boss's words, Mio was a little bit looking forward to it. It didn't take long for the boss to walk out of the room in the store, holding a few Taito weapons in his hand, visiting in front of the counter one by one. Sir, you could take a look. These are the weapons my father forged during his lifetime. Although they may not be as well known as the Lianquai knife, they're only inferior to the Lianquai knife. Mio picked up a weapon and drew the sword out of the sheath, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Holding the Taito in one hand, Mio picked up the Taito on her waist while the two weapons collided, making a sound of clang. His original weapon suddenly broke. Meow's eyes suddenly lit up and exclaimed, "Good. Mr. thinks it's good." The fat boss smiled even more, and it seemed that he could have a few good gains today. Mio picked up a weapon, handed it to Erica, and asked, "Hold it and have a try. How does it feel?" "Okay." Erica nodded. A soft voice sounded, and a hint of silver hair fluttered under the cloak, which made the fat boss take a few more glances and then looked away. Erica took the weapon, waved it, tried to feel her hand, and at the same time identified the quality of the weapon, nodded after a moment. It's okay." Hearing this, Meow looked at the fat boss and said, "I want 3. Chungwi 1.5 million Bailey." The fat boss squinted his eyes and immediately announced the price. "A handful of 500,000 Baileys is okay, not very expensive." After taking out Bailey to pay, Mio took his new weapon and left the weapon shop under the unwilling gaze of the fat boss. Not a few steps out, Mio suddenly noticed that the street had become quieter. Erica pulled Mio's sleeve, raised her little finger, and pointed to the front. Meow looked up. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Looking ahead, a group of people are walking towards this side at this time. The leader in the middle is a pink feather coat, sunglasses, yellow hair, walking arrogant footwork, hands in the kabuto pants appearance. At this time, it looked like a gangster. "Doflamingo, I didn't expect to be here now." Looking at that person, Mio muttered in her heart. Although there's a marine branch on this island, even Marine might not dare to take action, right? At most, he warned Doflamingo a few times. After all, with the strength of Doflamingo, the marine branch on this island really may not have a decent opponent. It seemed that Doflamingo didn't pay attention to the marine branch on this island at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so blatantly attracting attention. It seemed that I felt Mio's gaze, and the eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses couldn't help but look at Mio, and turned away the two cloaked people beside Mio, and finally fell on Erica's body, her eyes flickering. Interesting. Little North Blue, is there such a strong one too?" After murmured, Doflamingo's mouth raised. Without stopping, he walked straight in the other direction. Mio also retracted his gaze and smiled. "Let's go. We will meet again next time." After all, he was here to meet Doflamingo, but for now, Doflamingo's identity is already eye-catching. There are people staring at Doflamingo in both Marine and World Government. I have to go to Vegapunk next, and now I am in contact with Doflamingo, and it may not be long before my identity will be sent to the Naval Headquarters Marshal's table, which will be troublesome. So even if you touch, you have to wait for the evening. But as Mio logged in and left, Doflamingo said indifferently, "Sika, we need to add a few new guests to our evening banquet." "I understand, Dover." Circa rolled his eyes away from the backs of several people, nodded thoughtfully, and turned and left Doflamingo's side. After returning to the boat, Mio looked at the time. It was too early, and then he stood on the deck with a new weapon for training. Erica stood not far away, with a weapon in each hand, and it seemed that she still liked the new weapon very much. However, the next moment, the two tentacles under Erica's cloak waved, and then Erica swung two taisho, slashing away in one direction. Two silver slashes suddenly burst out. A figure there suddenly jumped towards the distance, avoiding the slashing blow. "It's hard to blame Duffer for asking me to invite you. It does have this strength." The sharp voice sounded. Meow looked up and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Go ahead, purpose." "Dover asked me to invite you. We will have a banquet in the evening, and you will be welcome at that time," Circus said immediately. With a wave of his right hand, an invitation letter flew toward Mio like a blade. Mio raised his right hand, took the invitation letter, and looked up. Sika had already left. "Open the invitation letter in your hand. As Circus said, there's a place written on it. The time is 10 o'clock in the evening." However, it seemed that the place where the banquet was held was not in the town, but rather like a forest on an island, near the coast. Under the night, Erica put on the hat on the cloak, followed Mio, and got off the boat and walked towards the forest. The place of the banquet is in the forest. In the night, the forest looked dim. Warwick in the cloak twitched his nose and pointed in a direction. Mio walked toward that side. After a while, he saw the flames appearing in front of his eyes, and it seemed that it was the place where Doflamingo held the banquet. Although it hasn't arrived yet, I can already hear the lively sounds coming from there. Meow raised his foot and walked toward that way. Came here soon. You can see here as if a bonfire party is being held. There are a lot of people gathered here. All of them are pirates. The number of people sitting around the bonfire in the middle is at least about 20 or 30, and these people are all the captain of a pirate ship, plus their crew, gathered at least hundreds of people in this area. And Doflamingo is also sitting there. Toripole and Circa, who are cadres of the Don Quixote family, are standing on both sides of Doflamingo. Behind Doflamingo, there is a box full of arms. It's also the trade item this time. Of course, Mio is naturally not interested in arms. Humph! Another guest of ours is here. Hearing what Brother Ming said, the surrounding pirates followed Doflamingo's gaze and looked towards Mio, and one of the strong men couldn't help but laugh. A hairy boy? It looks weak and delicate. Can this kind of guy also become a pirate? I think it's better to go to those rich and noble women to ask for support, and you can live a happy life, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other pirates burst into laughter. But the next moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared behind the pirate, and a cold light flashed by. The pirate's head directly vacated and fell to the ground. The laughter around him suddenly stopped. Even Brother Ming couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and then the corners of his mouth rose, and his eyes flickered. Erica retracted her weapon and stepped out. The speed was so fast that many pirates could not see the figure clearly, and Erica appeared next to Mio in a breath of silence, silently. The scene had just been quiet for only a minute or two, and the angry voice suddenly sounded. The pirate who had just died was a pirate captain. This time he came naturally and brought his own men. A total of 30 or 40 people have been standing not far away. At this time, they saw that their captain was killed. All roared in anger. You guy actually killed our captain. Die lousy, you damn asterisk D. Kill him. Dozens of pirates rushed towards Mio, and the others watched this scene with interest, including Doflamingo. Mio looked at Doflamingo calmly, as if he hadn't seen the pirates who rushed over, walked to the campfire step by step, kicked the dead pirate's body away, then sat down cross-legged and faintly shouted, "Warwick!" Warwick got it. Hearing his master calling his name, Warwick Kaido screamed, and then turned his head to look at the pirates who rushed over. Scarlet blood appeared in the eyes under the cloak. The next moment, Warwick's figure disappeared. Everyone just felt a flower in front of them. Then Warwick's figure had appeared in front of the pirates who rushed over, and two cold lights flashed by, and the heads of the two pirates were branching houses with their necks, and they fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, there was a dance of massacre belonging to Warwick. The figure shuttled between the pirates like a ghost. With every swing of the sharp wolf claws, a pirate's neck could be easily snatched off. After almost 5 minutes have passed, the pirates turned into corpses and lay there quietly. Warwick walked to Mio's side, his cloak covered with blood. Many pirates around were full of horror when they looked at Warwick. Even the few pirates who were relatively close to Mio couldn't help but move their buttocks aside, fearing in their hearts. I think we can continue. What do you think? Mio looked at Doflamingo and said slowly, You are right, my friend. Mio's familiar voice raised the corners of Doflamingo's mouth. After speaking, he clapped his hands and said, Then continue our transaction. I hope you will bring enough Baileys this time. Our Don Quixote family does not accept credit. If the goods are ordered, but there are not enough Baileys to pay, then it seems to me that it is okay. It's just a joke. Everyone should know the strength of our Don Quixote family. The words of warning are finished. The other pirates also recovered. All laughed and nodded in response, saying that they had already prepared the money and were waiting to get the goods. They all know the strength and cruelty of the Don Quixote family, so naturally, it is impossible to play Doflamingo things. In this area of North Blue, the Don Quixote family is not small. The transaction begins. Many pirates took out prepared gold or Pele, took their own arms from Doflamingo, and left. Mio watched quietly. Naturally, he was not interested in arms. Doflamingo doesn't expect Mio to buy it either. After all, he knows that in this world, the only ones who need arms among the pirates are ordinary pirates and enough large pirates under him. Other powerful pirates don't need it. After all, it is impossible for powerful pirates to kill them with ordinary heat weapons. In addition, Doflamingo also knows that since Mio is here, it naturally means that he has something that the other party needs here, so he is not in a hurry. After a transaction is completed, basically the pirates who get their own arms will leave directly. After all, the people here are pirates. It is inevitable that some people want to eat black, and no one wants to stay here to take risks, not to mention Warwick's killing just now made many people tremble, and they didn't dare to stay here for a long time. Almost an hour later, all the pirates left. Only the three of Mio continued to sit in front of Doflamingo. Tory Pole picked up a bottle of rum and handed it to Mio. After taking the rum and taking a big sip, Mio wiped the corners of his mouth and grinned. Doflamingo, I need your Don Quixote family to help me determine a person's position in North Blue. Hey, you can. Doflamingo nodded and agreed without hesitation. Perhaps this will cause the Don Quixote family to waste a lot of manpower in the future. After all, the Don Quixote family does not have a business to find people, but it doesn't matter. In Doflamingo's view, Mio has this value and potential, which makes him waste some resources to make good friends. The name is Vegapunk from the future kingdom. Mio said the name of the person she was looking for, and then said again, if your Don Quixote family helps me find this person, I don't mind giving you an interesting piece of information. Oh, hearing this, Doflamingo's mouth raised, as if he became interested in the information in Meow's mouth. Trust me, this information won't let you down. The corner of Meow's mouth rose. Brother Ming grinned. Of course, I am looking forward to the moment when I know the information. At the latest 3 days, I will give you news at that time. But my friend, you should tell me your name. After all, we are already friends, aren't we? Kirikawa Mio. Mio nodded. Doflamingo stood up, took out a phone worm from Kabuto, and threw it to Mio. At the same time, he walked towards the forest. While the figure blended into the shadow of the forest, the final voice came. If Mr. Min has any needs, you can contact the Don Quixote family at any time. We are very willing to stabilize the friendship with you. Hearing this, Mio shrugged unavoidably. After getting up, he said slowly, let's go back to. Although there is no news from Doflamingo, Mio decided to go to the kingdom of Scotty first. Maybe Vegapunk is still there. The night is getting darker. A bright moon shone in the sky. The ship moved slowly in one direction, and Mio and Warwick Erica also returned to the room to rest. Early the next morning, Mio opened her eyes, got up to wash, and then came to the deck. I stretched my body. Today is a good weather again. The clear sky makes people feel happy. Comparing the weather between Grand Line and New World, it is undoubtedly that the weather around the world makes people feel more comfortable, especially East Blue. Among the 4 seas, although East Blue has produced many strong players, to be honest, East Blue is a very suitable place for elderly care. In the sky, a seagull flew over, then landed on the bow, took out a newspaper and handed it to Min. Mio also took out Bailey and handed it over. After receiving the newspaper, he opened it and read it. This newspaper is not in the North Blue region, but in the world. The content inside is basically all the big things in the world. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, appears to appear in North Blue. Shocked. The great pirate Golden Lion escaped from the impel down of the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. This is the content of the headline in the newspaper, so Meow couldn't help raising his interest and read it carefully. After a while, Mio closed the newspaper and put it aside. Nico Robin appeared in North Blue. O'Hara was destroyed by Buster Call this year. It was only a few months ago. Now Robin has started his own escape journey. But it was Golden Lion that surprised Mio. Looking at the left legs of the Golden Lion in impel down in the photo, Meow couldn't help but raise his mouth. If you encounter Golden Lion in the future, maybe you can consider bringing the two weapons of Golden Lion. After all, the two weapons, Sakura Tin and Mukong, are both famous swords. Today's Golden Lion has just escaped from the great undersea prison, and his plan to destroy East Blue will surely begin next. And the time of this plan makes the corners of Meow's mouth twitch. This person is quite patient. In addition, the only thing that makes people sigh is the friendship between Golden Lion and Roger. Although he is an enemy, he is also a real friend. Especially for Golden Lion, Roger has always been an opponent he admires and sympathizes with. Shaking his head, Meow stopped thinking about it, but instead remembered where Robin appeared in the newspaper. It was an island in North Blue, but it was a long distance away. In a distant sea, it would take at least half a month to rush from here at full speed. For Robin, Meow still wants to win over. After all, Robin really has this value to help him get Ancient Weapon. Of course, what Meow is referring to is not Poseidon, but Pluton. Although I know Pluton's design drawings, I can't get it now. After all, the world government has spied there. If I go there, I will be spotted by the world government. But if Robin helps him, it may not be impossible to find a good Pluton handed down from the past. In the text of history, there may not be Pluton's position, perhaps in Alabasta, or perhaps in the city of Seven Waters. Forget it, it depends on the situation. If you can meet Robin, you can stay. Meow murmured, no longer thinking about it, and then turned back to the cabin, ready to make breakfast. After all, only oneself can cook on the boat. In the kitchen, Meow prepared the ingredients. Suddenly there was footsteps behind him, and Meow turned her head to see that it was Erica. At this time, Erica did not wear a cloak. She was wearing a daily service, blue crop trousers with white short sleeves, a pair of black leather boots on her feet, and long silver hair to match this dress. Little cool. Master, are you cooking? Erica asked in a soft voice, her eyes full of curiosity. Yes. Meow smiled Kaido, and at the same time thought his head, what breakfast would be good today, barbecue? Too tired, have some porridge? But there doesn't seem to be any great tool. Erica flashed her big eyes and asked nervously, can the master teach Erica? Hearing this, Meow became puzzled. Why do you want to learn to cook? Regarding this question, Erica's little white face showed a faint blush and said expectantly, Erica wants to make breakfast for her host. Okay. Meow was undoubtedly very satisfied and happy with this answer, and immediately smiled and waved to Erica. Come here, I will teach you. Yeah. Erica nodded her head, walked to Meow's side, and looked curiously. Meow also began to teach Erica to recognize the kitchen utensils and condiments for cooking. This breakfast was a bit long and took some time, but it was also worth it. Erica is very smart. Although she didn't fully learn it in the morning, she also remembered a lot of things. Meow is very pleased, looking forward to a period of time later. When I wake up every day, I will be able to eat a delicious breakfast. After breakfast was finished, Warwick got up too, but when he woke up, Warwick was holding a bottle of rum and staring at the bottle in a daze. Looking at the open wine bottle, it was obvious that Warwick had drunk it. After looking at the wine bottle for a long time, Warwick couldn't help raising his head, looking at Meow, and said seriously, Master, wine delicious. If it tastes good, drink more. Meow flipped through Byakugan, but he knew Warwick's second hobby, drinking, and as for the first hobby, fishing. Okay. Hearing what the master said, Warwick nodded seriously. Apparently, he really decided to drink more. After breakfast, it was another peaceful day. Meow stood on the deck and practiced her swordsmanship with Erica. During the period, she would also let Erica fight against her to train her swordsmanship. Erica was still much better than herself in this respect. Warwick, on the other hand, was sitting on the bow fishing with a bottle of rum. Just after the battle with Erica, Meow picked up the towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead, looked at Warwick, and said with a smile, Warwick, you can sometimes jump into the sea and have a look. Under this sea, there may be treasures. Maybe if you find it, you will post it, haha. He was not joking with this. There are so many treasures under the sea, especially shipwrecks, most of which carry treasure chests with treasures on them before they sink to the bottom of the sea. Maybe some are Baileys, but some are also gold coins. Of course, the most important thing is that most of the sunken ships are pirate ships, and more or less pirate ships will have some looted money. Perhaps because of what Meow said, Warwick would plunge into the sea from time to time in the following days, wandering around the depths of the sea in order to find treasures and gold coins. I don't know. Maybe I thought it was a fanatical treasure hunter. 3 days later, the waters near Moak Island, the island where the kingdom of Skunda is located. The sky was gloomy, and soon after the clouds gathered, there was a torrential downpour, and a ship on the sea began to sway along with the waves. Standing on the deck, Mio waved the Taito in his hand, and when he slashed out, he burst out with a black sword spirit. The colors of sword auras of most people are different, and pure black sword auras like Meow are even rarer. Seeing that the sword energy dissipated in the air not long after it was cut out, Mio once again swung his sword out, and another sword energy slashed out, landing on the sea not far away, causing layers of waves. Seeing this, Meow couldn't help raising the corners of her mouth, showing a satisfied smile. Finally, the Master Sword aura is complete. Although the previous Mio was able to display sword aura, he was not proficient. He relied more on his own speed and strength to conduct strong, crushing battles. But fortunately, because of the ability of Kendo, Mio is now on the sword. It's progressing fast. Coupled with daily duels with Erica, Mio's swordsmanship proficiency has increased rapidly. By now, Mio could say unceremoniously that he was already a swordsman. Of course, the distance from Jianhao is also fast. But the swordsman does not mean that he can achieve it if he wants to. There are many master swordsmen, but not all master swordsmen are swordsmen. If you want to become a swordsman, at least you need to learn to cut steel. Just work. The so-called cutting steel is not as simple as cutting steel. This is just an adjective. Real steel cutting is a realm, a kind of comprehension. The current Mio didn't realize it, but Erica did, but this understanding can't be taught by words and deeds, only on her own. Fortunately, Mio is not in a hurry. There is still a lot of time for him. Putting away the weapon, Mio returned to the cabin, and Erica suddenly walked over with a towel, raised her hands, and handed the towel to Mio's body. Really good. After taking the towel and wiping the rain off her body, Mio couldn't help rubbing Erica's head. Under Erica's happy gaze, she came to the table and sat down, then opened the map to take a look at her location and whispered softly, "It's finally here. I hope Vegapunk is still on Moak Island." The area of Moak Island is not small, and it is not only the Kingdom of Scandinavia, but also the Kingdom of Meg. Like other kingdoms in North Blue, there will be wars between the two kingdoms, but there are not many, and most of them are small frictions. But for now, this kind of small friction will sooner or later evolve into war. This kind of thing is very common in North Blue, and the Germa family has earned an unknown amount of Bailey by making war fortune. The same is true for the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Blue. On the table, a phone worm suddenly screamed. Mio raised his eyebrows and immediately picked up the phone worm to connect. The phone worm's expression suddenly became as evil as Doflamingo himself. The corners of his mouth rose, and Doflamingo's voice also came from the phone worm. "Hey, my dear friend, I think you should know what news I brought you." "Of course." Mio lifted the corners of her mouth and smiled. "It looks like it will obviously be good news." "Of course." Doflamingo smiled evilly. "But I hope your information will not disappoint me later." "Of course, I think this news will make you feel excited." Meow replied with reluctance, and then said, "Well, what I should tell you, I will naturally tell you, provided that you have the information I want to know. Let's talk about it." Hey, that's what I said." Doflamingo chuckled and said slowly, "The person you are looking for has already been assigned to help you determine the location. It is still on the island of Moak, in the capital of the Meg Kingdom. It seems that the person you are looking for has made a deal with the king of the Meg Kingdom. We are helping Meg Kingdom to develop weapons." Mio asked with a gleam in her eyes. "Is there a specific location?" "Of course, but I don't think you need me to tell you, because you will find it there soon after you go. After all, according to the information I got, the place where the person you are looking for lives is protected by the Kingdom of Meg. The army is on guard. Well, it looks like you really don't need to tell me. Hearing this, Meow nodded slightly. There is no information in the original work that Vegapunk and the Meg Kingdom had a deal, but it is right to think about it. After all, it is mysterious to pass through the previous Vegapunk. There is no specific information at all, but I didn't expect that Vegapunk would actually help Meg Kingdom develop weapons. Meow thought in his heart, maybe he could consider seeing if he could get this kind of weapon into his own hands. After all, the weapon developed by Vegapunk, a talent with 500 years of leading technology in the world, is not a simple weapon, right? While Meow was thinking, Doflamingo's voice came again. Hey, my dear friend, it's time for you to tell me that interesting information. Of course, you want to know that I will tell you naturally. Meow smiled slightly. But I have two pieces of news here. One is related to your Don Quixote family. Well, let me think about it. To be precise, it is news related to you. The other one is news of a permanent pointer to Radruff. When I said the second news, Mio's tone was flat, which was obviously an extremely shocking news, but it seemed a little weird to say it in such a flat tone. In fact, Mio was very clear. Doflamingo would not choose to know this. News. And the reason why Mio chose to tell this news is to let Doflamingo know the authenticity of his information. Although he may doubt it now, he will believe it when he tells Doflamingo the information he wants and waits for him to confirm it. At that time, he would be willing to pay a greater price to come to himself in exchange for information. Of course, that said, Doflamingo was still in shock, as could be seen from the silent phone worm. Heavy breathing came from the phone worm, and after a long time, Doflamingo's voice rang again. Foo, 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 foo. It is really shocking. Then please tell me about the news first. He was indeed shocked, but he wouldn't say anything to doubt. Did not even ask. Doflamingo is not an idiot. Because of his identity, he knows more about the things and taboos in the world government, and he also knows how terrifying the power of the world government is. And Radruff is undoubtedly one of the taboos of the world government. Even if it's just a piece of news, Doflamingo doesn't want to know that now he is not the one who possessed a certain strength and power when the plot began decades later. Now he is just gaining a foothold in North Blue. One carelessness can lead to the loss of everything. In addition, he also knows how terrible the intelligence network of the world government is, so even if he is very excited about Radruff's permanent pointer, Doflamingo will not choose this news. It's useless to say to him now, and it will make people feel flustered. It may even bring death to oneself. Once you touch the taboo of the world government, those 5 old guys don't care if you are celestial dragons, let alone his former celestial dragons. Doflamingo knew this very well in his heart. Hearing this, Mio said directly, Doflamingo, there's a marine undercover in your family, and it still holds a high position in your Don Quixote family. The voice fell. The phone worm was silent again. Cold light appeared in Doflamingo's eyes in the dimly lit room, and there was no answer. After a while, he grinned and smiled. Foo, 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 foo. Really good intelligence. Then tell me the specific identity. I'm really sorry, but I can't. But I don't think it is necessary for you, right? That's right, it's really no need. This is the end of the transaction. I hope we can have another transaction. I think so, then goodbye, my dear friend. The phone worm hangs up. In the room, Doflamingo gently shook the goblet with red wine in his hand, and his eyes under the glasses narrowed slightly. At the next moment, coldness appeared in his eyes. With a click, the goblet in his hand was crushed directly by Doflamingo, and the glass shards fell on the ground. It could be seen that his mood is not too good for now. Mawak Island. Mio approached the port of Meg Kingdom with the ship. It's more convenient for Meow to not be a pirate at this time. At least you don't have to worry about being hunted by Marine when you land on the island. After getting off the boat, Mio followed Erica and Warwick closely behind them, and the group of 3 headed towards the capital of the Meg Kingdom. This is just a border city of the Meg Kingdom, and there is still a distance from the capital of the Meg Kingdom. Fortunately, there are vehicles in the Meg Kingdom, a kind of artificial carriage, and a special road to the capital. It is not too slow, and it only takes half a day to reach the capital of the kingdom. People come and go. There are few pirates. Most of them are businessmen. Although there is friction between the Kingdom of Meg and the Kingdom of Skunda, and war may even break out, it may be dangerous for these merchants, but there is still enough interest to drive them. After booking an artificial carriage, the three of Meow headed for the capital. It was almost late at night. It's time to get to the capital. As the capital of this country, it is undoubtedly very prosperous. Especially in this capital, people who come and go can see the nobles at a casual glance. There are several slaves beside the nobles. They are luxuriously dressed and wore gemstones and jewelry. They are treated respectfully along the way. Although it was late at night, Mio also saw a few nobles and even ordinary people who had been made things difficult for. Seeing this made Mio couldn't help but sigh. It is no wonder that so many people have joined the Revolutionary Army. It's not just because of the pirates. The three found a hotel in the capital to stay. Then Mio let Warwick out to inquire about the situation. On the other hand, he picked up the phone worm in the hotel room, and after a moment of contemplation, he called Doflamingo's phone worm. He needs Doflamingo to help him collect something. Soon, the phone worm was connected. Doflamingo's evil laughter came, as if he had forgotten Mio's information. "Hey, my friend, do you want to make another deal?" "Of course," Mio said with a faint smile on his face. "I need two things. One is strange insects, as long as they're special or powerful insects. The second is devil fruit. Although the latter is a bit difficult, I would like to use the Don Quixote family in North Blue. Energy, shouldn't it be too difficult to collect a few devil fruits?" Insects and devil fruit. Hearing that, Doflamingo was a little surprised. Devil fruit is okay, but what is the purpose of collecting insects? But Doflamingo didn't ask much, just chuckled and answered, "Hey, of course, I will find you when I have news, but the price of devil fruit is not low. Don't worry, I can afford this little money." Mio Kaido. Although he may not have enough money now, he might be able to do so by then. He still has a way to make money. "Then let's talk again at that time," Doflamingo said with a smile, then hung up the phone worm. Mio also put away the phone bug and sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting to get up. Erica is also in Mio's room, but at this time, she is holding a book and reading it. The content of the book is related to cooking. She is learning cooking. She reads it very seriously. She occasionally shows her white face. The tangled look came. It seemed that he had encountered some problems. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door to the room was pushed open, and Warwick, wearing a black cloak, walked in. A pair of scarlet pupils were eye-catching under the cloak. "Master, Warwick has found place." "Oh, where?" Mio got up and asked with a smile. "It's in that direction, not far." Warwick pointed in a direction, and he couldn't tell the specific place. It happened that this time was a good time, so Mio looked at Erica and shouted, "Erica, we should go now." "Okay, master." Erica closed the book, put in her pocket under her cloak, and then put on the cloak. The three of them walked out of the hotel, led by Warwick, into the night and headed towards their destination. The three of them were fast, but within 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Just like Doflamingo, this place is really easy to find because it's right on the edge of the King City, and there are many guards around the country. The number is at least about 300. Moreover, these national defenders are well equipped, and it is definitely impossible to make a forcible attack. After all, although these 300 national defenders do not pose much of a threat to the three of Meow, once there is a disturbance, the entire capital's army may be able to do so. When you come here, you may have to face 3,000 or even 30,000 defenders. The three people stood on a house and blended into the night well, making it hard to notice. Mio sat down cross-legged, staring at the guards of the country, frowned slightly, after thinking for a moment, looked at Erica, and said, "Erica, can you make some movement to attract the attention of most people in this city?" "Yes, master." Erica nodded softly, her voice soft and waxy. "Then leave it to you." Mio smiled after receiving Erica's answer. Erica took off the cape draped on her head, and the pair of tentacles on her forehead began to sway slightly. You could see Erica's eyes close tightly, and the tentacles seemed to be sending out some information. Seeing this, Meow couldn't help but think of one of Erica's abilities, and a look of expectation appeared in her eyes. Soon, buzzing, buzzing, Meow's ears trembled slightly and heard a small sound, like the ground shaking. Squinting her eyes, Meow looked into the distance. Her eyes flickered and surprise appeared. Although the night was dim, Meow could still see dense black shadows attacking and pouring into the city in the distance. That's ant colony. The quantity was terrifying, like a black sea. In Meow's sight, a house was swallowed in an instant and turned into nothingness. Erica, just make some movement, don't cause too much killing. Min reminded. Erica nodded in response. Soon, the 300 or so national defenders not far away also attracted attention, and calls for help began to sound all around. The horrible number of ants swallowed almost everything passing by, but Erica's instructions did not hurt anyone. Otherwise, I am afraid that an unknown number of people will die in the hands of the ants. This is Erica's ability. Ant King can order the colony of ants. Seeing the urging of this ability at this time, Meow had a sigh. This is a very terrifying ability. If you encounter an invincible opponent on land in the future, Erica's ability can completely reverse the situation. After all, even Shichibukai-level powerhouses will numb their scalp when seeing the number of horrible ant colonies. If it is the type of ants on the insect island, let alone, I am afraid that the Shichibukai-level existence has seen it, will turn around without hesitation and run away. Only Admiral level will ignore these and not be afraid. Olivelin is an ordinary person in this capital who earns money by working in a tavern every day and dreams that one day he can open a tavern by himself. After going home today, I fell asleep quickly because of fatigue, but when I didn't want to sleep in the middle of the night, I suddenly heard a strange sound from the upper floor. As soon as I heard this sound, Olivelin knew it was the one upstairs. The newlyweds were doing happy things, and they couldn't help but mumbled, "Here's again, but fortunately it used to be over in 3 or 4 minutes before. Is it the same today? It's really annoying." After speaking, Olivelin turned over and planned to continue sleeping. Falling asleep, the sound upstairs was not over yet, but the ground suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterwards, with a boom, the wall broke. Oliverian sat up abruptly from the bed, looked at the broken wall dumbly, and then showed a look of horror on his face. I saw a dense swarm of ants swarming past my bed, and everything including the walls was swallowed up and turned into nothingness. This building disappeared almost instantly. Olivelin's pupils shrunk, and he sat on the bed with fear. He was so frightened that he could only watch the group of ants pass by his bed, and the original house became a clearing. But the next moment, what? The scream sounded. Olivelin returned to his senses and looked up, only to see the two bare figures falling from above. One of them fell into Olivelin's arms, and the other fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Looking down at the bare figure that fell into his arms, Olivelin grew his mouth. This is the newlyweds in the family upstairs. They seem to be doing business just now, but the group of ants swarmed past. The whole building was gone, the ceiling was swallowed, and the newlyweds upstairs also fell down. But it was not the wife of the newlyweds who fell into Olivelin's arms, but the husband. At this moment, the husband's naked body was lying in Oliverian's arms, with a look of stunned. Ants, so many ants. Run, help. In this city, panic sounds spread everywhere. The defenders who originally guarded the place where Vegapunk lived were disturbed, and soon afterwards they began to be called to leave, leaving only more than a dozen defenders to continue to wait here. Almost. After Meow murmured, he looked at Warwick and Erica and said, "Warwick, go and get rid of those people, and then wait outside for me to come out and kill them as soon as they come." Warwick knows. Warwick nodded, and then his figure disappeared. In front of the 10 National Guardians, Warwick's figure appeared within a few breaths, and then he saw Warwick's sharp claws accompanied by the cold light and began to form a Nago National Guard. Life. Before the screams could be heard, all 10 defenders died in Warwick's hands. At this time, Mio and Erica did not hesitate and quickly moved towards the residence in front of them. said it is a residence. In fact, it can be regarded as a huge castle covering a wide area. I want to come here for the convenience of research. The Guardian army inside had left long ago, and only a few servants were left, because these people had been trembling with fear because of the shouts outside. As Mio and Erica walked into the castle, they were quickly discovered by these maids, but they suddenly showed fear in their eyes, thinking that the panic outside was caused by the person in front of them. Voice. Where is Vegapunk? Mio said in a low voice. The maids lowered their heads, their bodies trembling without making a sound. Mio drew the taisho from his waist, cut it out with a sword, a burst of sword energy, and cut a hole in the wall. Where is Vegapunk? Mio asked again. A servant in a maid dress tremblingly raised his hand and pointed in a direction in fear. In the basement. Hearing that, Mio didn't talk nonsense and walked directly over there, and Erica followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the basement, which was closed by an iron door, but it could still be opened. After opening the iron gate, the two entered it. Down a staircase, the light is dim. Only a few candles illuminate it. Going down the stairs, I quickly reached the bottom. Various instruments came into my sight. At the same time, two figures appeared in Meow's sight. One of them has long golden hair and a strong figure. The other has short black hair and a slender figure. Vinsmoke Judge. Looking at the figure with long blonde hair, Mio frowned and was surprised that this man was indeed Sanji's father, the eldest of the Vinsmoke family, and the king of Germa. Mio was curious in her heart. He didn't expect Judge to be here, but soon he set his sights on the person next to Judge. Taking a deep breath, his expression gradually calmed down, but he was also curious. This person is Vegapunk, right? Vegapunk is not outstanding in appearance, and can even be described as ordinary. But at this time, Vegapunk is wearing a pair of glasses. It seems to have a somewhat refined temperament. Hearing the movement, both of them looked towards Mio. The strange faces made both of them a little surprised, and Judge frowned directly. Who are you? Who allowed you to come down without permission? Get out. Boom. As soon as the sound fell, a terrifying silver slash burst out suddenly, passing by Judge and blasting on the wall behind Judge. The powerful slash smashed the wall into a crack. Erica's voice was cold and angry. You are not allowed to be unreasonable to the master. Guru. Turning his eyes to the wall behind him, Judge swallowed his saliva. His lips quivered, and he looked a bit angry and a little frightened, and he hesitated for a while. The two guests came here. Are they looking for me? At the same time, beside Judge, Vegapunk slowly asked, but his tone was sure. That's right. Mio nodded. Her gaze has been on Vegapunk's body since she glanced at Judge from the beginning. So it seems that this gentleman is looking for something important to me. Otherwise, he won't come over at this time. Vegapunk smiled back, then looked at Judge. His expression calmed down and said slowly, You should leave, Judge. As for the things you and I said before, I'm sorry I'm not interested. It is too boring. I have no interest in research. You, huh? Upon hearing this, Judge's eyes showed anger. Vegapunk, don't you understand? It's undeniable that the pedigree factor is indeed powerful and has made some progress. But even you, with your ability in this area, it will take at least 10 years to thoroughly study the pedigree factor. Now you don't have so much time. Well, I just said I hope you can think about it and give me an answer. As long as you want, my Germa will provide you with the greatest financial resources to help you with your research. After speaking, Judge turned around and left. Before leaving, I took a deep look at Mio and Erica, who was wearing a cloak to cover her appearance, then stepped up the stairs, and the figure quickly disappeared in the basement. Then what is your name? Vegapunk said with a smile at Mio. Kirikawa Mio. Mio also responded with a smile. Then Mr. Mio, let's have a cup of black tea. Vegapunk picked up the black tea next to the instrument, poured himself a cup, poured another cup for Mio, and looked at Erica. Does this lady need a cup? Although it's not very good black tea, it's still delicious. Hearing this, Erica shook her head. Vegapunk shrugged, took the teacup, and handed it to Mio. He also took a sip of the teacup and said with a smile, Mr. Mio, is there anything to do with me? It can be seen that Vegapunk did not appear to be too nervous in the face of Mio, or even very calm, even if Erica just showed good combat effectiveness. Of course, I have heard of Mr. Vegapunk's wisdom, and it may be a bit tacky to say it, but it is indeed here to make you friends. After all, I think the world government has noticed your existence. If you make friends now, you may be able to make friends in the future. I got some good news from you, Mio said with a smile. Mr. Mio is really straightforward. Such directness at least made Vegapunk a good impression of Mio. Smiling, Vegapunk looked at the equipment in the basement and said, "You're right, the world government did notice me, but I've been resisting joining the world government before." "So now?" Mio asked curiously. "Now?" Vegapunk shrugged. "Of course I joined, and I can't have a second choice, can I?" With Vegapunk's wisdom, how could he not know how valuable he is? Therefore, it is also clearer that the world government is bound to gain its own momentum, and if it fails to obtain it, it will destroy itself without hesitation. He does not have enough ability to deal with the world government. If you want to continue researching what you want to research, you can only join the world government. That's what I said. Mio nodded and then asked curiously, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Judge just now should be the king of the Germa family?" "Yes." Vegapunk nodded and said with a smile, "Mr. Judge conducted a research with me before. He came just now to invite me to help Germa develop weapons, but I refused." As he said, Vegapunk shrugged, looking helpless, but his tone was extremely honest. "To be honest, you may not know. Although I have a little interest in developing weapons, I am not very interested because, in my opinion, developing weapons is too boring. What I'm most interested in at the moment is the descent factor. That is, really fascinating research. By the way, Mr. Mio may not know what the descent factor is. The descent factor can be called a life design diagram. You can think of it as a gene-like existence, and the descent factor can change the gene. Not only that, but also can be used. It's not impossible to study devil fruit, or even clone devil fruit's abilities, but this may take a long time to study. When it comes to blood factor, Vegapunk has a hot look in his eyes. Why I didn't hide was that I told Mio all my knowledge of descent factors, perhaps because I was a scientific researcher, so I wanted to tell others about the great discoveries I thought, in order to satisfy my little vanity. For Vegapunk, the heart may only show off the results in this area, and other things may not be worth showing off. Mio is naturally aware of the descent factor, but at this time he also pretends not to know. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Meow asked with a smile, "Mr. Vegapunk, are you interested in genes?" "Of course." Vegapunk nodded without hesitation, excitedly. "Although I'm a research scholar, I have no resistance to power, and even my research is related to the development of my own power. And genes are undoubtedly a good research direction, and it is precisely because of this that I discovered the pedigree factor this existence. Then I think we might be able to be friends." Meow smiled slightly. Then, after thinking about it, she said that she didn't seem to have said enough. "Friendship maintained by interest." "Oh!" Upon hearing the words, a strange expression appeared in Vegapunk's eyes, and then disappeared. "Friend? Do you want me to become your intelligence spy in the world government after joining the world government?" Vegapunk asked. From his point of view, the friend relationship mentioned by Meow's mouth is nothing more than this. "Almost." Min nodded slightly, not only wanting Vegapunk to become his intelligence spy in the world government, but also wanting Vegapunk to develop something for himself in the future. "Aren't you afraid that I will refuse?" Vegapunk asked curiously. Mio's face was calm, as if he was certain that he would agree. "I believe Mr. Vegapunk will agree." A confident smile appeared on Mio's face. Perhaps he would not have been so sure before, but the conversation with Vegapunk just now gave him the confidence now. With that, Vegapunk took off Erica's hat. Erica's face was revealed before Vegapunk's eyes. Looking at Erica, Vegapunk was taken aback for a moment, but then he set his eyes on the tentacles on Erica's forehead. "This is demon fruit power." "No." Mio shook his head. "Erica is not demon fruit power. How is it possible? Is it a special race?" Vegapunk asked in surprise. "Not capable, but with ant-like tentacles. Is it the same race as the fur tribe?" "But it's not like it." Although the fur tribe is a humanoid, it is a special animal that can clearly distinguish them. And Erica, without the tentacles on the forehead, it would look exactly like a human being. Let's tell you this, Erica is an upgraded ant, but because of some special reasons of mine, she became a human, and at the same time, she can talk to the ants and even manipulate the ants. You can think of this as mine. Fruit ability. Meow explained. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk suddenly sighed, his eyes glistening. Can a magical ability give me a drop of her blood? I want to see what this lady's genes are like. Maybe it can bring me some unexpected surprises. Just finished speaking, Vegapunk suddenly came back to his senses, looked at me with a dazed expression, and then said, "So that's it. You are right. I really won't refuse you." He understood why Mio was not afraid of rejecting it. Facing the peculiar existence of Erica, he really couldn't refuse, and even couldn't wait to want a drop of Erica's blood to study Erica's genes. It looks like Mr. Vegapunk agreed. Mio chuckled lightly. Yes. Vegapunk nodded without hesitation and said sincerely, "But I hope that in the future I can study other genes that exist as strange as this lady. If Mr. Mio agrees, I don't mind helping Mr. Mio get the information he wants in the future." Okay. Hearing this, Meow couldn't help raising the corners of her mouth, showing a smile. Since Mr. Vegapunk has agreed, then I don't mind giving Mr. Vegapunk another good news. Oh, please say. Vegapunk looked at Mio with interest. If there's a chance in the future, I think I can bring a piece of blood from Poseidon to Mr. Vegapunk. Well, Poseidon, one of ancient weapon. Poseidon. Vegapunk's eyes suddenly burst out again, and his tone was suddenly excited. What you said is true. 3 major ancient weapon, Pluton, Uranus, Poseidon. Naturally, I know these 3 ancient weapon Vegapunks, and I have heard the rumors about ancient weapon. I heard that any ancient weapon has terrifying destructive power, but it is not clear what the 3 ancient weapon are. Listen to what you said, Poseidon, one of ancient weapon, is a creature. Vegapunk asked curiously. As far as I know, Pluton is a ship and Poseidon is a creature. Uranus is not clear. After all, Uranus is very likely to be in the hands of the world government, so the intelligence department about Uranus is not so easy to know. Min said slowly. Hearing this, Vegapunk nodded, with an excited expression on his face. When you say this, I am very curious. If I have the opportunity, I hope you can bring me the blood of Poseidon. I can't wait to study the genes of Poseidon. As for Uranus, if I have a chance, I want to see it too. As a researcher, he undoubtedly wanted to study the 3 ancient weapons, but he also knew that it was definitely impossible to study now. After all, even with such a huge force as the world government, they have not been able to control the 3 ancient weapons, and it is only the Master Uranus. And whether you really own Uranus is not an extremely certain thing. Shaking his head, Mio looked at Erica and said, Erica! Erica knows, Master! Erica nodded, knowing what the Master meant, and took out the weapon from her waist. She cut a hole in her index finger and drops of blood poured out. Surprisingly, although Erica's blood is scarlet, it carries a hint of silver in the scarlet. It's amazing, it actually has the color of silver. Seeing this, Vegapunk suddenly became excited and quickly searched around to find a potion bottle, carefully handed it to Erica, and said excitedly, "It doesn't need much, just a few drops of blood." Erica nodded, squeezed out a few drops of blood, dripped into the potion bottle, and handed it to Vegapunk. Vegapunk immediately put it away cautiously. A hot expression appeared in his eyes, as if he wanted to start researching now. But fortunately, he knew that the time was not right, so after putting away the potion bottle, he took out a phone bug and handed it to Mio, and said, "This is for you. I think you should be leaving soon. I will use this to contact you in the future. This phone worm was modified by me. Although it is a phone worm, it can also be regarded as a telegraph machine. What you want to tell me is written and conveyed. It was originally a little gadget I accidentally researched out. I thought it was useless, but now I use it. Nice gadget." Mio took the phone worm. The phone worm was different from the ordinary phone worm. There was a water drop mark on his forehead. Perhaps it was a proof that Vegapunk had studied. He took the phone bug and put it into Kabuto pants, Mio said slowly. Then, Mr. Vegapunk, as you said, I am indeed going to leave. I will contact you if I have the opportunity in the future. Of course, I also hope that Vegapunk can help me research something. Please tell me. I hope Mr. Vegapunk can help me research a little special insect or animal. Mio said. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk nodded suddenly. Is it because of your ability? That's right. Min nodded and smiled. After all, I'm also very urgent for strength. Otherwise, if the world government finds out that I am in contact with Mr. Vegapunk in the future, I am afraid that my life will not be guaranteed without sufficient strength. It makes sense. Vegapunk smiled and nodded. I will help you, not to mention helping you also help myself. I feel that this kind of strange existence cultivated by your ability will also help me to study the blood factor. For the transaction with you, I will not be with World. What the government said, you can rest assured. Then, I will see you again in the future. Mio nodded slightly, said to Vegapunk, then turned and left. Erica followed closely behind. The two quickly left the basement. Vegapunk retracted his gaze, picked up the potion bottle containing Erica's blood. His eyes flickered. I hope I can research something good. After murmured, Vegapunk put away the potion bottle, looked around the basement, glanced at the equipment here, then chuckled lightly and took out another phone bug from his pocket. Soon, the phone worm was connected. Vegapunk looked calm. I am Vegapunk. On the phone worm, an excited look suddenly sounded. Mr. Vegapunk, have you finally decided? Please tell me where you are now, and I will immediately let CP0 pick you up to Mariehua. Believe me, you will not be disappointed with this decision, and the world government will meet any of your research needs. In fact, the world government has long been aware of Vegapunk's news, but Vegapunk has been avoiding the world government's investigation. After all, he didn't really want to join the world government before, and he was reluctant. But now he also understands. It's impossible not to join the world government. The current world government still has enough patience with itself, but if you continue to linger, I am afraid that the world government's patience will slowly run out, and then take action on yourself. Vegapunk never doubted this, so it made a decision. What's more, joining the world government can indeed conduct your own research better. I'm on Mawak Island, the capital of Meg Kingdom. After Vegapunk said, he hung up the phone worm, and, after clearing up some data, he left here. As for the deal with the king of the Meg Kingdom, Vegapunk has never taken care of it, and has never even carried out weapon research and development. The funds awarded by the king have been used by him to study the blood factor. Now that I am about to join the world government, I don't even need to care about this. Not long after Vegapunk left the basement, on the other side of the world, the place of the supreme power of the world, the Holy Land Mariehua, in an empty and luxurious hall. 5 elders were sitting on the sofa at this time, and one of them had just hung up the phone worm and said slowly, Vegapunk has promised to join our world government, so let's send a 0 number. Vegapunk's ability is very important to our world government. There should be no accidents. Agree. 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 Can. Today's weather is sunny and sunny. Mio sat on the deck, holding a bottle of rum in his hand, while looking at the drawing paper placed on the deck in front of him, wondering how to draw a beautiful pirate flag. Although I am not a pirate yet, it's okay to prepare for this kind of thing in advance. Moreover, painting a pirate flag is not so easy to draw. At least for Meow, I draw a skull like this, but I don't know how to match it. What else? All in all, it is tangled. But next, you can consider going to the Grand Line. Mio murmured. North Blue is now chaotic, but it has nothing to do with him, nor does he have the people and things he wanted to find in the past. So he plans to leave North Blue and go to the Grand Line. Of course, one of the main reasons is that he can also improve his strength faster in Grand Line. After all, there are countless strange islands in Grand Line and New World, and there are so many ancient islands. It is easy to find the insects or beasts you're looking for and cultivate them. And besides that, there is another reason that he knows that he can only encounter dragons in Grand Line and even New World. That's right, it's the dragon. This dragon does not refer to the monkey dragon, but the real dragon. It's like a 1,000-year-old dragon. The dragon is a mythical creature before it crosses. It also exists in this world, and it is not weak. It's like a 1,000-year dragon. Maybe it's not too strong in combat power, but a 1,000-year dragon has a strong lifespan, and it can even create an elixir. There may be an exaggeration, but it is not a problem to extend a person's life. It's far away. Even if the dragon is not strong in this world, its physical attributes and potential are definitely far beyond the existence of most people. This alone is worth training. Moreover, all the creatures you cultivate can consider eating a devil fruit. If you cultivate a powerful beast and then find and you demon's fruit for it, and you want to grow up to reach the level of 4 emperors, isn't it impossible? And since there are 1,000-year-old dragons, maybe there are other dragons too. It really can't. Ancient dinosaurs are also possible. So Mio has a reason to go to the Grand Line. In addition, there is still a long way to go before the beginning of the plot, and there are no plot characters in the 4 seas that are worth seeing by themselves. Moreover, the situation in New World is not yet stable. The pirates want to fight in New World and show their strength. Every powerful pirate wants to be the strongest in New World. Although Mio knows that his current strength may not be too strong in New World, but he also wants to go to New World. Maybe his strength will become stronger when he arrives in New World. At that time, it might not be the 4 emperors, but the 5 emperors. In this regard, Meow is still very much looking forward to it. But there is still some distance from the Grand Line here. To reach the Grand Line, you need to cross the upside-down mountain like the original. After taking out the map, Meow glanced at it and was suddenly surprised. Upside down the mountain? Crocus should be back to Gemini Point now. I don't know if Crocus will see Seiji and armament hockey. I can ask for advice then. As a ship doctor on Roger's ship, Crocus can still look forward to it. And it's not a fierce character, and it's worth looking forward to because of this. If the other party knows it, it may not be taught to himself. After shook his head, Mio stopped thinking about it. And when she got up, she tore off the sail and set sail. Next, let's head towards Upside Down Mountain at full speed. The ship began to move quickly towards the Upside Down Mountain. It takes at least half a month to reach Upside Down Mountain, so you can imagine how far it is. This morning, after waking up early in the morning to wash up, Mio came to the living room and saw Erica, who was busy in the kitchen, with a smile on her face. Erica, good morning. Good morning, Master. Erica turned her head and smiled sweetly at Mio and said, Master, please wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon. Today's breakfast is ramen and grilled meat. Ramen? Not bad. Mio nodded slightly, looking forward to it. At the same time, I took 2 bottles of rum for myself, and while drinking and waiting for breakfast, I also picked up the map and looked at it. The wine on the boat is much less, so you have to find a place to add it. The nearest island is Varu Island, a small island with a small town on it, and no marine branch. On the map, a skull was drawn next to this small island and marked Pirate Island. Does it exist like Demon Valley Town? After rubbing his chin for a while, Meow looked forward to it. Pirate Island is an island where only pirates exist. It is also a gathering place for most pirates. They revel, fight, lawless, and do whatever they want. Only powerful pirates can enjoy the best resources on Pirate Island. Mio has never been to the island of this kind, so I naturally look forward to it. Soon, breakfast is ready. Warwick also walked out of the room. Erica cleaned up the utensils and went to the deck to practice swordsmanship, and Warwick didn't know if he went fishing or diving. Only Mio continued to sit in the cabin, drinking rum and learning some specific information about the world. It's like the Pirate Expo held in the original Festa at times in various sea areas, but it's not as grand as Operation Mania, and such expos require specific invitations to enter. This kind of event is usually a feast of the black market, and all kinds of things will circulate on it. Recently, North Blue has no such expo. Of course, this knowledge is learned from books and diaries. Well, these books and diaries belong to the pirates who were killed by Mio before. Considering that the journey on the sea is sometimes very boring, Mio would take it over. I took this opportunity to take a look at it, and even more, get to know the world a bit. What I was reading at this time was the diary of a previous pirate. Close the diary. Mio is ready to go to training. But at this moment, blue, the phone bug rang. Take out the phone worm. It's from Doflamingo. Could it be that good insects and animals have been found? Or devil fruit? Mio murmured and connected the phone bug. Dover, have you found what I want? Mio asked directly. Hum-hi, of course not. How could it be so fast? Then your purpose this time? Mio frowned slightly. I got a good news, so I want to ask if you're interested, hum. The phone worm's face perfectly mimics Doflamingo's evil expression and smile. Mio touched his chin, groaned, and said, What news? Gold in the sky. Gold in the sky. Min looked startled and suddenly thought about it. Tai Shangjin means that the member countries of the world government tribute part of the treasure to celestial dragons every year, and the number of members of the world government is as high as 170. There are naturally also countries of the world government in the North Blue region. In addition, the heavenly gold will be escorted by marine directly to the holy place, Mariehua. Every ship that transports the heavenly gold contains an extremely rich treasure, and even some kings will be in the sky in order to win the favor of celestial dragons. Devil fruit is added to the gold. But with the importance of world government and celestial dragons to heavenly gold, you should know the consequences of dealing with heavenly gold. Meow said in a deep voice. The consequences of grabbing the heavenly gold will undoubtedly offend celestial dragons. With celestial dragons' pride, this is equivalent to slap them in the face and will undoubtedly attract the pursuit of marine and the world government. For the current Meow, there is not enough confidence in him, but it won't make a move. However, from the gleaming eyes of Mio, he could still see that he was a little moved. Hey, since I invited you, I'm naturally confident enough not to let the world government notice that it's us. If it weren't for the lack of staff in the Don Quixote family, I wouldn't tell you this. After all, you should also be clear that once you agree to take the shot, we are like grasshoppers on a boat, aren't we? You can put me in a dangerous situation at any time, and the same can be true of me. Doflamingo smiled lightly. That being said, I still know your true identity. Mio said slowly. Hear the words. In the phone bug, Doflamingo was silent for a moment. After a long while, he spoke. Hey, you really surprised me, my friend. Can you tell me where you got it from? You should know that it's impossible. Okay, I think so. The phone worm simulated Doflamingo's grinning mouth and came with a laugh. But I am really more and more curious about the information in your master. Haha, this is not the point. Meow chuckled lightly and didn't want to continue talking about this issue. Doflamingo didn't entangle on this topic either, just remembered this in his heart and said, You are right. This is not the point. Since you know my identity, then you should also know another thing. During this period of time, most of the nails in the hands of the world government were used to escort one. Although I don't know who it is, as far as I know, in order to escort that existence safely, the world government has sent the strongest existence in their hands. Just 5 days later, North Blue has 2 kingdoms of heavenly gold to be sent to Mariehua. With this opportunity, we can completely avoid the sight of the world government, so that they will never find us when they want to investigate. Doflamingo expressed his confidence. After all, although he has the blood of celestial dragons, he is the former celestial dragons, so if he really snatched the heavenly gold, it would be fine to return it. If he attributed the heavenly gold to himself, the world government would punish him severely and make him pay the price. Hearing what Doflamingo said, Mio fell silent. Doflamingo doesn't know who the world government is escorting. Can he still know? It's just that I didn't expect that Vegapunk would receive this level of attention from the world government, which is surprising. But I think about it. Let's not mention I'm just the 5 elders will definitely not be a fool. How can you not know the importance of Vegapunk? If it is necessary to come, even if part of the celestial dragons is sacrificed, the world government is willing to do so. After all, celestial dragons can multiply, but Vegapunk is just one, and there may not be a second one in the world in the next 100 years. These alone are not enough, Dover, Mio said solemnly. I will not take risks with you based on these alone. After all, you should know better than I the power of the world government and the consequences of provoking celestial dragons. Well, you're right. I know it very well. Doflamingo said with a gloomy face, How could he not be clear? State your terms. If there are devil fruits in the gold in the sky, it all belongs to me. If not, then you need to rely on your strength to find me 2 devil fruits. Meow said directly. Yes. Doflamingo agreed without hesitation, but just said immediately. Heavenly gold, I need 60%. He now needs funds very much. Although the Don Quixote family now has a firm foothold in North Blue, they still don't have enough strength and funds to develop into other sea areas, and even the Grand Line. If there are enough funds, let alone the Grand Line, but other sea areas in the 4 seas can gradually develop over and then stand firm in these sea areas. And recently there is a good time for Doflamingo. His ambitions have also sprouted, so naturally you can't miss it. In this case, he can only attack Tianshangjian. Coupled with the news that Vegapunk was escorted by the world government, he couldn't help it even more. Perhaps it is also this time that in the future, Doflamingo will rob him of the heavenly gold to get himself a seat in Shichibukai. Right? Holding the phone worm in his hand, Mio nodded and agreed without any hesitation after hearing Doflamingo's words. Although he was eager for money, he knew that heavenly gold was very hot. Considering the possibility of being detected, Mio didn't want to take too much. But even though there was a big risk this time, he still agreed, considering that there might be devil fruit. After all, although devil fruit is said to be worth 100 million, it cannot be bought with money. In many cases, devil fruit cannot be bought at all. This kind of secret treasure on the sea is usually in the hands of those big powers or big pirates. With my current strength, I want devil fruit to be bought by money, to be honest. The probability is still too low, only through other means. What's more, the wealth contained in some places he currently knows is at least worth billions of Baileys, whether it is the Golden Town on Sky Island or the island where the permanent pointed array drift is stored. The treasures contained in the above can make him not short of money. Therefore, for Bailey, he is not very eager. There are few places to use, only the purchase of devil fruit and supplementary materials. Of course, this time he couldn't rely entirely on Doflamingo's intelligence. The risk was too great. He also needed to understand the specific situation, and he had to prevent Doflamingo from being black. Then I wish us success in this operation. Let's see you in 3 days. The position is... Because of the gold in the sky, Mio had to speed up and move towards the destination. Fortunately, I will still pass Vero Island halfway, so I can go up and see it. After 1 day, evening, Mio's ships approached the port of Vero Island. At a glance, you can see a pirate ship in front of you. Every pirate ship has many pirates behind. After all, if there is no one to guard the ship in such a place, I'm afraid the ship will already be there by the time it comes back. It's gone. Warwick, just stay on the boat and kill someone as soon as they come up. Mio ordered Warwick. After getting Warwick's response, he took Erica and left, set foot on Vero Island, and walked toward the town not far in front. Along the way, many pirates can be seen. Some are fierce, some are gentle. During this period, many pirates were also looking at other people with strange colors in their eyes, and they were obviously paying attention to something bad. Some people turned their eyes on Mio and Erica, but then moved away again. I don't know if they don't think there's any oily water on Mio and Erica, or they feel that Mio and Erica are not easy to provoke. The two of them just walked into the town and saw 2 groups of pirates fighting on the road ahead. From time to time, blood spattered and spilled on the ground. There were many other pirates onlookers around, and even pirates sometimes shouted loudly. Go on, don't be afraid of Jerk. Lousy has squeezed 500,000 and you win. Don't be afraid. Obviously, these pirates have long been accustomed to seeing battles, and are even able to use other people's battles to open the market. It's really lively. Mio sighed and moved on, staring around looking for the tavern, and leaving before buying some wine. Erica also looked around curiously. The tentacles under the cloak swayed lightly. Her brows wrinkled lightly, her voice soft. Erica doesn't like it very much. Huh? What? Mio heard the words and looked at Erica curiously. A lot of people are hitting the bad idea of the master. Erica said seriously, with a pair of smart eyes looking in one direction after another, watching one after another who put their eyes on Meow. So that's it. Hearing this, after a daze, she couldn't help but shook her head and laughed, then rubbed Erica's head and said lightly, "Don't worry, if those people really dare to make a move, they will only suffer." Yeah, Erica nodded her head. The two quickly found a tavern and walked in. A heat wave came oncoming, followed by noise, and dozens of pirates gathered in the tavern, which was extremely lively. After Mio and Erica walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. One of the burly pirates stood up, frowned slightly, and shouted directly, "Hey, this is our territory. Get out of here quickly. Buy some wine and go," Mio said lightly. The burly man was taken aback for a moment, and then he became angry. He didn't seem to expect Mio to be so unaware that he was ready to pull out the weapon behind his back, and wanted to give Mio a knife to let him know what was good or bad. But in the corner of the pub, a slender man held two hot girls in his arms, watched his legs on the table, and slowly spoke. "Hey, let them by, and leave as soon as you finish. He is the boss of these guys. He came to this island just to relax, not to cause trouble." Of course, the main reason was because he felt that the two guys who came in were a bit uncomfortable. Hearing what his boss said, the burly man suddenly let out a cold snort of disdain on his face. "Since the boss has spoken, then let you go and get out of the way when you finish buying it." After speaking, the burly man sat down, picked up the wine in front of him, and drank again. Mio shrugged, brought Erica to the bar, and said directly, "Bring me 2 barrels of wine." Behind the counter is an old man who is getting older. He nodded after hearing what Mio said, and immediately asked the young man next to him to take it, and he reminded Mio in a low voice, "Young man, these people belong to the Monitor Lizard Pirate Group. After buying the wine, leave as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no accidents." It seems that this old man is a good old man with a good heart. However, Mio was suddenly stunned. "Monetera Pirate Group?" Meow asked after hesitating for a while. The old man was also stunned, but he nodded. "Yes, it is the latest Monitor Lizard Pirate Group that has offered more than 30 million rewards. I heard that they are planning to go to the Grand Line recently." "Well, thanks a lot." Hearing this, Mio nodded and didn't speak anymore, but her eyes suddenly flickered. The Monitor Lizard Pirate Group, he has seen it on the reward order before. The captain is Demon Fruit Power, the ancient Monitor Lizard Anderson, and is not an ordinary Zoan fruit ability, but is an ancient species in Zoan. In North Blue, by virtue of this fruit ability, Anderson is regarded as a small celebrity in North Blue, and has been followed by many people. However, Mio didn't want to leave this tavern like this. If you want to say why, he wanted to kill Anderson, because he wants to see if he kills Demon Fruit Power, his genes will be different. Is it the same gene as ordinary people? Or, I originally planned to go to the Grand Line to consider this matter again. After all, Demon Fruit Power is more common in the Grand Line. Although North Blue also has it, but it is very rare. I did not expect to encounter it like this. Unlike ordinary people have the devil fruit ability, and he is embarrassed to start. But the pirate's words, well, there is no reason or embarrassment to take the pirate's words. At this point, he is somewhat similar to the protagonist Luffy in the original book. After all, if there is no reason, he always feels a little guilty to shoot for no reason. But the difference between him and Luffy is that he knows how to proactively find reasons. Thought of this, Mio turned and walked towards Anderson step by step. This slender figure, who does not seem to have any strong fruit ability under his hand, hugged 2 chicks at this time and molested him. From time to time, he asked the 2 hot girls to feed themselves and drink with their mouths, with smiles all over their faces. Sitting next to Anderson, there are several other men. At this moment, one of them saw Mio walking by and immediately got up and said, unhappy, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Hearing the sound, Anderson also frowned and looked over, looking upset. This kid was a little toasting and not eating fine wine. What did he want to do? If you don't get out, you still want to stay and drink together? However, the next scene made Anderson stand up abruptly with an angry expression on his face. Looking at the strong man in front of him, Mio directly pulled out the weapon on his waist and cut it out with a single knife. A cold glow appeared. A deep wound suddenly appeared on the strong man's chest, blood spattered, and his sturdy body suddenly fell to the ground and died. With his eyes wide open, he seemed to be in disbelief. "What are you doing so loudly?" "I was thinking about what to do if I couldn't find a reason." "You'd better. Just give me the reason. I hate others yelling at me the most in my life," Meow said with an angry expression. "As for the truth, then, the ghost knows." "What kind of B*** D are you riding a horse?" Anderson roared angrily. His hands changed for a while, and scales and sharp claws emerged. "Kill him. What else can you do?" Mio shrugged while holding Tai-Dao. "Damn it, kill him." Hearing this, Anderson groaned directly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but when someone killed his subordinates, Anderson suddenly stopped thinking about it so much. After a while, he turned into a head. Lizard man. He was covered with scales and looked terrifying. The originally slender body became extremely strong at this time, and a thick and long tail appeared behind him. "Ha ha! It's time to see blood again. Go to hell, kid. Kill." The pirates around who had already drunk heard the boss's order at this time, and suddenly laughed, drew out their weapons, and rushed towards Meow. Some also took out their muskets and fired at Meow. Bullets shot out, but at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out, 2 cold lights flashed by, and the bullets were split in half in midair and fell on the ground. The figure did not stay, and the knife was drawn out, with blood splashing. Shot! A famous pirate suddenly fell to the ground, blood splashing. Erica's slender, white hands were holding 2 Tachi swords, and she stood behind Mio. She didn't speak, but stood there quietly, but it made her scalp numb for a moment. In just a few breaths, several pirates died in Erica's hands, causing the other pirates who had rushed towards Mio to stop, swallowing saliva, and a look of fear appeared. Even when Anderson saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help shrinking, showing a look of jealousy, but then he was even more angry. Very powerful, but still dying. Since getting the devil fruit ability, Anderson has never lost. Anyone who opposes him was torn apart by him, even Marine. At this time, the anger was burned, and there was no fear. "Only want to rip the 2 guys in front of me." With the sound falling, Anderson rushed towards Mio, swept across the air with 1 claw, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Mio gripped Tai-Dao firmly and said slowly, "Leave this guy to me, and the others to you, Erica. Erica will definitely protect her master." Erica's serious voice came out under the cloak. With a grin, Mio stopped speaking, waved his weapon forward, and blocked Anderson's attack with a sound of clang. Mio opened her mouth and couldn't help sighing. It's worthy of being an ancient ability in Zoan. The power is really terrifying. Mio couldn't help being surprised by the strength of the weapon, but it was only that. Although he has obtained the fruiting ability, Anderson is obviously not developed to the point of being too strong. Otherwise, he may not be able to stand it with just 1 blow. After all, the strength of Mio is good, but it is only a strong one in North Blue. And in North Blue, it may not be considered top-notch. I dare to contact Doflamingo. It is also because Warwick and Erica are there. If you are alone, Meow will not contact Doflamingo. The topic is far off. At this time, the corner of Mio's mouth raised, and his right hand swung Tai-Sho, stepping out in 1 step while swinging Tai-Sho in his hand. 1 sword flow. Shadow attack. At full speed, Mio's figure approached Anderson like a ghost, and the swing of the Tai-Dao in his hand was accompanied by the sudden movement of the figure to form a crescent-shaped slash, and the black sword energy burst out, making people see at a glance. Indeed, like the name, it was like a shadow attack. "Get away!" Anderson roared and swept across with a paw, but the next moment he suddenly changed his color. He quickly backed up a few steps, and then lowered his head to look at his paw. At this time, a hole split open, and blood kept pouring out. "It seems that your defense is not enough to block my slash." The corners of Meow's mouth raised, and after a chuckle, he attacked again. A sword was cut out, and the sword aura burst out. Anderson hurriedly evaded, and the slash fell on the wall of the tavern. He immediately cut the wall open. A loud noise erupted, directly destroying the wall of the tavern. attracting the attention of many pirates outside the tavern. His eyes turned towards this side. Watch over. After Elika glanced at her master, she slowly waved her right hand and slashed out. The silver sword aura erupted, and a terrible slash was formed immediately, and it fell on the ground outside the tavern. A deep crack emerged, and Erica's soft voice said with firmness, "Don't step in here, or you will be killed." Just finished. One of Anderson's men in the tavern swallowed his saliva. He was frightened by Erica's strength. In addition, his boss was also injured. He couldn't help but want to leave here, and he also took the advantage of ally. When Ka looked outside the tavern, he moved lightly, preparing to leave here secretly, and then took advantage of the chaos to return to the boat to take away some of his boss treasures. But just as his body moved, a sword aura slashed over. The pirate's head and neck branched out suddenly and fell to the ground. Cut, what a terrible guy. I'm still a little girl listening to the voice, hee, but the strength is really terrible. It seems that I can only watch the excitement. I originally planned to see if I could pick up something cheaper. Many pirates outside the pub, who were watching here, laughed, their eyes shone brightly, and finally gave up the idea of taking advantage of the chaos. They originally wanted to take advantage of the two fighting. If they had the opportunity, they would not hesitate. He shot, solved the lives of the two, and then directly asked the person under his hand to take his head to the Marine base to receive a reward. This kind of thing is not uncommon in this world. But now, they have all given up on this idea and can only watch the excitement. Although Erica's voice sounded soft and weak, the hand just now was completely decisive. Damn it! Seeing that one of his subordinates was killed, and the other subordinates did not dare to make the slightest move, Anderson was furious and immediately roared, "You idiots, if you don't make a move, wait until I free up to tear you apart." Hearing this, the surrounding pirates suddenly hesitated. They followed Anderson, naturally knowing that Anderson was cruel, and after hesitating for a while, some pirates gritted their teeth and rushed over again. But just a few steps out, Erica directly swung the knife and beheaded mercilessly. With their strength, there is no possibility of resistance in front of Erica. "Don't be distracted, keep coming." Mio shouted at Anderson dissatisfiedly, waved his weapon and rushed directly, slashing out, accompanied by sword energy. Anderson couldn't escape. He could only grit his teeth and block. His sharp claws swept across, and he just blocked Mio's blow. Then he let out a gruesome roar and flicked it, and the thick tail behind him swept toward Mio. Wherever he went, tables and chairs shattered and walls collapsed. The excitement in Mio's eyes flashed, and with a slight leap, he avoided the sweep. He didn't have the idea of quickly solving the battle. Instead, he wanted to fight Anderson a little longer and gain combat experience. And for some reason, the longer he fights, he gets more and more excited, and more expects Anderson to be more powerful and break out a stronger attack. Perhaps this is related to the ability acquired at the beginning. War-thirsty heart. Facing the battle, I will not fear everything. Just because of desire, I will become more and more courageous in the battle. Damn, since you guy wants to die, then lousy will do you well. The battle continued, and Anderson's eyes became red. He had obviously let go of his hands and feet, and he was ready to fight no longer. Originally, because there were a lot of pirates around the tavern, to avoid being attacked by other pirates to take advantage of the fishermen, Anderson didn't dare to make a full shot, and even wanted to retain his strength to avoid unexpected situations. But now he had to burst out his full strength. The voice fell. A strong momentum erupted from Anderson's body. His blood basin roared, his sharp minions gleaming with cold light, and he stepped out, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked like a spider web. And then Anderson's figure rushed to Mio's body. With a punch, a powerful force burst out. Mio swung the weapon crossbar on his chest and immediately felt a powerful force passing over. I couldn't help but back up a few steps. The tiger's mouth was shaking with pain. But then he grinned excitedly. "Come on, go on." The sound fell. Taisho waved, slashed out. A slash broke out, swept away, and the ground cracked where it passed. Huh, Anderson snorted coldly, his right paw clenched his fist, and he burst out a punch with all his strength, blasting the slash out abruptly. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Mio rushed over as early as the moment the slash was sent out. After the slash was blasted away, Mio had already arrived in front of Anderson. Knife light suddenly appeared. A sense of crisis struck, and Anderson's expression suddenly changed, but he had no time to avoid it, and even when he wanted to resist, Mio's slash had already fallen. Puff! A deep wound appeared directly on Anderson's chest, with blood flowing like a fountain. Anderson's face turned pale. Before he had time to feel the severe pain in his chest too much, Meow slashed with his eyes full of excitement. Damn it! With a murmur in his heart, Anderson hurriedly dodged. Meow's attack failed, and a deep crack was split into the ground. Anderson clutched his chest with his right hand, glanced at Mio, who was about to continue attacking, and then at Erica, who was standing in the distance watching this side, gritted her teeth, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute. As long as you let me go, there's still a lot of Baileys on my boat for you. How about—" Oh! Hearing this, Mio stopped her movements, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Seeing this, Anderson thought that Mio was heartbroken and spoke again. "There are a lot of pirates out there. Even if you can really beat me, I will definitely fight to the death. By that time, maybe both sides. It will be cheaper by those guys outside. I don't think you will either. Would you like this?" He is injured now. Blood is pouring out continuously, and he will definitely die in the end if he continues to fight. Anderson knows this very well, so there is no fighting spirit anymore. However, after a chuckle, Mio directly refused. "Sorry, no way. Kill you. Everything on your boat is mine. As for those guys outside, I really haven't worried about it," Mio said slowly, and then raised the sword in his hand. "And this battle should be over. Hole. If that's the case, you guys can go to death with Lousy." Rejected by Meow, Anderson's face became savage again, and he made a decision immediately. All the fighting power exploded in an instant. His body suddenly began to swell, and his body's breath rose. It looked like Anderson's final outburst. Essence appeared in Mio's eyes and grinned immediately. "Is this your whole card? Come on, let me see." Just finished speaking, Anderson's figure disappeared directly in place. A look of surprise flashed in Mio's eyes, followed by a slash with the knife directly behind him. With a clang sound, sparks flew in all directions, and Mio's knife directly blocked Anderson, who appeared behind him and wanted to attack him. It has to be said that Zoan Fruit's improvement in physical attributes is indeed huge, at least the speed of Anderson, who broke out just now, almost missed Mio. You must know that Anderson's development of his own fruit ability is obviously still in a state of just getting started. Although Mio's physical fitness is not that strong, it is definitely not weak. After all, it is the all-round attribute of Erica 1/10 and Warwick 1/10. Even so, it almost didn't keep up with Anderson's speed. It was almost succeeded by Anderson. If Anderson develops Devil Fruit's abilities more proficiently, Mio will certainly not be Anderson's opponent today. One sword flow, the expression became cautious, and the cold light appeared in Meow's eyes, and he held the sword in both hands and raised his shoulders, and then his eyes became extremely sharp for an instant. "Black Crow!" 2 words were spit out, and Mio's hand slashed out too much, and the black sword energy burst out, converging into a slash, like a black crow flapping its wings, with a piercing cry, suddenly rushed towards Anderson. Anderson's complexion changed, his heart throbbed, and a sense of suffocation came. A crazy look appeared in his eyes, and without any hesitation, Anderson waved his paws, which also broke out into a wave of chi blades to greet him. The two collide. The next moment, the black crow, transformed by the slash, directly penetrated the chi blade, and then rushed towards Anderson. Puff! Scarlet blood spewed again, and Anderson covered his neck with his hands and stared at Meow with his eyes wide open. It seemed that he didn't expect that he would die here today. He had decided to go to the Grand Line before. Under his hands, there was a wound on the neck, and the blood continued to gush out at this time, stained with blood. With a bang at the end, his body gradually became cold, and he fell directly to the ground. The tavern has become tattered, almost in ruins. Outside the tavern, many pirates were already shocked. Although I had a hunch, I didn't expect Anderson to be killed by that guy. Anderson's strength is already considered the top in the entire North Blue. I didn't expect to die here. Unbelievable. Who is this guy? Never heard of it. Is a new guy? The strength is too strong. He really powerful. I really want to follow such a powerful existence. Don't think about it. Ha! Didn't you see that there is only one person next to them? Obviously, the crew of such a guy also needs that kind of powerful existence, and we guys won't get into the eyes of this kind of guy. The pirates around the tavern were discussing. At the same time, in front of Mio, on the panel that only he could see, a prompt appeared, causing Mio's expression to change slightly. Congratulations on your inclusion of human, ancient monitor lizard gene. Human, ancient monitor lizard gene. A special gene that possesses human intelligence and the ferocity and strength of ancient beasts, but it also contains a trace of flaws. It seems to be afraid of the sea. Defect. Looking at the gene introduction on the panel, Mio's eyes flickered, and she was suddenly surprised. Unexpectedly, after killing demon fruit power, the gene I got is actually this. Although it has the same defects as normal demon fruit power, it seems very useful. After all, there is a function of gene fusion in Mio's cheat. The so-called gene fusion function is to fuse different genes and bring together the powerful abilities contained in these genes. If you kill a few more demon fruit powers yourself, get this special gene and fuse them all to cultivate a creature. Although he is afraid of seawater after successful cultivation, he is able to become a fruitful person like Blackbeard. This unexpected joy. After Meow murmured, the corners of her mouth raised, and then the panel was closed. Let's go. After speaking to Erica, Mio was about to leave. In the tavern, the only place that is considered unspoiled may be the bar. Mio came to the bar, looked at the old man, scratched his head, and asked, "Is the wine ready?" "Quick, ready." The old man was stunned, and then nodded quickly. He didn't seem to expect that men who had just killed a powerful pirate in North Blue would be so kind to him. Looking around the tavern, Mio took out 1,000,000 Bailey, handed it to the old man, and said, "The wine money is here. The rest is compensation for destroying the tavern. Let's go." Although this old man opened a tavern on Pirate Island, it didn't mean that he was a pirate himself, so he would still have to pay if he broke something. After leaving Bailey, Mio left the tavern with Erica, carrying 2 barrels of wine, and walked towards the port. Along the way, the gathered pirates took the initiative to separate the road from Mio. Soon, the two returned to the port. Some pirates gathered in the port. Meow directly caught a pirate and asked which one of Anderson's pirate ship was. All the treasures on the Anderson ship were taken back. I am deciding on the next route and thinking about whether to impel down if I have time. After all, if demon fruit power wants to say where's the most easy to come across, it must be impelled down. And to be honest, impelled down is easier to go, but the hard part is how to get out. Mio is not 100% confident to be able to guarantee that he can get out even after going in. But if he waited for the strength in the future, Mio felt that he would definitely go to impelled down. After all, with the existence of capable people, it is a bit unrealistic to meet on the sea. Even in the Grand Line, it is not so easy to encounter. Most of them are ordinary zone fruit abilities. Really good abilities are basically in the hands of some strong ones, and there are not a few strong ones imprisoned and impelled down. It's a pity that it's not the time when the plot begins. Otherwise, I have to go there anyway. Meow murmured. During the period when the plot began, many of the pirates imprisoned and impelled down had good possessions. Fruit capacity. Zoan animal breed dog, canine fruit, 9 tails, fox form, Catalina Deppen. Paramecia, Douglas bullet, descendant of the devil of those who have the ability to combine fruit. And Bernie Waldo of Paramecia's Momo fruit ability. These are very good abilities. As for which criminals are being held and impelled down at this time, Mio really doesn't know. Maybe Bullet is already an impelled down, but the others are not clear. While thinking about it, Warwick came back. He carried a treasure chest on his shoulders, placed it in front of Mio, and said happily, "Master, a lot of gold coins." "Oh, really?" Hearing that, Mio opened the treasure chest with a smile, and suddenly the golden light appeared in front of her eyes. Mio grabbed a hand and watched the gold coins slip from her palm, and then shouted towards Erica. "Erica, come here quickly." "Master, here it is." Erica trot over immediately, looking at her master suspiciously. Mio picked up a necklace inlaid with blue crystals and diamonds from the treasure chest, took off Erica's cloak, and put it around her neck. After touching her chin, she nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, it's so beautiful. I'll give you this necklace." Hearing this, Erica looked down at the necklace, stunned, then squinted her eyes and nodded happily. "Thank you, master. I will take good care of this necklace." As she said, Erica held up the necklace with her two white, tender hands, with a cautious expression. Rubbing Erica's head, Mio smiled without speaking. With a sudden suspicion, he picked up gold coins in the treasure chest and took out a book. Said, "It is a book. It is actually a scrap, to be exact, with only a dozen pages on it." But when Mio opened it, she was suddenly surprised. Devil Fruit Illustrated Book. Yes, this thing is indeed the Devil Fruit Illustrated Book. Each page introduces the name and ability of a devil fruit. This thing is said to be precious and not precious, and many people use it. But it is really rare to say that it is rare because the people who own this thing are basically strong and some kings or nobles. Mio didn't expect to encounter a Devil Fruit Illustrated Book here. Although it was a scrap, it was not bad. Holding the fragment of the Devil Fruit Illustration Book, Meow asked Warwick to take the treasure chest to his room, and then set sail. The boat left the island, and at the same time sat on the bow of the ship, looking at the Devil Fruit Illustration Book. Here comes the content. More than a dozen pages of illustrations. Meow looked over page after page. In the above content, there are not only Devil Fruit's name and ability introduction, but also pictures, as well as some powerful people in the sea who have used this Devil Fruit's ability. On this scrapbook, the Devil Fruit abilities described on the previous pages are all ordinary abilities, such as some Zoans, Paramecias, and Logia's none. But the introduction of Devil Fruit on the last page is Dark Fruit, a picture and the name of Devil Fruit. The introduction beyond that is only one sentence. Logia Devil Fruit, the Devil Fruit ability of the previous generation of Pirate Overlord rocks, is called the strongest fruit ability by rocks. The reason is unknown. Looking at the introduction, Mio was suddenly surprised. Rocks are the previous generation of dark fruit-capable people. As the maritime overlord of the generation before Roger, Rocks is undoubtedly a legendary existence. And even more like that blank 100-year history, the traces of Rocks have also been erased by the world government. This shows how much the existence of Rocks makes the world government jealous. Such an existence was finally terminated by the Marine hero Garp in One Piece Roger. It has to be said that it is really weird. But speaking of it, Blackbeard really targeted Rocks. Mio murmured softly. If according to the illustration, Rocks is also a dark fruit-capable person, then it is indeed the case. The sea headquarters of Rocks is the Hive Island, and Blackbeard also uses Hive as its headquarters after capturing the fruit ability of Whitebeard. The full name of Rocks is Roxt Zebek, and the name of Blackbeard's pirate ship in the original book is Sword of Zebek. Of course, the topic is far off. However, the reason Rocks calls dark fruit the strongest fruit is probably because dark fruit can plunder other abilities, right? The ship sailed slowly towards the distance, gradually left the island. But at the same time, a white boat not far away approached the island while leaving Mio. There is only one figure in a white robe on the boat with a veil on his face, and his face could not be seen clearly, but it should be a female. Mio looked over curiously, and this figure also looked towards Meow. The two eyes met each other. Mio was stunned. In those eyes, there were ripples like the Rinnegan in Hokage, and the red pupils had no emotion in them, like a pool of stagnant water. Just staring at them made Mio's scalp numb. "Feel. Who is it?" Meow muttered in his heart. The figure quickly looked away, and then stepped onto the island. Mio also retracted his gaze, curious, but didn't have the idea to explore. He felt danger, and if he explored further, he might bring himself a crisis. However, he also wrote down these eyes. As the ship drifted away, the island disappeared from sight. What Meow didn't know was that shortly after he left, the pirates on the island made a sound of horror. Many pirates fled madly towards the port. Soon, the panic on the island disappeared. The figure in the white robe returned to the shore, looking curiously in the direction where Mio had left. Weird feeling. 2 days later, North Blue Dabo waters. Mio was standing on the deck swinging his own sword, fighting with Erica, and as he came and went, a wound appeared on Mio's body from time to time, and blood was spilled. After a while, the battle ended. Erica immediately took the medicine box to bandage Mio. Soon, Mio's chest was surrounded by white cloth. Picking up the rum set aside, Mio took a sip and sighed. I don't know how long it will take to reach your level. With the master's talent, I will soon be able to surpass Erica. After the bandage, Erica waved her small fist and said seriously, "Huh." Hearing this, Mio laughed and rubbed Erica's head. There was no answer, but her mood suddenly became happy. At this moment, the ship was shaking. A figure on the sea suddenly rushed out and landed on the deck. It was Warwick, but shortly afterwards, a huge figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea, standing beside the ship, and let out a roar at the Meow and others on the ship. This is a huge sea beast with a lion's head. It looks like it was encountered while diving in Warwick and chased it over. "Umph, I can't beat you in the sea. Now Warwick is going to kill you." Warwick's 2 claws flashed with sharp cold light. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, seemingly bullied under the sea. Just after Warwick had finished speaking, Mio drew out the sword abruptly, raised the corners of his mouth, and rushed out in one step. "Warwick, leave this guy to me." The voice fell. With a swish, a cold glow flashed across, and Mio held the Tai sword in both hands and slashed it out. A black sword aura suddenly burst out, forming a crescent moon slash and swept over. Puff! The huge size of the sea beast became a living target in front of Mio. Slash passed by. The huge body of the sea beast suddenly turned into 2 halves and fell into the sea, and the sea water beside it began to be stained red with blood. Congratulations on your inclusion of the sea beast gene. Although it is not in the genes of sea kings, it is still pretty good. The corner of Meow's mouth raised and nodded in satisfaction. Sea beasts and sea kings are different. In the original The Fishmen Island, the ship that drags Noah away is the Sea Kings. The others are just sea beasts. Sea kings have a long lifespan and a huge size. They're generally located deep in the seabed and calm belt. Sea kings are everywhere in the seas of the world, but they are rarely encountered. Most of the sea beasts encountered were sea beasts. Although the sea beasts were not small in size, they were insignificant compared to sea kings. Warwick, go and cut some of the carcasses of sea beasts. This is good food, especially when it is used to make barbecue. It tastes very good. Meow grinned. I also bought sea beast meat before, and it tastes good, but the price is also horrible. After all, in this world, not everyone is capable of hunting sea beasts. Most of them have become food in the belly of sea beasts. Warwick knows. Warwick nodded, jumped into the sea again, waved his 2 paws, and cut off a large piece of meat all at once, and returned to the boat. As for the rest, there was nowhere to put it on the boat. Can only be wasted here. Erica, I will leave the dinner to you. Mio smiled at Erica again. Erica narrowed her eyes into crescent moons and nodded lightly. After that, he took the sea beast meat and walked towards the kitchen, ready to cook dinner. Warwick, on the other hand, returned to the cabin, ready to go to the wine cellar to get some drinks. Mio sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a panel appeared in front of her, ready to examine the genes of the sea beast. Sea beast gene, a huge creature in the one-piece world that exists in the sea and possesses immense power, but in the eyes of the strong in this world, it is just food. But the good thing is that sea beasts multiply very quickly, otherwise it might not be enough to eat, right? Well, it should. It doesn't seem to be very useful. Mio murmured, then shook his head and turned off the panel. Anyway, keep it. It will be useful in the future. After all, Meow has the idea of cultivating a creature in the sea. This world is full of seas, a creature with powerful strength that can swim freely in the sea. It can undoubtedly bring great help. When you go to the Grand Line, go to Calm Belt and find Sea Kings to get some Sea Kings genes. Mio thought in her heart, picked up the rum, and took a sip. Before I knew it, the destination Doflamingo said was almost reached. Burrow Island. It is an ordinary island in North Blue. At this time, in a tavern near the alley in the town of Burrow Island. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open, and 3 figures walked in, wearing black cloaks and cloaks. There was only one table of guests in the pub, sitting in the corner, and that table of guests also looked at the 3 figures at this time. One of the guests was Doflamingo. "Welcome to you, my friend." Doflamingo's mouth raised and smiled. Mio walked over, opened his cloak to reveal his face, and sat directly in front of Doflamingo, smiling slightly. "Is the area near this island where the gold will pass by the sky?" "Yes." Doflamingo nodded. "Not only will I pass by here, but I will also stop on this island to rest, and it will be tonight." Docking. Meow was surprised when he heard this. Doflamingo smiled and explained. "This is North Blue, which is more chaotic than the other 3 sea areas. Even Marine dare not wander around in the sea at night, let alone the important task of escorting heavenly gold." Mio nodded and said, "What about the time?" "It's almost here." Doflamingo took out a stopwatch, glanced at it, and said, "It will be around an hour at the latest." As he spoke, Doflamingo grinned. "This tavern is a stronghold of our family on this island. After the event is over, we can also celebrate with a banquet here. I'll talk about the celebration afterwards. I'm more curious about the power of escort now." Mio put her hands on Joazai, propped her chin, and glanced at the 2 people beside Doflamingo. One is Circa, and the other is Diamanti. Both of them, including Doflamingo, wore cloaks. Mio retracted his gaze, and Doflamingo also spoke at this time. "The escort force is a naval headquarters commodore for colonels and 16 majors, plus 1,000 marine soldiers, a total of 2 warships escorted. The number is really not small." Mio couldn't help sighing. Doflamingo nodded unavoidably. After all, it is heavenly gold. If the escort fails, it will make celestial dragons angry. "That's what I said." Mio nodded slightly. The group discussed quietly in the tavern, occasionally drinking wine and quietly waiting for the time to come. After almost half an hour passed, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and a figure walked in, walking straight to Brother Ming and whispering, "Young master, here comes." Hearing this, Doflamingo gave up, and the figure left directly. Doflamingo looked at Mio, got up slowly, and grinned. "It looks like we should go now, Then let's go. It just so happens that I also want to see as soon as possible how rich the wealth of heaven is." Meow grinned and smiled, her eyes gleaming. "You will be amazed." Doflamingo replied softly, putting on his cloak, and still walking toward the outside of the tavern with that arrogant footwork. Mio got up, put on his cloak, and walked out of the tavern. In the dark, the town on this island seemed very quiet. On the edge of the port, there were 2 warships docked. A large number of marine soldiers walked down and stood vigilantly in the port, looking around from time to time, appearing very cautious. A middle-aged man wearing a marine cape stepped off the warship, and after looking around, he recruited a colonel and ordered to go down, just rest on the shore tonight, take turns on duty, don't have the slightest relaxation, you know. "Yes," the colonel replied respectfully, and after Commodore stopped, he turned and left. "I hope there will be no accident." Commodore murmured, frowning slightly. This is the first time he has escorted heavenly gold. It is inevitable that he is a little nervous. After all, it is heavenly gold. What this Commodore didn't know was that in the distance, in a forest far away from the port, Mio and Doflamingo stood quietly in the forest, looking towards the port, watching the situation there. Marine soldier and the colonel, including the major, give it to us. You only need to solve it quickly. Then, Commodore, how about it? Mio looked at Doflamingo and said, "Of course." Doflamingo nodded without hesitation. Although Commodore's strength is considered top-level and strong in North Blue, Doflamingo's strength is not weak, plus his two subordinates. It is not difficult to deal with. However, he was rather curious how Mio planned to deal with those Marines and non-commissioned officers. After all, there were a lot of them. He didn't believe Mio had the strength of crushing level. If it is not good, it will let these people escape, and it will be very troublesome. So everyone in these Marines will have to die here tonight. As for Doflamingo's thoughts, Mio is naturally unclear. At this moment, Mio patted Erica on the shoulder. Under the cloak, the tentacles on Erica's forehead shook suddenly. A group of people waited quietly. Mio was waiting for Erica's action, while Doflamingo was waiting for Mio's action. After all, if you want to make a shot, you have to do it together. It would be dangerous to do it alone. Surrounded by so many Marine soldiers, even Doflamingo is a little afraid. He is not the one he was when the plot began in the future. However, after a few minutes passed, but there was still no movement at all, Doflamingo suddenly became puzzled, and when he was about to ask, "Russell," in the forest behind him, a slight voice suddenly sounded. Doflamingo frowned. Just as he was about to look back, he saw Circa swallowing saliva next to him. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. "Minnie Dover." Circa took a deep breath, shouted in return, motioned behind his eyes. Brother Ming looked behind him, and when he saw the situation behind him clearly, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he only felt his scalp numb. For a while, Doflamingo was also in consternation. It took a long time to recover, and couldn't help but sigh. The power of horror. What did he see? There are densely packed black ants, including small and large ones. The small ones are ordinary ants, and the large ones are almost the size of a thumb. The number is terrifying. At this time, these ants gathered behind him, almost forming a black lake, and ants continued to gather from around. Seeing these ants, even Doflamingo felt terrified. He regarded this as a devil fruit ability. Therefore, Doflamingo couldn't help taking a deep look at Erica, and couldn't help but sigh fortunately that there are no ants in the ocean, otherwise this guy's abilities would be too terrifying. When it was almost time, Erica turned her head and looked towards Mio, with a query in her eyes, as if she was asking the owner whether to order these ants to attack. Meow stared at the harbor. After a moment of indifference, he nodded slightly. Erica's tentacles swayed on her forehead. Suddenly, these ants swept away like a black torrent. "Hanson, let's go. It's our turn to rest. Hurry up to eat and drink, but there is not much time to rest." "Haha. Hurry up. We can rest for a while after drinking." The two Marines just arrived at the break time, and they were going to board the ship to take a break. But at this moment, the sound of Russell suddenly sounded. "What sound?" Hanson murmured in confusion, and looked back. Under the bright moonlight, he seemed to vaguely see a dark shadow moving, but he couldn't see what it was. Then he rubbed his eyes, took another look, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils contracted, and he fell into a sluggishness. After a long time, Hanson recovered and hurriedly shouted, "Yes, there are situations." With a shout, it immediately attracted the attention of many Marine and a non-commissioned officer. Immediately afterwards, when Marine and the non-commissioned officers saw the situation clearly, their discoloration changed. "Shoot!" a non-commissioned officer yelled. The torrent of ants came at a fast speed, and almost a few breaths were in front of the eyes. It quickly swallowed dozens of Marines, and even the screams were too late to be heard, and they turned into bones. In the forest, Mio looked at Erica and whispered, "Let the ants not forget to go to the boat and get rid of some people on the boat to prevent them from sailing away." "I see, Master." Erica nodded slightly, and the tentacles on her forehead shook again. At the same time, Doflamingo grinned and said slowly, "Our goal appears, then we will take the shot first." He had already seen the Commodore on the Marine warship. With these ants, Mio, and others, Doflamingo knows very well that as long as he solves this Commodore by himself, then the gold can't escape this heaven. Therefore, with the sound falling, Doflamingo rushed out directly, including Circa and Diamante, who also left with Doflamingo's actions, and the target was the Commodore. It's time for us to take action. Mio murmured softly and then ordered. Warwick, Erica, don't let anyone go. Warwick knows, Master. Erica will. The two return in response. With a swish, 3 figures disappeared in the forest. Leave it to me. On the way, Mio noticed a major, and his eyes flashed brightly before saying, Leave that guy to me. He saw that the major released a tempest kick, and there was a hint of hockey in his fists, which made Mio a little bit of interest. The existence of this escort, Heavenly Gold, should be the elite of Marine, and the strength is pretty good, and his strength is very clear, and there is no problem playing with the colonel of the Marine branch or even Commodore. But playing against the colonel in the department is not necessarily an opponent, and the major is suitable for his opponent. In a battle with a major or higher level, unless the opponent is promoted through a relationship, you can only look for abuse. After all, he has 2 little abilities now. Unlike Warwick and Erica, who have various abilities, they also have more outstanding swordsmanship and physical fitness. However, swordsmanship belongs to self-study and some teachings of Erica, and the learning time is not long. Naturally, there can be no too high achievements. It can only be said that the time for Meow to grow up is still too short. With the sound falling, Mio speeded up, stepped out, and rushed directly towards the Marine Major. At this time, go! Aiden Clive, a major naval headquarters, kicked out, spurred by Tempest Kick, and a blue air blade burst and swept through, directly solving many ants, but the number of ants was so terrifying and killed. In a group, more ants swept over, making people feel desperate. And this time, with a swish, a sword or a struck, Aiden felt the crisis immediately and almost didn't hesitate to kick out a Tempest Kick again. Tempest Kick collided with Jian Shi and finally canceled each other out. Aiden looked up and saw a figure wearing a black cloak and unable to see his body and face standing not far away, holding a large sword in his hand and a pair of bright eyes under the cloak staring at him. Sure enough, was it premeditated? With a murmur, Aiden looked around and soon saw other people wearing cloaks appear. Among them, the commander of this operation, the Commodore, was besieged by 3 unknown people. There are 2 other people in cloaks who do not know their identities are slaughtering wildly. You are so courageous. We are transporting Heavenly Gold. This is to be sent to Mariehua, to Celestial Dragons. If you don't leave, you will face chase from Marine and world government in the future. Aiden took a deep breath. Sai, shout directly. He can see the situation clearly, and it's best to let the other party retreat at this time. Pity. What he didn't know was that Meow and others were here for the Heavenly Gold. What's more, when Mio saw Aiden using Tempest Kick and hockey, he became more determined in this action. Maybe you can find hockey's training method and Marine 6 Styles' training method on the warship? With this thought, Mio has no plans to leave. What's more, how can we leave when we have reached this point? Isn't that better? Gold in the sky. I think it will be a rich fortune, Kaido said faintly, holding a knife in his right hand, and a black slash burst, sweeping away, and the ground cracked wherever he passed. Aren't you afraid of Marine Admiral's pursuit? Aiden roared immediately after hearing the words, and at the same time he did not move slowly, kicked out, and another Tempest Kick broke out and greeted him. Who knows? Mio shrugged, not going to talk any more nonsense. Step out. Boom. With full eruption, the ground under Mio's feet cracked, and Mio's figure turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Aiden. However, within a few seconds, he arrived in front of Aiden, holding a knife in both hands and slashing across it suddenly. Iron Body. Aiden gave a low cry and moved his hands in front of him. After colliding with the slash, Mio's weapon slashed on Aiden's body as if it collided with iron, and sparks sputtered. Damn it! After gritting his teeth and cursing, Aiden's power exploded, and after shaking back Mio, he hurriedly jumped a few steps back to get away from Mio, and at the same time circled again. He could see that the Marine soldiers were resisting the black torrent formed by the ants. The leader above him was besieged by 3 men in black, and the other non-commissioned officers were working together to besiege the other 2 men in black. Those 2 guys are obviously strong, and only if they work together can they have a chance to fight. The whole situation is a bit difficult for Marine. Without hesitation, Aiden took out the phone bug and dialed out without hesitation. No matter what, he will now report the matter to the headquarters. He can see that these people have no plans to stay alive. If the news is not sent back to the headquarters, no one will know that the heavenly gold has been robbed in a short time. Lose. As soon as the phone worm dialed out, it was almost connected. Hey, this is Naval Headquarters. I am Vice Admiral Guy Lee Dow. Report Vice Admiral, I am. Aiden just spoke. Huh. A slash directly swept over. A sense of suffocation came. Aiden did not hesitate to hide to the right, only to see that the place where he was just now was still hit by a slash, and a deep hole was cracked in the ground. At the same time, when Aiden was about to look up, a cracking sound rang in his ear, and then only felt that the hand holding the phone worm was kicked. At the same time as the pain came, the phone in his hand worm was also kicked out. This, gritting his teeth, took a breath. Aiden looked up and looked for the phone worm. Just when he found the phone worm, he saw that the man with the sword weapon had already walked up to the phone worm, raised his foot, and stepped on it. The phone worm smashed directly. This call can't let you out, Mio said lightly. His eyes were cold. His right hand held the knife and slowly lifted up. One sword flow, shadow attack. With a whisper, Mio's figure disappeared, and then a slash struck before him suddenly, causing Aiden's pupils to shrink, and he did not hesitate to display the iron body. With a sound of tong, sparks flew everywhere. But Aiden frowned, and a painful color flashed in his eyes. After stepping back a few steps, Aiden looked down at the place where he was hit, and there was already a wound appearing. Damn, I knew I listened to instructor's words and practiced seriously. Aiden muttered in his heart. His sixth form is the most Grandmaster only Tempest kick. Besides, the iron body is not a Grandmaster. Otherwise, it would not have been successfully resisted just now. After one time, it is now injured. I hope Lord Commodore can find a way to send the news back to the headquarters. Aiden already knew in his heart that his biggest role now is to support the person in front of him, so that Lord Commodore can find a chance to leave or let others escape. Otherwise today, not only the gold in the sky will be lost, I am afraid that even the news will not be sent back. At that time, not only are they unwilling to die, but even the headquarters will be pressured by the world government and celestial dragons. Thinking of this, Aiden sharpened his eyes, took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, burst out with all his strength, lifted his right foot like a phantom, kicked out one after another, and a wave of chi blades formed, bursting out and bombarding Mio. Passed. 6 types really good physical skills. Seeing this scene, after murmured, the right hand held the knife and swung it suddenly. Cut out in one fell swoop. The black sword chi exploded and turned into a powerful slash, which abruptly destroyed all the chi blades and then offset it. At the same time, Aiden took advantage of Min's effort to deal with the chi blade, and at this time rushed to Min's body. After making a fist with his right hand, Aiden stretched out his index finger and pierced Min's forehead directly. Finger pistol. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. The index finger is like a bullet. Mio turned her head slightly, only heard the sound of breaking through her ears, and then avoided finger pistol, and then swiped her long knife with a light stroke. With a pouch, Aiden's abdomen had a wound open, blood spewed out, and his face suddenly became pale. Even Aiden didn't have time to make a painful sound, and Mio took advantage of this opportunity to chase after victory and swing his knife again. One sword ghost cut. The pitch-black slash broke out in an instant, slashing directly towards Aiden's neck. Because of the abdominal injury, Aiden's reaction power is much slower. Coupled with such a close slash, Aiden is almost completely unable to dodge and counterattack. He can only shrink his pupils and watch the blackness. Slash keeps zooming in my line of sight. Puff. Blood shoots soaring. Men carrying the sword walked towards Aiden step by step. The target seemed to be on the ordinary Marine soldiers. And as Mio passed by for a short time, Aiden's upright body suddenly knelt on the ground with the bending of his legs, a head separated from his neck, and fell to the ground. Afterwards, Aiden's body, kneeling on the ground, also slowly fell. The head that was rolling on the ground stopped, and there was still a look of disbelief and fear in his eyes. Aiden, Commodore, who had been under the siege of Doflamingo, saw the dead Aiden at this time and roared in grief, inevitably showing sadness in his eyes. But right after that, his arms shook. After shaking off the Ming brothers, he did not hesitate to turn around and cast Moonwalk and ran towards the distance. He was about to flee. Although hope is slim, I'm still ready to give it a try. Only he has the chance to escape here. Step by step, stepped in the air, swiftly rushing toward the distance. But the next moment, want to go? It's a pity that the only way you can leave here is death. Bullet string. Doflamingo flicked his index finger. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and there was a thin line that made people hard to see suddenly burst out and went straight to the Commodore who was trampling in the air in the distance. After a pouch, it went straight through Commodore's ankle, and the blood dripped in midair, dripping into the sea. A painful color appeared on Commodore's face, but then he gritted his teeth and continued to use Moonwalk. What a tough will. Seeing this, Doflamingo did not rush or slow down, even with a bit of sarcasm in his tone, and murmured in a low voice, "Then let me see how tough your will is." The voice fell. Whoosh, whoosh. Brother Ming's index finger flicked again, and thin lines shot out again. You can see that Commodore's body is constantly spattered with blood, as if something has been pierced in a place on the body from time to time. Finally, puff, another thin line shot out. The back of Commodore's head was directly pierced by a thin thread, and blood was spilled on the sea again. Casting Moonwalk's figure soaring in the air, it was difficult to hold on at first, and it quickly fell towards the sea. Hey, it seems that your will is just this way. It's really disappointing. Looking at the falling body, Doflamingo uttered again and chuckled to avoid accidents. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed into the air. A thin line pierced straight through. Commodore fell into a lot of holes again, finally fell into the sea. In a battle, although Marine has a large number of people, it cannot match the number of terrifying ants summoned by Erica, and it is no match for the premeditated group of Ming and Min. When an hour has passed, only the corpses of ants and Marines were left by the harbor, many of which were swallowed by the ants, leaving bones. Several people stood in the area, surrounded by the corpses, preparing to step on the warship to see how rich this sum of gold was. Suddenly, Minggu was startled. What? Mio turned her head and looked over. Hey, there are a few curious ants. Minggu grinned and smiled. Kill it, Meow said in a deep voice. Not surprisingly, it was the residents of the island. After all, there will be some curious people coming over with such a big movement in the port, but it is a pity that curiosity can easily bring fatal danger. But for Mio, he cares more about Ming Ji's observation hockey. It is obviously observation hockey to be able to find the ant hiding in the surroundings. It's just that I didn't expect Ming to start learning hockey now, which is surprising. At the same time as the accident, there was also a bit of envy, making Mio even more looking forward to whether he could find hockey's training method on this warship in the future. Doflamingo grabbed his right hand into the air, and then screams came from several places in the forest behind him. The ants have solved it. Let's go on. I think neither you nor I can wait to see the gold in the sky. The corner of Ming Ji's mouth raised. Mio nodded slightly, and the group walked toward the warship again. Heavenly gold is placed in a warehouse on the warship. When Mio and the others stepped into the warehouse, it was no surprise, except for Erica and Warwick, who didn't care too much about this aspect. The other faces showed shocked expressions. Too much. Pele and gold coins piled up into mountains. There are glittering bling, there are various kinds of jewelry, and so on. The entire warehouse is almost like a golden mountain, making people linger and reluctant to look away. The number of treasures in this warehouse is at least 5 billion at a glance. This is only the heavenly gold in the North Blue area. It is conceivable that most of the world government franchise countries are in the Grand Line. What a terrifying wealth the world's heavenly gold would add up. However, Mio quickly focused on the 3 devil fruits on the top of the golden mountain. That's right. It is devil fruit, standing on top of Jean Sean, very eye-catching. Hey, you seem to be lucky. Doflamingo looked at me and grinned. It's really good. Min nodded slightly. Although there are not many devil fruits, devil fruit itself is not a rare thing as a sea secret treasure. It is very lucky to be able to get 3 devil fruits. Many people don't even know what devil fruit looks like for a lifetime. With the corners of his mouth raised, Mio couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face. With a light leap, he landed on the top of the golden mountain, hugged 3 devil fruits in his arms, and then looked at Doflamingo and said, I only took 1 billion of these Baileys, and the rest is supposed to be the money I predicted in advance for you to help me find devil fruit. Too much money will inevitably be inconvenient to carry around. If you accidentally reveal it, it will always cause some trouble, so Mio doesn't bother to take too much. 1 billion is enough. Wait until you go to the Grand Line to build one in the city of 7 waters. There is enough surplus after a ship of his own. After all, they don't have much money in terms of spending. As for whether Doflamingo will be greedy for the money, Mio is not worried at all. The strength has already been seen by Doflamingo. An ally with sufficient strength is not comparable to this money, and it would be almost the same if these Palais were increased several times. What's more, the strength shown by Imin and Erica Warwick can bring enough fatal danger to Doflamingo. Plus Doflamingo's wisdom, I believe that Doflamingo will not make a choice against him. In addition, because this time the 2 sides of heaven and gold now have the handle in the hands of the other party, they will not deliberately offend the other party without absolute certainty, even if Doflamingo's identity is the former celestial dragons. But the current Brother Ming couldn't understand the attitude of the 5 old men in the world government toward him, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Okay, it just so happened that some of the people in the family recently found an insect you want, and I will send it to you when I get back. Doflamingo grinned and nodded with a smile. He was also a little bit excited in his heart. He really won't be greedy of these money, but the money Meow left behind will enable him to have more financial resources to carry out his plans. In the next few years, he will not be greedy. Lack of money again. Come to think of it, the development of the entire Don Quixote family may be faster. Dressrosa. I'll be back soon. With a sneer in his heart, Brother Ming didn't show anything strange on his face. After Mio asked Erica and Warwick to take away 1 billion Baileys, all the remaining money was handed over to Doflamingo. This is a huge amount of money. Doflamingo also immediately began to make the island town long ago. Prepared hands came down to carry this rich treasure. There are a lot of people, more than a dozen people. It is estimated that they have been waiting in the town for a long time. Mio and Doflamingo will inevitably be shocked when they see this rich treasure. Luke, let alone these people, after seeing the scene in the warehouse, all of them were dumbfounded. In response, Mio could only shook his head, chuckled, and turned to leave. Not surprisingly, these transporters waited until the matter was over, and it was also when their lives were over. This kind of thing is best if not many people know about it. Leave the warehouse. Mio asked Erica and Warwick to send Bailey and Devil Fruit back to the ship, and he went directly to the cabin room on the warship to find them. Hockey's practice method. The training method of Marine 6 styles. This is all he wants to find, and the probability is not small. After all, he is not blind. When he fought with Aiden just now, he could see that Aiden's hockey is not a grandmaster, but only a beginner. In addition, Marine 6 styles Aiden is not a grandmaster. They're also unfamiliar places. In this way, surely you will also carry practice notes and the like with you? With anticipation, Mio is looking for it. The warship is huge. It took a lot of time to look for room after room. There are a total of 2 warships. After searching for 1 warship, Mio did not find any useful things. Although there are many notebooks, there is nothing I want on them. On the contrary, it records the daily deeds of the notebook owner, especially one of them. Actually recorded my love in this notebook. Meow's mouth twitched, but perhaps it was the reason that luck suddenly became good. When Mio started searching for the second warship, it didn't take long to find what she wanted. This should be the Commodore's room, right? It's quite luxurious. Walking into a room in the cabin, Meow murmured and after looking around, he quickly found 2 notebooks. The room environment is obviously different from other rooms, more spacious and upscale. There are also furniture, such as desks. And Mio found the 2 notebooks she wanted in the drawer of her desk. The 2 notebooks are actually diaries, but fortunately, in the Commodore's diary, I saw the Commodore's original process of learning Marine 6 styles and hockey, and will also teach him hockey and the instructor of the 6 styles. It's all written into the diary, which contains the training methods of hockey and Marine 6 styles. In this way, Mio didn't have to look for Aiden's room anymore. Just when Mio was about to leave, with an occasional glance, he suddenly noticed a box corner exposed under the quilt in the room. Curious, Mio walked to the bed and opened the quilt to see that it was a rectangular box. Mio opened the box, and when she saw the contents inside, her eyes flashed with excitement. Good knife. In the box, there's a big sword, all blue, with lightning patterns and exudes a faint cold light. Just by looking at it, Meow is sure that this is a good knife. I am afraid that it is not under the good knife. After reading the diary carefully, Mio understood the name of the knife. Raikiri. One of the 21st jobs of the big knife was obtained by chance for this Commodore. However, because he did not use a knife, he originally planned to wait until the end of this incident to return to Naval Headquarters, exchange this knife for a military worker, and then exchange one for himself. Devil fruit. But I don't want this knife to belong to Mio now. If Meow doesn't come to find it, maybe this knife will sink forever in this sea area in the future. With a sound of tongue, Mio pulled out the sword from his waist, and after throwing it away, he picked up Raikiri, drew a knife, nodded in satisfaction, and inserted it into the scabbard on his waist. The scabbard is not suitable, but it can be put down, and you can build a special scabbard someday. Good harvest, it's time to leave. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Mio turned around and left the room, stepped off the warship, and stopped at the port. I could see that Doflamingo is almost finished moving. At this time, after seeing Mio come down, he walked towards the familiar footwork and said slowly, "Want to celebrate together?" "No." Mio shook her head and refused. He glanced at the people who were still excited just by carrying the treasure to Doflamingo, not far away, grinning with a grin. "I can't bother to do this kind of thing." "Well, it looks like you can only wait for the next time, Hearing this, Doflamingo grinned and didn't care. After all, the so-called celebration is just to send those guys not far away to end their lives. Although let them eat and drink before ending their lives. But this way, it can also reflect that he is not such a heartless person, Minga thought in his heart. After bidding farewell to Doflamingo, Mio returned to his boat and left directly on the boat. The ship was drifting on the sea. In the darkness, before I left for long, I heard a boom explosion not far from behind. The 2 warships turned into wreckage in the flames and sank to the bottom of the sea. "It's getting late. It's time to rest." Mio retracted her gaze, looked at Erica and Warwick, and said with a smile, "Warwick is going to bed." Warwick nodded his head and walked towards the cabin. Erica narrowed her eyes and smiled at Min, and left after saying good night, "Master." "Good night." After Meow whispered Kaido, she returned to her room. On the table in the room, 3 devil fruits are placed there. The spiral patterns, different colors and shapes show that the 3 devil fruits include Paramecia and Zoan. But there is no Logia. This is not surprising. Logia is very rare after all. How can it be so easy to get? Picking up the fragment of the illustrated book, Meow looked through it one by one, wanted to see if there was any information about the 3 devil fruits recorded, but Meow had good luck and found a piece of fruit information related to it in the residual book of the illustrated book. Zoan Cat, fruit civet form. Very ordinary ability. As for the abilities of the other 2 fruits, I don't know. This made Mio hesitate. After all, there might be good abilities in this one. It would be a shame if they were used to extract genes from the heavens and the world. After pondering for a moment, Mio murmured, "Forget it. Take this civet cat fruit first, and then see the other 2 in the future." After making a decision, Mio moved into action. After a thought, I opened the panel and selected the function of extracting genes. After turning devil fruit into a lottery, Mio pressed the lottery button on the panel. A huge roulette appeared and began to spin slowly. Same as before, there are various genes in the roulette. The difference from the last time is that some of the rewards have changed. Just like this time, Mio first saw the side that he did not see in the last lottery draw. Human genes. This gene makes Mio's heart hot. Can't help but look forward to it. But in the end, he rubbed his face without much hope. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment after a while. As the roulette spins faster and faster, Mio is also looking forward to it, quietly waiting for the result of the lottery. Soon, the rotation speed of the roulette started to slow down, and then slow down, and finally stopped. Congratulations on winning the Majin gene through the lottery. This is, seeing the genes she had extracted, Mi was stunned. How do you say this gene? Strong, but not too strong. Because the so-called demon gene is actually the gene of Oz. Oz itself belongs to the demon berserker, which can be regarded as a giant, or an outlier among the giants. The size is huge, almost far beyond the ordinary giants. It's just that this gene is suitable for cultivating what kind of organisms? Meow scratched her head, thinking in her heart. And it's not appropriate to cultivate a giant, right? Majin gene, upgraded giant gene. After fusion, it must have a huge body. Looking at this gene introduction, if this is to cultivate a giant, I am afraid that I can't hold it in this ship, and I don't know how to take it away by then. For a while, Meow felt a headache. Suddenly I have a good idea. Mio's eyes flickered, as if he thought of some good attention. His distressed expression suddenly changed to look forward to. A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and after placing the other 2 devil fruits, he lay directly on the bed, ready to rest. It's time to try it out. I hope it will be as I expected. Along with the murmur, Mio soon went to sleep. At the same time, Holy Land, Mariewa, a place that few people know about, among the flowers. This flower bed is full of flowers, and the white butterflies surround the place that seems to be a dreamland. At this time, 2 rows of maids in white veil are standing at the entrance. Ta-ta-ta. A footstep sounded. It can be seen that a slender figure slowly walked into here, wearing a veil and a robe, with no gender or face. A maid, Lianbu, moved lightly, her head low from start to finish, her voice extremely respectful. My lord, the petals are ready. Do you take a shower now? The figure made a sound, and the 2 rows of maids immediately walked towards a short distance, where there is a hot spring and the heat is rising. The maids picked up the flower baskets and sprinkled the petals that had been prepared into the hot spring. The figure took off his robe and slowly stepped into the hot spring with the veil. It was obviously late at night, but the flowers were like daylight. The figure raised his right hand and held the finger of the flower. A colorful butterfly suddenly stopped on the index finger. Who are you? Like a question, but also like talking to oneself. The next day, the sun was high and early. The ship is heading towards the Grand Line. Mio stood on the deck, adapting to his new weapon. I have to say that as one of the 21 tools of the big knife, Raikiri is indeed sharp, which is a rare and good weapon. Puff! With a slash, the slash burst out, hitting the sea in the distance, and suddenly aroused huge waves. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and it was Warwick. Warwick fell wet on the deck, shouting, "Master, the food is here." Just finished speaking. A huge sea beast rushed out from the bottom of the sea, opened its blood basin and its big mouth, and carried a lot of sea water on the deck like raindrops. Good job. The corners of Mio's mouth rose, and he stepped out and jumped into the air. With a sound of pouch, a cold light flashed in midair, and the huge body of the sea beast was instantly cut in half, and the bones were easily cut apart, and it was even possible to see where the cut was as smooth as a mirror. The sharpness of Raikiri can be seen. Yes, Mio was extremely satisfied with this. He confessed to Warwick and told him to take some of the sea beast meat to the kitchen and throw the others off the boat. Then Mio sat cross-legged on the head of the bed, took out the notebook she had obtained before, and looked at it. After reading it for a while, Mio took up the pen and paper again and transcribed the hockey and Marine 6 styles practice methods recorded above. A total of 3 copies were copied. One part of myself, one part of Warwick, one part of Erica. Marine 6 styles may not be necessary for Erica. After all, Erica's main attack method is still swordsmanship, but Warwick can practice it. Warwick's own attack method can actually be said to be physical skills. With Marine 6 styles, relying on Warwick's own physique can have a certain improvement in combat power. As for hockey, both Erica and Warwick need it. After all, in this world, hockey is a must-have for the strong. And hockey can also greatly improve a person's combat effectiveness. In particular, armament hockey has cultivated to a high level, and his defense and attack power have been greatly improved. By the time the transcript was finished, it was already noon. Erica walked out of the kitchen and shouted at Mio, "Master, lunch is ready." "Okay, here it is." Min nodded, got up, and threw the 2 notebooks into the bottom of the sea, holding the 3 copies of the practice method copied, and walked towards the dining room. In the dining room, Mio handed over the cultivation method to the 2 of them so that they remembered to practice, and then they feasted on it. After lunch, it's cultivation time. Because of a need to practice hockey and 6 forms, both Warwick and Erica are practicing on the deck together with Mio. Compared with hockey, the 6 form is much easier to practice, because as long as the physical quality is improved, the 6 form will become easier to practice, and hockey needs to find that feeling. Hockey's training also has certain requirements for physical fitness, and after meeting the requirements in this respect, it is necessary to find that feeling through constant fighting. Fortunately, the method of cultivation clearly records the fastest way to find this feeling. It does allow a few people to cultivate a few skills. Time passed in the practice unconsciously. 5 days later, Monogop Island. This is the last island that Mio will land on North Blue. Monogop Island is just like the East Blue Lowtown. It is the only way to the Grand Line. Therefore, the town on this island not only has the Marine branch, but also has a very powerful military force. Today, Mio can reach the island with only a few hours left. Fortunately, none of Mio offered a reward. Even if the Marine power on this island is very powerful, Mio didn't have much to worry about. 4,998. 4,999. 5,000. Call. After taking a deep breath, the sweaty Meow's waist was shocked, and the corpse of a sea beast that was used as a load on his back was shocked into the air, and then he turned over and kicked it out, directly kicking the corpse into the sea. He picked up the rum with ice cubes on the side and took a sip, then Mio lay on the deck without any image, taking a breath and taking a rest. Blue, 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 blue. At the entrance of the cabin, Erica came over with a calling phone bug and said, "Master, it's the phone from Doflamingo." "Well, give it to me." Mio got up and took the call worm and directly connected. "Hey, my friend, you should be in Straight Town, right?" Brother Ming's laughter came. "The town of Hague is the town on the island of Managaboo." "Ah, I'll be here soon," Meow Kaido said. Brother Ming's laughter came again. "Hey, then we will see you in Channel Town, but I brought over what you asked for." "Oh, that's really exciting and expectant." Meow couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth and said with a chuckle, "What Brother Ming said are naturally the insects he wants. I hope you'll be a good little guy, right?" "Hey, don't worry. You won't be disappointed. In order to catch this little guy, I lost nearly 10 people." "What? Are you starting to care about the lives of unimportant people?" Of course I don't care, but you really know me. After all, we are friends, aren't we?" "You are right, we are friends." Min curled his lips, but said with a smile, "Then talk about it after I land on the island." "Okay, I'll look forward to your coming. By the way, listening to the reports of the family's men, there seems to be a figure of the devil's son haunting Channel Town in recent days." The phone worm was quickly hung up. Mio handed the phone bug to Erica, took the towel that Erica handed over, and wiped the sweat off her body, and her eyes shone brightly towards an island on the sea in the distance. "That is Monogop Island. Nico Robin Hay." With a chuckle, Mio slowly got up, put the towel around her waist, walked towards the cabin, and shouted, "Erica, get ready. I'm going to land on the island soon. I'll take a shower first. Okay, master. Erica answered obediently, her voice soft. After an hour, the ship docked and docked to the port. After taking a shower, Mio changed his clothes, glanced at the marine soldiers stationed in the harbor, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that Dover is right. Nico Robin should be on the island. Otherwise, there won't be so many Marines guarding the port. Are you afraid that Nico Robin will escape? Although Nico Robin is only a teenage girl now, because of being one of the O'Hara members who touched the inverse scales of the world government, it is not only naval headquarters, but the world government is actually paying attention to Nico Robin. It's just that the things that have happened in the world recently are much heavier than Robin compared to the world government. So, they put their main power in other places. It's like hunting down Achaku, a crew member who investigated the previous generation of pirate overlord rocks, and so on. Otherwise, with the power of the world government, even a little girl cannot be caught, and they also think that although Nico Robin is currently dangerous, it is not a big problem, so Nico Robin has survived to this day. Even today's world government may not know that Nico Robin can understand the historical text. After all, in their eyes, Nico Robin is just an 8-year-old girl. This is a real world. Who can imagine a complicated historical text? But an 8-year-old girl would. Shook his head. Mio glanced at Erica, and Warwick nodded lightly and walked towards the town on the island, followed by Erica. Warwick pulled the cloak on his head, hid his face more tightly, and walked in the other direction. In the town, as North Blue is considered to be a relatively famous island and the only way to go to the Grand Line, there are more merchants daily, plus the pirates hidden in it, so the town is very lively. Pedestrians coming and going. Just when Mio and Erica stopped at the entrance of an alley, a sturdy man came to Mio's body, seeming to confirm the general question. Is it Mr. Meow? Well, lead the way. Mio nodded and said directly, yes. The man responded quickly, and then led the way. A group of people entered the alley and soon came outside a pub. Joker Tavern. Looking at the name of the tavern, Mio raised her eyebrows, but didn't say much, just followed the man into the tavern. The light in the tavern is dim, but there are a lot of guests. But at a glance, I can see the faint, bloody smell of some people, but Meow knows that these people are probably pirates. Mr. Mio, the young master is waiting for you in the room. The man pointed to a wooden door next to the front bar while leading the way. I see. Mio nodded slightly and pushed the door in. A small room, but with complete facilities and good decoration. Although the light is dim like a pub, judging from the luxurious soft sofas and the precious carpets on the floor, this should be regarded as a small stronghold that Ming brother often visits. Hama drink, sitting on the sofa, holding a goblet with red wine in his hand, he gently shook it. Mingu asked when he saw Min and Erica coming in. Rum, add some ice cubes. Mio said unceremoniously, sitting in front of Brother Ming, while Erica sat quietly beside Mio. For Erica, Mingu took a curious look and didn't understand why the woman who was with Mio always wore a cloak with a shameless feeling, but he didn't ask much, just turned to her side. After Toripole gave a gesture, Toripole turned and left the room. Before long, he walked in with 2 glasses of rum, and ice cubes were added to it. Picking up the rum and drinking it in one sip, it is straight to the point. Okay, get things out quickly. Hey, okay. Hearing this, Mingu grinned and nodded, snapping his fingers. There seems to be a secret door leading to another direction in this room. At this time, the secret door was opened, and Scar's tall figure walked out from inside, carrying a black cloth wrapped in a cage that looked like a cage. The same thing. With a clam, the things were placed on the wine table in front of them, looking a little heavy. Let's take a look. I think it should be what you want. It won't let you down. Mingu gently shook the wine glass in his hand and said slowly, Okay. Min nodded, looking forward to her eyes, and lifted the black cloth. Suddenly, a glass box appeared in front of Mio's eyes, but the contents of the glass box suddenly surprised Mio. There is some soil at the bottom of the glass box. A branch is inserted in the soil, and on the branch, a butterfly is resting on it. This is a butterfly exuding a touch of holy light. That's right, It's a butterfly that emits holy light, although the light appears very weak. Does this butterfly have any characteristics? Meow raised her head to look at brother Xiangming and asked curiously. Yes. Minggu nodded, grinned, looked at the butterfly in the glass box, and said in fear, as far as I know, there is no documented information about this butterfly. It should be an upgraded butterfly. The butterfly should be a docile insect, but this butterfly is very combative. At least where I found this butterfly, all of its kind died in its hands. And the most important thing is the poison of this butterfly. Poison? Yes, it's poison, Mingus said with a sip of red wine. The 10 or so dead guys under me died on this little guy's toxins. Do you see the light on it? This is the energy that this little guy uses to make toxins, sunlight, and moonlight. Ordinary light. It's useless, but once this little guy has absorbed enough sunlight or moonlight, he can spread toxins through the scales on his wings. Although it is not a deadly toxin, it can cause death if it is not treated in time. Interesting. Hearing this, Meow couldn't help raising the corners of her mouth, showing an excited smile. I'm very interested and satisfied with this thing. Meow closed the black cloth and said to Brother Ming, Hey, you're satisfied. Although you don't know what you want this thing to do, I remind you that you should pay attention when you take this little guy away. If it absorbs enough sunlight, at that time, the toxins it spreads will merge into the air and be inhaled by you. The poison of this little guy is hard to detect. Hey, don't worry, I won't make fun of my life. Min nodded, then said, I'm leaving North Blue soon and heading to the Grand Line, but I hope you can continue to help me collect little guys like this. Of course, don't forget devil fruit. This is natural. Mingus smiled and nodded. The two picked up the wine glasses, touched them lightly, and each took a sip. Mio asked again. When I came, I saw Marine soldiers in the harbor. Why? The devil's son is really on this island. Yes. Mingu answered this question simply. According to the news from my staff, the son of the devil is on the island, and coupled with the martial law of the Marine branch on this island, it is difficult for the son of the devil to leave in a short time, but I don't know where he is hiding now. What? You? Interested? Some interest? Min nodded. Doflamingo looked down and looked at the wine glass in his hand, his tone indifferent. If you are interested, I can help you find news about the son of the devil, but you have to be prepared. The 80 million reward can attract many powerful pirate hunters. Mio sneered, and there is no need to say why this is so. Brother Ming naturally understands. Putting his hands behind his head, Mio sank deeply into the sofa and asked, Nico Robin is from O'Hara. The world government should pay attention to her, right? Hey, no. They just think it's a surviving little girl. Mingus shook his head and smiled lightly. Meow felt relieved to get the answer he wanted. The reason for asking this question is because Mingu can still get some news from the world government. If the world government really pays attention to Nico Robin, then he might want to think about it. But now that I get the information I want, I don't have to think about it. After pondering for a while, Mio picked up the wine glass and drank the glass that Toripol had just filled. Then Mio got up, lifted the glass box, and Meow said directly, Gone. Hey, see you next time. Mingo looked at Mi's back and smiled evilly. In response, Mio did not respond. The two quickly left the room. As the two left, the room fell into silence. After a while, Mingu spoke and looked at Toripol. You go to Burrow Island in person. Marine and world government already know the situation of the gold in the sky. No accident. The CP will be sent to investigate. The town on Burrow Island is no longer necessary, including the residents there. Brother Ming's eyes flickered with cold light, and his tone was cold and decisive. Ma Felindo, Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. At this time, a few people in the office are sitting here. These people basically belong to the well-known existence on the sea. The current Marine Marshal, Kong, Headquarters Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Crane, etc. It is the three admiral in the future, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. In the office, the phone worm who was about to resign from the position of Marshal hung up and communicated with the world government, frowned, and looked at Sengoku, who was sitting on the right. You all know the news of the robbing of Tai and Shangjin. The world government and celestial dragons are very angry. Of course, it is mainly celestial dragons. After all, It is someone who does not put them in their eyes and makes them extremely angry. Then what did they say? Sengoku said solemnly. Currently, the world government has dispatched a CP organization to investigate, and at the same time we asked Marine to send suitable people to assist in the investigation. Sora said, I think so beautifully. Sengoku sneered and said, people below Commodore can be sent out to assist in the investigation, but those above Commodore are simply impossible. After all, the situation on the New World side is not unknown, where someone will send it out. Indeed, Kong nodded and sighed. The chaos on the New World side became more and more chaotic. When Roger died, the original New World itself was chaotic. In addition, the remnants of the original rocks were stirred up, and some crew members of the Roger Pirates also went to New World, making the situation in New World even more mixed. It is difficult even for Marine to intervene. At present, almost most of Marine's top combat power are placed on the New World side. Should the world government not overly indulge Celestial Dragon's request, right? The Crane staff suddenly said. After all, the matter of the heavenly gold being robbed, no matter how you think, is not something ordinary people can do, and it is still at this critical moment. During this period of time, the world government escorted that person to Mariejois for safety, but did not send it out. With less CP top combat power, the opponent has just found this opportunity. It can't be a coincidence. Yes. Sora also nodded at this point. Although the 5 people didn't say it clearly, the meaning in the words was actually quite obvious. For now, it's okay to behave, but after the New World incident is over, you have to spare your hands to investigate this matter clearly. After all, it doesn't matter. In other words, Celestial Dragons also represents the face of the world government, and everyone knows that face is more important to the world government. Sengoku, I'm going to the world government soon. You will take over the marshal seat soon. So this matter is left to you? Is it okay? Sora asked Sengoku and glanced at it. Garp sat next to Sengoku, picking his nose. His mouth twitched slightly, and he planned to roar, but thinking of Garp's character, he still endured it. No problem. Sengoku nodded, frowning thoughtfully. You can ask Momosaji to investigate first. Although they are young, they are considered capable enough. They were originally intended to be sent to New World. However, considering their age and the danger level of New World, the second thing is just right for them to go. Then let's decide. Hearing this, Kong nodded, immediately picked up the phone worm, and ordered. Later, other things were discussed. Crane staff officer spoke. On the North Blue side, the Don Quixote family has acted quite a bit lately. That guy, Sora and Sengoku frowned when they heard Tsuru's words. Don't care about it for now. After all, his identity. I see. To this answer, he nodded without any surprise, and then stopped saying more. Straitstown. Bringing this special butterfly back to the boat, Mio was not in a hurry to choose and cultivate. After all, she currently does not have the appropriate gene to cultivate this butterfly. He intends to find a few genes that can increase the speed to cultivate this butterfly. After all, according to Brother Ming's introduction, this butterfly is completely suitable for use as an auxiliary. While it is good for poisoning, toxins are hard to detect. If you give this butterfly some speed, it must be more than enough to be a killer, right? In addition, butterflies can fly, and they should be able to retain the ability to fly after training. At that time, maybe it can still be an air combat unit. After putting the butterfly on the boat, Mio was the boat that left with Erica again and continued to return to Channeltown. The map in his hand should be replaced with a new one. The current nautical chart in his hand is only in the North Blue area. In the case of the Grand Line, a new map and a nautical pointer are needed. Although this thing is a product of the Grand Line, as an island close to the upside-down mountain and the Grand Line, this island still has this thing, but you have to go to the Grand Line to use it. After buying things and buying some supplies, Mio and Erica returned to the ship. Warwick hadn't returned yet, and Mio was not in a hurry, staying on the boat to practice. After almost 2 hours, Warwick was back on the ship. Master! Warwick came to Mio and sat down cross-legged. Mio picked up a bottle of rum and threw it over and said, How about it? Warwick took the rum, opened the bottle and finished it in one sip, then nodded and said happily, "Found it." Oh, hearing this, the corners of Mio's mouth suddenly rose, and her eyes flickered. "Where?" "In the tavern." "Specific location." Mio flipped through Byakugan. "It's in the tavern." Warwick scratched his head. Meow had no choice but to help her forehead. "I know it's in a tavern. I'm asking which tavern. Is it possible that there are so many taverns in the town that I have to find them one by one?" Hearing this, Warwick seemed to have thought of something, broke his fingers and counted, and said seriously. Warwick remembers clearly that there are 43 taverns on the island, and the person the owner is looking for is at the 27th tavern. "All right." Meow picked up a bottle of wine, took a sip, and looked at the sea in the distance. "Where is the 27th tavern?" "After entering the town, go straight and turn left, then turn right and then left, then go straight and turn left." Mio scratched his head, seriously remembered what Warwick had said, and then fell silent. After a while, Mio stood up and patted her butt and said directly, "Lead the way." After turning so many turns, the ghost remembered it. Mio secretly flipped Byakugan in his heart. "Okay." Warwick nodded and immediately got up to lead the way. After talking to Erica before leaving, Mio followed Warwick. The sky was getting dim. The two entered the town. After Mio followed Warwick all the way, they soon entered a deep alley. On both sides of the alley, you could occasionally see sneaky pirates and some pretty girls dressed up in pink. Soon, under the leadership of Warwick, Mio came to a tavern with a slightly dilapidated appearance. Nothing can be seen from the outside of the pub, but inside it is very lively. "Ha ha, come on, drink quickly. We'll set off for the Grand Line when we're done drinking some wine, ha." Hey, those Marines in Straits Town don't know what they're going crazy again. They make such a big move, and they dare not go to the port anymore. What else can I do? I heard that it was because the Devil's son appeared in Channeltown that the martial law was imposed. Son of the Devil? He is offering a reward of 80 million when he is only a teenager. I heard that his strength is terrifying. No, it escaped from Buster Call's hands after all. Stepping into the tavern, the heat wave is oncoming, accompanied by the noisy discussion of the pirates. Mio looked around the tavern, then looked at Warwick. Warwick pointed in a direction. Mio looked over, and it was in a place in the corner of the tavern. At this time, it appeared that there was also a group of pirates gathering around 7 or 8 people, sitting around 2 tables. But soon, Mio noticed that among the pirates on the table, there was a man with a cloak, but it seemed that he was obviously petite. Nico Robin. Seeing this, Mio's eyes flickered, and he lifted his foot and walked over. He had asked Warwick to find Nico Robin before. With Warwick's ability, as long as Nico Robin was really in this town, Warwick would definitely be able to find it. In fact, it was true. Warwick quickly found Nico Robin. What surprised Mio was that Robin now seemed to have been mixed into a group of pirates. When Mio came to the side of this group of people, he heard a quieter discussion. "I don't know what the boss thinks. He will take Nico Robin in." "Huh, idiot, what do you know? With Nico Robin in hand, we could get 80 million Baileys from Marine at another chance." "That's 80 million. "That's right. 80 million Bailey. Hey, enough for us to play for a month." Tis. Listening to the discussion of these pirates, Meow slapped her mouth and suddenly looked at the waist of a pirate, where an ear unexpectedly emerged at this time, which made Meow sigh. Quite vigilant. There is no doubt that this is Robin's ability, Flower Fruit. Presumably, it was also because Robin got involved in this pirate group and was not discovered. But he already knew what the pirate group was thinking of fighting against him. The boss of this pirate group is a brawny man sitting beside Robin. At this moment, he drank with a big mouthful of wine. After drinking, he grinned at Robin. "Robin, don't you drink?" "No." A slightly hoarse voice came from the lower cloak, and I didn't know if it was the original voice or pretended to be. "Hee hee, if you want to drink, just let it go. Today, the captain is happy. I don't have any problem with how much I drink." The captain of the pirate was very bold. "Thank you, Captain, I will." Robin nodded his head. The captain grinned, no longer cared, and continued to drink. Mio gave a chuckle, raised her foot, and walked closer, standing behind the captain of the pirate. Hey, what are you guys going to do? One of his subordinates saw Mio and immediately stood up and shouted. Everyone in the pirate group looked over, including the captain of the pirate ship, who turned around and looked at Meow, frowning and shouting. Kid, go away. Stay away from Lousy. The fact that he has Nico Robin in his hand can't be known to others. Otherwise, the 80 million Baileys he got in his hand might just run away. This is what the Captain Pirate thought at this time. Hearing the words, the corners of Min's mouth rose, and he chuckled. In a flash of cold light, a knife was already placed on the pirate captain's neck. If you don't want to die, just shut up, okay? Mio said in a gentle voice, with a harmless smile on his face. Without waiting for the other members of the pirate group to react, Warwick also walked directly to one of the pirates. With a poof, his claws decisively grabbed a pirate's neck, blood gushing, but because of where he was. The environment is still dim and still in the corner, except for the faint smell of blood. No one else has noticed the situation here except for the people of this pirate group. Shut up. Warwick's voice was low, but he said coldly, with a murderous intent. Speaking of it, Warwick had a lot of blood in his hands since he followed Meow. At this time, killing intent burst out and enveloped this place. Each of these pirates suddenly turned pale, swallowing saliva, and looked at what was already lost. The boss with the knife on his neck. Guru. The captain of the pirates swallowed, with cold sweat on his forehead, and nodded hard. I know. Really good. Mio nodded with a smile, kicked Captain Pirate's butt, and said, Go ahead. Yes. The captain of the pirate nodded quickly and moved his butt aside. Mio sat directly between the captain of the pirate and Nico Robin, head slightly towards Nico Robin. Even in the noisy tavern, you can hear the nervous breathing from Nico Robin under the cloak. Nico Robin, son of the devil, me for the first time, hello. Mio looked at Nico Robin with a bright smile. You're looking for me, what's the matter? Nico Robin asked nervously. Although scared in her heart, she still tried her best to calm herself down. After running for a while, she also experienced some darker things in this world. Despite despair and fear, although I am young, my mind is no longer much worse than that of some adults. So be aware of the current situation. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you, and I'm not interested in your reward. Mio said truthfully. After all, if I'm interested in your reward, I just need to take your head and take a trip to the Marine branch. Anyway, I don't have a reward now, and I'm not a pirate. Besides my reward, do I have anything else that interests you? Mio's words made Nico Robin a little relieved, but then he asked nervously. Under the cloak, her two hands clenched tightly. As if there was something unusual, she would use her abilities without hesitation and then find a chance to escape. Of course. Mio naturally nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, I'm interested in your knowledge. Finished. Mina's hand, holding Raikiri, twitched lightly, and a blood stain appeared on the pirate captain's neck. With his eyes wide open, Captain Pirate didn't seem to expect that Mio would suddenly act. Blood gushed from his neck. Mio pushed his hand behind Captain Pirate. The Captain Pirate looked like he was drunk. On the table, on the side, Warwick saw this. His scarlet eyes were suddenly sharp, and his two sharp claws shot without hesitation. During this period, accompanied by a few sword lights from Meow, but within a few breaths, the several pirates sitting here died directly. The strong smell of blood began to dissipate. A small number of pirates discovered the strangeness and began to quietly exit the tavern. Most of the drunk pirates have not noticed the situation. Clang! Raikiri fell into the scabbard. Mio stretched out his hand towards Nico Robin. Want to leave North Blue and see the text of the history? If you want, come with me. I will protect your life and take you to find the historical text, and you will translate it for me. Personally, I think this is a good deal. What do you think? Why should I believe you? Under the cloak, Nico Robin bit his lip, hesitating and anxious. What do you mean? Mio shrugged. Now the initiative is in my hands, isn't it? And you don't have to worry about what I think of you at all, after all. Mio pinched his chin and glanced at Robin. Even though you're wearing a cloak, I can still know that you're not protruding in the front and not upturned. Is there anything worthy of my admiration? Hearing this, Robin's face flushed suddenly, and he was very embarrassed and angry. Although the facts are facts, it is still embarrassing to say so. However, the anxiety in Robin's heart dissipated a lot for a while, but he became decisive. I can promise you, but you must promise me that you can really take me to the text of history. He is young, but Robin is very clear. It doesn't matter whether he can answer the man in front of him or not. In the face of absolute strength, if he wants to survive, he can only answer the answer. But she couldn't help but look forward to it, hoping that Meow could really take herself to find the text of history. After all, this was her dream. For many people, dreaming is something ridiculous and ridiculous. But for some people, it is their strongest belief in survival. Robin is the latter category of people. This is also the purpose of her survival now. Otherwise, a little girl who keeps on fleeing and goes through all kinds of darkness without a strong enough mind would have collapsed long ago. Of course. Mio nodded with a smile, stretched her head forward slightly, raised her mouth, and smiled. May I tell you, I know the location of several historical texts now, one of which is in Alabasta on the Grand Line. Then I promise you. Under the cloak, Robin's face was full of hesitation, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, there is no other choice, right? There were several dead bodies lying beside it. With a murmur in his heart, Robin became vigilant. Even if he agreed, but Robin was still vigilant to prevent the man in front of him from having any other thoughts about him. Sufficient vigilance is also the reason why Robin can survive to the present. Then, you're welcome to join. Hearing Robin's words, Mio's face suddenly smiled and stretched out his right hand. Seeing this, Robin hesitated, still stretched out his small white hand, and held Mio's hand together. After shaking hands, Mio released it again and slowly got up and laughed. Okay, let's go. I should have gone straight to the Grand Line, but I heard that you stayed here for a while, and it took some time. But there is Marine in the port. Robin was a little nervous after hearing this. Don't worry. Mio put one hand on the handle of the knife, and the other hand supported her waist. It's just the Marine of the branch. The strength is not too strong. After speaking, Mio lifted her foot and walked out of the tavern. Warwick followed closely behind. Robin hesitated for a moment, but followed. Soon after the three people left, many people in the tavern began to smell the blood mixed with alcohol and sweat in the air and noticed the corpse. For a while, many pirates in the tavern woke up and left in a hurry. Tavern. Even because of Meow's actions, many pirates chose to leave Channeltown that day. But because of martial law, Marine was arrested on the spot. Port. A team of Marine teams are guarding here. It can be seen that there are many ships docked in the port, and almost as long as there are more than 3 people leaving, they will be blocked by Marine and investigated. There are a lot of Marines in the port, at least about 200, and there are also 2 majors who always pay attention to their surroundings. Let's go. In the corner, after looking around the harbor, Meow said in a low voice, leading the 2 people behind him straight to the direction of his ship. Robin bit his lip and followed Mio's footsteps closely, his heart tense, his eyes under the cloak, looked around. Hello, please wait a moment. Just like everyone else, the 3 of Mio had just set foot in the martial zone of the Port Marine when a Marine soldier from a 10-man squad came over and stopped in front of Mio. The leader held a Nico Robin reward list in his hand and said to Mio, "Excuse me, Nico Robin, the son of the devil, recently appeared in Channeltown, so we have to check everyone who leaves. Also, please take your friend off the cloak." As Marine said, he pointed to Nico Robin behind Mio. Hearing this, Mio grinned and scratched his head. Nico Robin? Is that the guy who offered a reward of 80 million? That's right, it's her. Don't think that you are too young to be careless. That is the devil who escaped from Buster Call. Marine said solemnly. That's really scary. Mio put on a scared look on his face. But before Marine could reply, he just looked in the direction of his ship, pointed there, surprised. What is that person doing? Upon hearing this, the Marines suddenly turned their heads and looked towards the beach. They had just turned their heads, but Mio's voice sounded again. It seems to be killing you. At the same time, in the direction of the coast they were looking at, Erica in the cloak was holding a large sword in her hand on the ship of Mio, and suddenly cut down with a sword. Wherever he went, The ground cracked. Mio grinned, turned around, and quickly picked up the petite Nico Robin and laughed. "Warwick, let's go." The sound fell, and the two of them made a light leap and dashed towards the direction of the ship. At the same time, not long after they left, the place was swallowed by sword energy. Except for 2 of the 10 Marines, they escaped. Before he could even make a scream, he died here. Damn it, it's the pirate and the guy with the cloak. It's definitely Nico Robin. Attack everyone. A Marine soldier who escaped from Erica's sword gas attack shouted in cold sweat. At the port, all Marines turned their eyes to Mio and Warwick. Even the 2 majors came straight to Meow. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of musket bullets flew. Mio glanced back, suddenly pulled out Raikiri, and cut it out with a knife. The black sword gas turned into a crow and swept past, blocking all the bullets. The group took advantage of this time and returned to the boat. "Erica, Warwick, stop them. Let's set off." Meow laughed and drove the boat directly and began to leave the port of this island. A famous Marine began to shoot at the ship continuously, and even shells were fired. However, in the face of Erica and Warwick, no matter whether it is a musket bullet or a cannonball, there is no doubt that it can't cause the slightest threat. After the shells were fired, they were cut in half by Erica and fell into the sea. Afterwards, Erica held a knife in both hands, and the 2 weapons slashed towards the port again. This time, Erica broke out with all her strength without reservation. The double knives flowed down, and the 2 slashes that had been slashed gathered together, turned into a terrorist slash, and swept away. What? At the port, panic and screams suddenly sounded. Nico Robin, son of the devil, in Sengoku's office in the naval headquarters, because he is about to take over the position of marshal. Sora now hands many things that should have been handled by the marshal to him, so that he can feel in advance the various aspects that need to be considered for the position of marshal. Just after dealing with things from some countries on the Grand Line, Sengoku still wanted to eat sunbae for a while and rest. Unexpectedly, a call from North Blue called and reported on Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Nico Robin, Sengoku knows it himself. After all, it was Akiji who let him go. Even if Akiji didn't say it, Sengoku would have guessed a long time ago. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a little girl is, how could she run away in Buster Call's hands? In the case of the Buster Call, the only thing that could allow the little girl to escape was that Akiji deliberately did this. Frowned slightly. Although Nico Robin is not important, he knows where Robin comes from. That is O'Hara, who has touched the taboo of the world government. Who would be interested in such a little girl? An ignorant pirate? No, it's impossible. An ignorant pirate will not be embarrassed by Marine in front of Marine because of a little girl. Basically, Sengoku, the pirate on the sea, knows very well. The pirates on the sea can be roughly divided into 4 types. One is a purely broken pirate, but it can also be understood as an ignorant pirate. One is the hero on the sea, such as Doflamingo. One is the presence of grandeur, such as Whitebeard's red hair. The last one is like Luffy, just for dreams. Ignorant pirates may not be afraid of Marine, but in a place like Channeltown, they will hardly encounter Marine, and they will not oppose Marine because of Nico Robin. Click! Sengoku tapped his index finger lightly on the desk. Suddenly, the office door was knocked. "Come in." "Yes." A Marine soldier opened the door and walked in, holding a document in his hand and placing it respectfully on the Sengoku desk. "Report to the Marshal. This is the fastest collection of information about North Blue taking Nico Robin and others in Channeltown." "I see." Sengoku nodded, and after the Marine soldier saluted, he turned and left. After that, Sengoku picked up the file and looked at it. Said it is information. In fact, there are only a few photos, and the photos are marked with names. 3 photos. One is Erica's, with a cloak and can't see her face clearly. One is Warwick's. Although it is also wearing a cloak, it may be due to the appearance of a little during the battle. It can be clearly seen that there is a wolf head under the cloak, and the scarlet eyes seem very oppressive. And the last one is Mio. Compared with Erica and Warwick, Mio's photo is much simpler. In the photo, Mio is standing on the boat with a knife hanging from her waist. It looks young on the surface, but Sengoku doesn't care about age. Are there still few young, strong men in this sea? Perhaps most of the young powerhouses will die midway, but the overlords on the sea are basically grown up by young powerhouses, and they have shown their current overlord demeanor when they were young. In the photo, there is a smile at the corner of Miao's mouth, and a pair of pupils are indifferent. Sengoku's index finger flicked the photo in his hand, a little irritable between his eyebrows. I hope it won't be a troublesome guy. Looking at the number of crew members, it's another guy who takes the elite route. But since you dare to take Nico Robin away, you must be prepared to be hunted down by Marine. He whispered, if it weren't for Marine's lack of manpower and lack of high-end combat power, Sengoku really planned to send a vice admiral to capture Mio. The purpose was not to Nico Robin, but to see how Mio's combat power was. A strong man of his level believes in intuition very much. And Mio, in his instinct, might be a troublesome guy. It's just a pity that Marine doesn't have much manpower now. After thinking for a while, Sengoku picked up the phone worm. I'm Admiral Sengoku. Is the reward department? A document will be sent to you later, and your side will offer the reward immediately. I will mark the reward on the document. After the call, Sengoku made another call out. Momosaji, are you on your way to North Blue now? Well, then change to the Grand Line. Your next mission is to hunt down a new pirate group. The main purpose is to test the opponent's strength and arrest him if possible. By the way, Nico Robin is also on that ship. Yes, I see. Sengoku Admiral. The phone worm hangs up. Sengoku took a deep breath, and then he was busy again. Documents were continuously sent into the office. Meow naturally didn't know what happened to Mafulin. But if you know it, I'm afraid there will be a bit of anticipation. How much is expected of your bounty? At this time, in the North Blue waters, Meow was driving towards the Upside Down Mountain. There were only two roads to the Grand Line in the 4C area, Upside Down Mountain and Calm Belt. Basically, most people will choose to go upside down the mountain, and the Calm Belt will be occupied by Marine in the future and become a special route for Marine. On the ship, Robin was sitting in a corner on the deck, holding a book in his hand and looking up at Meow from time to time. For Robin's gaze, Mio naturally felt it, but she didn't care, but stretched her body, then looked at Robin and said, next we will go to the Grand Line. Of course, I can be said to be interested or not interested in the historical text. I will go where there is a historical text. If not, I will go where I want to go. Okay. Robin nodded, and now they are all on the boat. Even if Meow says he can't go, Robin has no choice but to respond obediently. Seeing Robin's well-behaved appearance, Mio chuckled and shook his head and said, there are vacant rooms in the cabin. Go and choose one yourself. Erica, let's practice hockey. Okay, master. Hearing the master's call, Erica suddenly walked out. Mio picked up a black belt and blindfolded it. The practice of observation hockey begins at this time. My eyes were just blindfolded, and with a bang, Mio flew out directly. Erica rubbed her fists and asked carefully and nervously, Master, are you okay? Tisk, rubbing her punched cheek, Mio stood up and curled her lips. Erica, don't slap her face next time. You might have to rely on this face to eat in the future. Okay, go on. Finished. The boat suddenly started to clash from time to time. 2 days later, under the night, Mio was blindfolded on the deck, fighting Erica. Both of them were barehanded, and Erica attacked with a punch. You can see Mio turned her head to avoid, but then Erica punched Mio directly, making Mio groan. Observation hockey has made some progress after a few days of practice, but it is only occasional and unskilled. It even has a lot of luck. It takes a lot of time to become a master. Fortunately, when sailing on the sea, there will be plenty of time. Sometimes I will drift on the sea for more than a dozen days and a half for a half month. This time can also be used for training, and there is no need to worry about affecting the navigation. Call. Mio and Erica continued to fight each other, but during most of the period, Mio was beaten. There is no way. Observation hockey is like this. You can only successfully cultivate observation hockey in the constant beating. Perhaps there is a better observation hockey training method on Sky Island, which is the heartnet. After all, there's still a lot of people who have seen and heard on Sky Island, all of which are self-cultivating without any teaching. It's just that it's tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Island, and Meow can only practice according to the practice method he has obtained. After an hour, cultivation is over. It's already late. Mio and Erica sat together to rest, but only Mio was panting. Erica's physique made her look like she didn't have any consumption. Here you are. Robin walked out of the cabin, holding a bottle of chilled rum in his hand and handing it to Mio. I just happen to be thirsty. Meow laughed when he took the rum and then started to pour out. The taste of ice made Meow immediately refreshed. You're welcome. Robin shook his head lightly and said after looking at the moon in the sky, I'm going for a rest. Go, take a break early, and we will be at Dianetian almost tomorrow morning. Mio responded. Not long after, Erica also went to wash up, while Warwick had already gone back to the room to rest. Under the night, Mio sat on the bow alone after drinking a bottle of rum cross-legged, returned to the cabin, washed up, and then rested. Before she knew it, Mio entered a state of sleep. Time slipped by, wee hours. Just as Mio was asleep, with a boom, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, spreading towards the surroundings with the ship as the center, and swept away. Wherever he went, there were marine fish turning white belly and surfaced, as if fainted. Mio, who had been resting, opened her eyes for an instant, patted her dizzy head, and her face changed. It came out of Erica's room. What's the matter? With a murmur, Mio got up and walked towards Erica's room. Soon, Mio came to Erica's room, opened the door, and walked in. At a glance, she saw Erica sitting on the bed in a white pajamas, sitting there, looking sluggish, as if she had just woke up. Looks average. Erica, Mio said softly. Erica came back to her senses, raised her head to look at Mio, and asked in surprise, Master, why are you here? Did something happen to you? Mio came to the bed, looked around the situation in the room, and asked, What happened? Erica was stunned and shook her head randomly. No, I just had a nightmare and then woke up. Nightmare? Mio frowned slightly, and the feeling he felt just now was indeed felt, and it was indeed transmitted from Erica's room. It was impossible that nothing had happened. Yeah, I dreamed that my master was killed, so I woke up. Erica said. She couldn't help lowering her head, a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Meow couldn't help twitching his mouth. If he didn't know Erica's loyalty to him, he would think Erica would think about her death during the day. What? But? And many more. Me suddenly squinted her eyes flickering, as if she had thought of something. Did you just dream of how I felt when I died? Me asked slowly. Yes. Erica nodded and said seriously. Erica dreamed that her master died and wanted to avenge her, but she couldn't kill the enemy. She was so reconciled. She felt so powerless. While talking, tears burst into Erica's eyes, and a drop of tears fell down, dripping onto the quilt. Okay, I know what's going on, don't cry. Seeing a little lowly cry in front of her eyes, Mio stepped forward and hugged Erica, but her heart was suddenly stunned. Master! Outside the room, footsteps sounded, and Warwick and Robin appeared at the door. It seemed that Robin had been shocked, and the whole person was a little dizzy. It's okay, you can go back, Mio said without saying. He already knew what was going on. With a thought, Mio called up Erica's panel, which recorded all the information about Erica when she was first cultivated. Ability, Kendo, passive, very talented with swords. Divine power, passive. If her power bursts out with full force, it will make you feel terrified. Ant King can command a group of ants, but also has the king's spirit. Sword control, a powerful sword technique derived from a soul. Poison-free, passive, not afraid of toxins, super fast, passive, has a terrible speed. Hard skin, passive. Although she is a cute girl, but that powerful defense will definitely amaze you. Insect. Language, she can understand the language of insects and can also talk to them. Looking at the introduction of Erica's ability on the panel, I narrowed my eyes, stared at the ability called the Ant King, and looked at the introduction about this ability more closely. Especially the latter sentence, has a king's spirit. which surprised him. In her arms, under Mio's hug and comfort, Erica didn't know when she fell asleep slowly, stroking Erica's back. The two tentacles on Erica's forehead swayed as big as a pleasure, twitching on Mio's chin. Conqueror's hockey. I didn't expect it at all. Meow murmured in his heart. There is no doubt that this is Conqueror's hockey, an unintentional outbreak. Just like Conqueror's hockey when Luffy was on the top of the war in the original book because he saw Ace would be executed. Put Erica gently on the bed and cover her with a quilt. Meow left the room lightly and returned to his room. Sitting on the bed cross-legged, the corners of Meow's mouth raised, and she couldn't help showing a smile. Good. Although it was an unintentional eruption, it also confirmed that Erica had the appearance of a king. Maybe I can find an opportunity to let Erica break out of Conqueror's hockey again, so that she can remember this feeling and take full control of Conqueror's hockey. After all, this is definitely a good ability. Morning. That's Upside Down Mountain. Erica stood on the bow, looking at Upside Down Mountain not far in front. Her eyes suddenly showed shock. Such a spectacle was very new to her. Warwick was sitting aside, and after a glance, he didn't care anymore. It seemed that he was not interested in this aspect. Robin is holding a book, spreading knowledge like a scholar. Yes, Upside Down Mountain is a route from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, and is also the only way to go. However, most of the pirates from the Four Seas pass through Upside Down Mountain, and the ship is crashed due to the current. Destroyed. Will our boat crash? Hearing this, the two tentacles on Erica's forehead stood upright, and her face looked nervously at men. Robin had already seen Erica and Warwick in their true colors, but now looking at the two tentacles on Erica's forehead, her small face couldn't help showing a blush, besides the surprise still in her eyes. Full of curiosity, it seems that I want to reach out and touch, but I am embarrassed to speak. Don't worry. Mio took a sip of rum and smiled. Although my sailing skills are not very good, there is nothing wrong with turning the mountain upside down. But speaking of this, Mio scratched his head and sighed in his heart. You have to find a navigator quickly. My own three-legged cat Kung Fu is okay in the world. I went to Grand Line or New World, but I didn't see it enough. Although there is no fatal danger, it is inevitable that there will be some trouble in the middle. However, the navigator is not so easy to find. It can only depend on luck. Or raise one yourself. If you have time, you have to find some pirate groups to hunt down some navigators. Meow muttered, touching his chin. Maybe kill some more navigators in the pirates, and then merge, you can get a navigator talent. Where's the gene? It's like Erica's kendo. Right, Robin? Mio suddenly looked at Robin and shouted. Robin, who was staring at the tentacles on Erica's head in a daze, suddenly recovered and hurriedly responded. Yes, what's the matter? I entrust you with an important task, Mio said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Robin suddenly became nervous. Excuse me, what is the task? Well, this task. Mio grinned, sat down cross-legged, and said, help me design a pirate flag that belongs to our pirate group. This thing is really complicated. This morning, I wondered if I didn't know how to design it to be in line with us. Hey, let this kind of thing be left to people like you who rely on knowledge to eat. Min scratched his head. The tone is helpless. Robin blinked and looked at Mio's helpless appearance. He couldn't help but laughed with a chuckle, but then quickly bit his lip to restore his expression, and after making a thoughtful look, he nodded. I know. I will try my best to design. Just finished. The ship has approached Upside Down Mountain. Mio stood up and grinned immediately. The pirate flag matter will wait until the official entry into the Grand Line. Now, you should find a place to hurry up, so as not to be thrown out. Warwick, set sail. Let's set off. Oh, Warwick got it. Warwick responded loudly. Accompanied by the unique ocean current of Upside Down Mountain, the pirate ship headed up with the ocean current. Upside Down Mountain, also known as Levi's Mountain. From the moment the ship set foot on the ocean current, Mio is ready. The rising ocean current is good, mainly when the current that enters the Grand Line after reaching the top of the mountain is the beginning of the danger. That section of the ocean current will be very violent, the ship will shake around, and a careless person will be thrown out. Along the way, I admired the elegance of the rising ocean currents. It didn't take long to reach the top. At a glance, the front of a current channel was a wide and boundless sea area. That is the Grand Line. But before I look at it more, the ship quickly descended along with the ocean current. The speed was so fast that Mio was a little surprised, but after that, he took a sip of rum and threw the wine bottle in his hand. Go out and get excited. Grand Line. Entering the Grand Line, the adventure really begins, muttered in his heart. The ship began to hit the mountain wall on the left. The ship was extremely unstable due to the sea current. If it hits, the ship will be shattered immediately. Cut. Mio suddenly drew his sword, chopped out together, and burst out a sword aura to bombard the mountain wall, forming a shock wave that bounced the ship directly away. As a result, the ship returned to the main course and moved forward again. Along the way, I encountered the same situation several times, but under the strength of Mio and Erica, they passed through unscathed. Finally, completely left from the current of the upside-down mountain and entered the Grand Line. The sea is calm, and at a glance, there is a small island not far away with a lighthouse on it. At this time, a man who was not too old but not too young was sitting there, holding a fishing rod in his hand, looking like he was fishing. He noticed the pirate ship in Mio and couldn't help but look up. Are the young pirates from all over the world again? Crocus murmured, shook his head, not paying attention. Basically, a few pirate boats arrive every day, and some of the wreckage of the boats. Crocus has already been familiar with it, and is not too surprised. He continued to fish, and occasionally picked up the newspaper next to it and read it. Is this the Grand Line? It doesn't feel too special. Nico Robin lay on the hoarding and looked around curiously. Hearing this, Mio smiled and said, the magic of Grand Line is not the sea, but the island and the weather. Compared to the four seas, Grand Line has a variety of magical islands and unpredictable weather. It may be sunny now, but it may be possible in the next second. It is a storm, and there may be snow after a storm. These are all possible. In addition, the strength of the pirates of the Grand Line is basically a little stronger than that of the world. Where are we going next? Robin nodded, looked at Meow, and asked. Little Garden. Mio took out a permanent pointer, record pointer, from Kabuto of Pants, glanced at the direction marked on it, and the corners of her mouth raised. Prehistoric Island, Little Garden. This is the island where the giant pirate Dory and Brokey are located. But before heading to Little Garden, let's go to the old man and ask something. Mio chuckled and leaned in the direction of the Crocus while driving the boat. Hey, Uncle. The ship approached, and Mio leaned her elbows on the ship's fence and yelled to Crocus. Boy, what's the matter? Crocus raised his head and glanced at Min. He couldn't help taking a deep look at Erica and Warwick beside Min, and said lightly, Werewolf, and a little girl with tentacles on her forehead. What strange combination is this? Demon fruit power? It looks like he should be a good rookie at sea. Crocus thought to himself. Mio asked with a grin. Uncle, ask you a question. I want to know where there is a calm belt around here. Calm belt. Crocus was asked by this question. Calm belt would not interest the pirates. After all, even if they knew where Calm belt was, neither Marine nor the pirates would have thoughts of the past. The Calm belt waters are basically nests of sea beasts and sea kings, which are dangerous. But Crocus thought for a while, and still answered Min, there's no Calm belt nearby. The two nearest Calm belts are one on the other side of the Red Line, where the world government is located. The other is in the sea near Little Garden. Is there a map? Meow asked, scratching his head. I mean the Calm belt in Little Garden. I know. Is it possible that you think I would think you want to go to Mariewa? Crocus flipped Byakugan, put down the newspaper in his hand, and slowly got up. Wait a while. I'll get you a map. Thank you, me shouted with a smile. But Crocus didn't respond, and walked straight into his lighthouse. Are you going to Calm belt? Robin looked at Mio and asked curiously on the deck. Yes. Min nodded. He planned to train a sea kings. Sea beasts are not good enough, so he has to go to Calm belt. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is not fatal. After all of them are not weak except Robin, and Little Garden is still some distance from here. After Little Garden, I don't mention it, but based on the physical fitness and talents of Warwick and Erica, learn 6. There is no problem with style or hockey, and then the strength will be further strengthened, and there will be no life-threatening situation. I heard that calm belt is dangerous. What are you going to do there? Is the historical text in calm belt? Robin blinked his big eyes, curious about the purpose of Meow's visit to calm belt. You'll know then. Now you should hurry up to design the pirate flag. Meow flipped through Byakugan. This little girl was quite curious, but she wouldn't tell others. I got it. Meow didn't want to say. Robin had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the cabin. The materials for painting the pirate flag are all in the cabin and need to be picked up, but for the pirate flag, Robin does have it. Some thoughts. Not long. In the lighthouse, Crocus walked out, holding a piece of paper in his hand. With a light leap, Meow landed on the island. Crocus looked at Min, thought for a while, and said, "The map can be given to you, but I hope you can promise me one thing." "Yes." Meow nodded, without thinking that he knew what Crocus was talking about. Not surprisingly, it should be related to Laboon. But he looked around, but he didn't see Laboon. Crocus said, "I hope that in the future, if you meet a group of Rumba pirates somewhere on the Grand Line, you can help me convey a word. Laboon is still waiting for them." "Okay." Min nodded, took the map, grinned. "Although I really want to hear the story about Laboon, I am in a hurry to head to Little Garden. So let's forget it. I will see you in the future." After speaking, Meow jumped again and returned to the boat. The ship set sail. Laboon's story? I don't even bother to say it if you want to hear it. Crocus curled his lips as he watched the boat turn around and prepare to leave, and went back to his recliner, ready to read the newspaper and go fishing. But at this moment, whoosh, the voice rang. Crocus turned his head, saw something thrown in the air, and subconsciously caught it. It was a bottle of rum. Meow's voice was also uploaded from a ship. "This wine is just a thank you gift." Funny guy. Hearing that, Crocus showed a faint smile on his face, opened the cork, and took a sip, then set it aside. "I hope you can survive successfully in the pirates' graveyard of the Grand Line. Pirates from all over the world are like crucian carp crossing the river. But there are only so many people who can make Crocus interesting. It's a pity that there are many interesting guys in this ocean, but if you want to survive, you still need enough strength." The pirate boat is heading towards Little Garden. Little Garden, as a prehistoric island, naturally has some things that Meow wants, that is, insects and beasts. This time I'm going to see if I can find some upgraded existence, or the king of a certain kind of insects and beasts. As for the two giants above, he was not interested. Although the giant genes are very attractive for now, they're not needed at all, and unlike the demon genes, Oz does not exist in the entire world, but there are really a lot of giants. If you want giant genes, you can easily find giants. Hey, fortunately there is wine. Otherwise the days in the ocean would be really boring to death. Meow was lying on the deck. Today's Grand Line weather is sunny, holding wine in one hand and Crocus in the other. Looked at the map. The route on the map was obviously drawn by Crocus himself just now. Although it is simple, it can still understand the location. It's not too far from Little Garden. If you arrive at Little Garden, it will only take a day. Meow put away the map, and then looked to Erica, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cabin and leaning against the wall with a book in her hand, sitting up and shouting. "Erica, come and practice." "Master, do you practice observation hockey?" Erica closed the book and asked. Unlike Robin's book, Erica's book is only related to food and cooking. Of course. Min nodded. Erica put the book aside and stood up immediately, ready to get a blindfold from Meow. But just at this moment, Robin walked out with a black cloth in his hand and shouted at Meow with the black cloth in his hands. "Road, hey, what do you think of this pirate flag pattern?" "It's all right so soon." Hearing this, Meow suddenly became surprised and looked over. But at this look, she was even more surprised. On the black cloth, there is a common skull, and behind the skull are two crossed long knives and a huge wolf head. In the middle of behind the skull is a long sword standing upright. Very good. At a glance, Meow couldn't help but admire. At least the pirate flag pattern looks pretty cool. That's it. Meow nodded in admiration. Okay. With consent, Robin couldn't help flashing a happy look in his eyes. He immediately returned to the cabin and began to take out the materials that were officially used to paint the pirate flag, and drew it all over again. Soon, The pirate flag is finished. Mio took the pirate flag and hung it on the pole of the ship, including the canvas with a huge pirate flag pattern. Looking at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, Mio grinned and showed a smile. It feels good. Our pirate group can be regarded as a sign. 3 days later, at full speed, the ship gradually came to the sea near Little Garden. At this time, Mio was practicing with Erica on the deck, and the content of the exercise was naturally observation hockey. Mio's eyes were covered with black cloth, and Erica could be seen hitting him with punch after punch. Mio turned her head or dodged her body with every punch and successfully avoided the past. The range is within 5 meters. Is this the level that you just started? Take off the blindfold, Meow sighed, and after a few days, his observation hockey was considered a small result, but the range was a little small. Master, do you want to continue? Erica asked. No, I'm almost at Little Garden, and I can do the next practice of observation hockey. Let's wait for Armament Hockey's words after Little Garden. Mio shook his head and looked into the distance. An island was already in sight. That is Little Garden, also known as the Island of Pangu. Because the island is a prehistoric island, it also has some viruses that existed in ancient times. In the original book, Nami went to Drum Island after being infected. Mio looked at Robin and gave a reminder. Among his group, only Robin has the weakest physique and is easy to get infected. Robin nodded his head and said, Should I just stay on the boat? Are you sure you won't go see it? Meow asked with a grin. This is the prehistoric island. Basically, the creatures on the island existed in ancient times. In addition, there are 2 giants on the island. Giant! Robin's heart suddenly moved. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Soon, the boat is near the shore of the island. The anchor was dropped and the ship stopped. The group of people disembarked and set foot on the island. At a glance, the island is full of forests. There are huge trees everywhere, and the roots of the trees are undulating on the ground. Let's go. Meow looked at the virgin forest in front of her with a look of expectation, raising her foot and walking towards the forest. Erica and Warwick followed Mio, while Robin followed Erica carefully. Perhaps being around Erica made her feel more secure, right? Captain, what are we going to do here? Robin asked, looking at the surrounding scene curiously. She knew Mio's name, but she was still called Captain Mio in the end. Find some special creatures, Mio Kaido said. Then after thinking about it, he said, Just treat me as demon fruit power. I can turn some special animals into humanoid creatures. Oh, Robin was suddenly stunned after hearing this. After looking at Erica and Warwick, she immediately believed Mi's words. Along the way, Mio released his observation hockey. Although it was only 5 meters in range, it was not very large, but it was considered a way of training. If you persist for such a long time, observation hockey will also be improved. It took almost 10 minutes. A few people in Mio were still walking forward in the forest. But soon, roar. Not far in front, there was a roar, followed by a slight vibration on the ground. It looks like there's a goal. What kind of dinosaur should this sound be? Meow muttered, stepping out and rushing towards the front without forgetting to leave a word. Erica take Robin and protect her. With Robin's strength, he can't keep up with his own speed. Yes, master. After hearing this, Erica nodded immediately and was not so anxious to follow Mio, but ran forward with Robin. Soon, Mio arrived at the destination with Warwick. In this virgin forest, at this moment in front of Meow's eyes, are 2 huge ancient creatures, dinosaurs. One Triceratops, one Tyrannosaurus. It's just that the Triceratops has become a corpse at this time, and its flesh and blood has been swallowed by the Tyrannosaurus. Good luck. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus, Mio suddenly became excited. As a more powerful existence among dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus is undoubtedly more in line with Mio's goals. Therefore, Mio pulled out Raikiri from her waist without hesitation. Taking a step out, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Cut. Accompanied by a low drink, Mio slashed out on the way forward, and a sword aura suddenly broke out and swept through in a slashing blow. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus sensed the enemy, and suddenly roared toward this side, expressing his anger that he was disturbed by eating. However, as the roar just fell, the slash was approaching, and it hit the Tyrannosaurus's leg directly. The mighty power immediately cut off a leg of the Tyrannosaurus, and the huge body suddenly fell down because it could not continue to stand upright, causing the ground to vibrate slightly, raising clouds of dust. Tyrannosaurus was struggling, but it was a creature with 2 legs. Mio grinned and fell behind the body of the Tyrannosaurus in one leap. Then he turned slightly, and with the help of observation hockey, he easily avoided the swept tail of the Tyrannosaurus. "You just ate a full meal just now. It's considered you're dying to see you off," Mio said slowly, holding Raikiri in his hand and piercing directly at the head of the Tyrannosaurus. Puff! The sharp Raikiri penetrated deeply into the head of the Tyrannosaurus without any hindrance, and was then pulled out, with blood gushing. The roar of the Tyrannosaurus began to weaken, but it still has a certain vitality. Really tenacious. Seeing this, Meow couldn't help sighing, and then swiped the knife again, slashed out, and the sword energy burst out, cutting away from the neck of the Tyrannosaurus. The huge head was instantly separated from the neck and fell on the ground. This time, Tyrannosaurus died directly. Congratulations on your inclusion of the Tyrannosaurus gene. On the panel, a prompt emerged. Looking at the prompt, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly. At exactly this time, perhaps because the body of the Triceratops had been dead for a while, the smell of blood radiated. At this time, there was a cry in the sky, and a pterosaur spread its wings and hovered in the sky. "Ha ha! Another good target! Warwick, shoot it down. Pay attention to stay alive." Mio suddenly laughed and shouted. Warwick understands. Warwick, who was standing in the distance, heard the words, and after a reply, his legs jumped, and he stepped in the air immediately and went straight to the pterosaur. Ta-ta-ta! Warwick used the moonwalk he had learned and instantly jumped into the sky. Warwick's physical fitness is extremely strong, and Moonwalk's casting speed is also very fast under the full burst, as if stepping on a cloud ladder to catch up with the pterosaur in the sky in a few breaths. Roar! Pterodactyl watched the prey on the ground actually jumped in front of him, and suddenly sprinted towards Warwick with a roar, opened his mouth in the blood basin, as if he wanted to bite Warwick's head in one bite. But the next moment, "You shout a hammer," from the dubbing of Author Kun. Warwick slapped his paw sharply. He didn't use his sharp claws, but only relied on the power of the palm to slap the pterosaur on the head. The pterosaurs flying in the sky fell a lot by this palm, shaking their heads as if they were stunned. The pterosaurs woke up and flew into the sky again, hovering and diving, and rushed towards Warwick. Seeing the pterosaur seem to be stunned, Warwick's eyes flashed with coldness. His legs stepped in the air and stepped into the air. After avoiding the pterosaur's dive attack, he kicked the pterosaur directly back. The powerful force erupted in an instant. The pterosaur let out a mournful cry, and the huge body fell down towards the ground for an instant like a meteorite. Good job. Seeing this, Mio on the ground immediately drew his sword and leaped into the air. When the pterosaur fell to a level with himself, he slashed out with a slash. The sword aura exploded, and the black sword aura formed a black crow. Passed. Puffed out. The pterosaur's body was turned into 2 halves in midair, and blood spattered, like a rain of blood on the ground. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pterodactyl gene. On the panel, another prompt appeared. In the distance, Erica and Robin, who had just walked, just saw this scene of the pterosaur falling in midair, and Robin was suddenly surprised. Impressive. Of course, the master is the best. Erica immediately raised her head Kaido. Tread. Mio fell to the ground, retracted Raikiri, looked at the bodies of the pterosaurs and Tyrannosaurus, turned back to look at Warwick and Erica Robin, suddenly patted his head, looked at Erica, and said, "Erica, ask your aunts to help find and see if there are any special animals or insects and devil fruit." This is what Meow just remembered now. Erica can talk to and manipulate ants. And there are a huge number of ants on any island, and these ants are undoubtedly the best helpers to help herself and others find their goals. And the ants on the prehistoric island, not to mention, are stronger and more terrifying than the ants on the ordinary islands, and maybe even let these ants maim some animals and bring them in front of themselves. Kill. After thinking about it, Mio felt that it was feasible. Hearing the owner's order, Erica nodded her head, immediately closed her hands, and the tentacles on her forehead shook slightly. Seeing this, Robin looked puzzled. Erica, what is this going to do? Call her little helper. Don't be scared later. Meow explained with a smile. Oh, Robin nodded suddenly and looked at Erica curiously. Soon, in the forest around the few people, dense rustling began to sound. Coming from all directions, the sound became more and more noisy, and then, in a bush, dense black figures rushed out from the smallest volume. It is the size of a thumb, and the largest is the size of an ashtray. Each one is black all over, densely packed, and the number is very large. Almost soon, the surroundings of Meow and others will be surrounded by airtight. Guru, looking at these ants, Robin didn't know when he had just leaned against Meow's side, his two small hands clinging to the corners of Meow's clothes. His face was pale. These ants seemed to be able to swallow her at any time, making her feel terrified. Mio looked at Erica. At this moment, Erica still closed her hands, her forehead tentacles shaking. As if conveying some information, these ants began to string around and disappeared after a short while. And then, Erica opened her eyes, looked at Mio, and said with a smile, Master, Erica has told them our goal, and they will look for it. Okay. Min nodded, looked at Robin next to him, and smiled. Okay, don't be afraid. These are the ants that Erica called. She can communicate with the ants and order them. I already know. Robin nodded, exhaling relief as the ants left and patted his unsteady chest. Needless to say, she also understood what was going on. It's just a little surprise in my heart. I didn't expect that this girl who looked about the same age as herself would have such great abilities. Is Erica an ant? Robin asked Meow curiously. Well, and it's an ant king. Min nodded. It's amazing, no wonder. Robin suddenly. Mio smiled, looked around, and was about to leave when she saw the two tentacles on Erica's forehead shaking, as if she had received some information. Erica immediately looked at Mio and said, Master, there is already news. Is it so fast? How did you know? Mio was a little surprised. That's how I know it. I seem to be able to receive and send messages, but other ants can't. Erica pointed to the tentacles on her head and explained. Me looked suddenly and immediately became excited. Then Erica, lead the way. I am more curious about what kind of creature it will be. Yeah. Erica nodded and immediately walked in one direction. Mio patted Robin's head, motioned Robin to follow, and then stepped out. A group of people quickly moved in one direction and shuttled through the forest. Because the destination was not far away, soon Erica stopped not far ahead and said softly, Master, here it is. Mio came to Erica's side, looked forward, and then a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. In front of the line of sight, there is a swamp. The swamp is very large, and there are many bones in the swamp floating on the surface of the swamp without sinking. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that in the center of the swamp, there is the carcass of an unknown animal. Next to the carcass is Mio's target, a pterosaur. It's just that this pterosaur is obviously different. This pterosaur is smaller than the ordinary pterosaur, but it looks more vigorous. But what really surprised Mio was that this pterosaur took a bite on the corpse. After the flesh and blood, the body suddenly disappeared there, blinking and appeared in another place. Then the body disappeared again and appeared next to the corpse again. It's weird. It seems to change shape and shadow. Eat devil fruit. Seeing this, Mio's pupils suddenly shrank, and she was surprised. And this fruit ability looks like space ability, or is it related to speed? Mio gripped the handle of the knife with his right hand, grinning in a low voice. Erica, this guy's abilities are a bit weird. Be careful not to let this guy run away. I know the master. Erica held the handle of her knife with both hands and nodded seriously in response. The arrival of the two undoubtedly attracted the attention of the pterosaur. At this time, the pterosaur looked up at the two, tilting his head, and seemed a little confused, as if he had never seen such a creature. But shortly afterwards, a greedy look appeared in the eyes of the pterosaurs, as if they were using the two as food. Their wings fluttered, and the figure suddenly appeared in front of Mio and Erica. Mio and Erica took a step back at once, avoiding the pterodactyl's big mouth. But at the same time, Mio also noticed that where the pterosaur appeared, a stone originally there disappeared and replaced by the pterosaur. At the same time, Mio looked at the location where the pterosaur was before and saw a stone there appeared to fall to the ground in midair. Suddenly, Meow's pupils shrank, and at the same time a flash of sorrow flashed. "It's actually this kind of ability," muttered. Mio drew his sword abruptly without any hesitation and slashed out. Puff! A sword gasp burst out and swept away. Obviously, at such a close distance, it is impossible to avoid it with the power of the pterosaur, but the next moment, the figure of the pterosaur suddenly disappeared and appeared in the distance. "This ability is really powerful," Meow murmured in surprise. He had already guessed what the pterosaur's ability was, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. After exclaiming, he stepped out, and the figure suddenly ejected like a cannonball and went straight to the pterosaur. It seemed that he felt threatened, and the pterosaur didn't want to stay here for a long time. After flapping its wings, it flew straight into the sky, ready to leave here. Because there is a distance between the two, if there is no obstruction, the pterosaur may really be able to leave before Mio arrives. But it's a pity that Erica, who had been prepared for a long time, saw this, and two Taisho slashed, forming sword energy and slashing towards the top of the pterosaur. If you don't want to be cut off, the pterosaur can only stop flying into the sky. It was also precisely by this opportunity that Mi had already come to the front of the pterosaur and cut it out with a stab. With a pouch, one of the pterosaur's wings broke directly and blood spattered. Roar! The pterosaur let out a painful roar, and the big mouth of the blood basin suddenly took a bite towards Mio. The stench radiated from the pterosaur's mouth, blowing towards her face, making Mio frown slightly. Then he cut it out again. But the next moment, the pterosaur's figure disappeared again, appeared in another place behind him. Chop! Erica shouted in a low voice, and the two knives waved. Almost as soon as the pterosaur appeared, it was slashed so that the pterosaur did not have the slightest reaction time and directly cut off the other wing of the pterosaur. Both wings were cut off, a large amount of blood spewed out, and the pterosaur screamed. The huge body was lying on the ground, unable to move because of his injuries. Seeing this, Mio held Raikiri in his hand, and after a step out, she came to the pterosaur and couldn't help muttering while looking at the pterosaur yelling at him. Although it has powerful abilities, it is an animal after all. Without sufficient intelligence, having strong abilities will not have much effect. In addition, this ability of pterosaurs needs some brains. Puff! Cut out in one fell swoop. The pterosaur's head fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a prompt appeared on the panel. Congratulations on your inclusion of pterodactyl replacement gene. Really? Seeing the words on the prompt, Mio didn't look surprised. In fact, he also guessed that the pterosaur's ability is similar to this. Replacement can also be considered as a touch with the space ability, replacing the position of oneself with other things, or the position of two different things. It was also because I noticed the stone that was replaced by the pterosaur just now, and Mio realized the ability of the pterosaur. So I don't worry too much about the pterosaurs escaping. After all, there is nothing in the sky that can be replaced by this pterosaur. Is it possible that it can replace the clouds? Obviously impossible. This pterodactyl doesn't have that brain. After all, it eats paramecia fruits instead of zone fruits. But in this way, the little butterfly needs the genes. The corner of Meow's mouth raised, revealing a touch of excitement. Thinking of this, Mio was a little helpless again. I wonder if I can get this ability at random. There's no doubt that this ability is really very powerful, and if it is well developed, it can make people feel scared. After all, it is an ability that has something to do with space attributes, and it is terrifying to use it for assassination. Don't talk about assassinating the strong, just talk about killing celestial dragons. Just find a bomb and replace it with celestial dragons, and the same is true for other people. It's totally unconscious. Shaking his head, Mio didn't think about it anymore. It's still early today, and we'll leave Little Garden sooner or later, so it happens to be here to include more dinosaur genes. At this time, Warwick and Robin also came. Looking at the pterosaur corpse at Meow's feet, Robin asked curiously, "Is this a special creature? It doesn't seem to be different." "Because it is a pterosaur that ate devil fruit. Of course, it is not visible." Mio patted Robin's head and explained, then looked at Erica and said, "You continue to pay attention to the message of your group of little guys. Warwick, help you find out where there are dinosaurs or might be more powerful beasts nearby. Let's go hunt them." "Erica will pay attention." Erica nodded. It was Warwick, with a sullen look on his face, and said quickly, "Warwick is good at this." He pointed to his nose, and the meaning was self-evident. He is not only sensitive to the smell of blood, but also to other smells. After sniffing his nose, Warwick pointed in one direction and said, "Master, this direction has the smell of the dinosaur that the owner killed before, but because it is not the same dinosaur, the smell is a bit weak." Hearing this, Mio looked at Warwick's nose and asked curiously, "Can you still know the variety by smelling it?" "Of course, Warwick is great." Warwick nodded his head. "Okay, let's go." The Tyrannosaurus was killed before. So, is there a Tyrannosaurus in this direction? That's not bad. Mio chuckled, let Warwick lead the way, and stretched out his hand towards Robin. "Come on, I'll take you with you. After all, your speed is a bit slow to keep up with us." "I got it." Hearing Mio's words, Robin nodded his head, a little embarrassed, but also knew that it would be dangerous if he fell behind alone. After biting his lip and tangling for a while, Robin just grabbed Mio's hand. Immediately after an exclamation, he was hugged by Mio in his arms. Then Mio went straight out. Mio's speed was so fast that Robin couldn't help holding onto Mio's shoulder tightly, with a blush on his face, a little embarrassed. A group of people shuttled through the forest. Along the way, I also encounter a lot of beasts. Although it is the prehistoric island, there are also some creatures on other islands, like ordinary tigers, panthers, etc. For this kind of animal, Meow took a glance and then withdrew his gaze and left directly. The genes of ordinary animals were not included in his selection, unless they were needed when needed. Maybe one day, he will use it when he plans to train Shenlong. After all, it's not that the dragon's horns resemble a deer. Its head is like a camel, its eyes are like rabbits, and its scales are like fish. Although this dragon may not have the ability to move clouds and rain. Soon, several people arrived at the destination. This virgin forest is near a place in the hinterland of the center. At this time, there was a Tyrannosaurus and Barbarian King Dragon, but Barbarian King Dragon became a corpse, and it was really Tyrannosaurus that killed it. But the situation of this Tyrannosaurus is not very good now, because this Tyrannosaurus has been surrounded by a group of Allosaurus at this time. Allosaurus is considered to be one of the most ferocious and dangerous dinosaurs, because Allosaurus is not only powerful in individual abilities, but most importantly, it is very smart and will besiege enemies with its kind. A full 8 Allosaurus was walking around the Tyrannosaurus at this time, seeming to be looking for a suitable opportunity to shoot. Because of the arrival of Mio, the eyes of Tyrannosaurus were attracted, and at this moment, the Allosaurus surrounding it rushed over, and the Tyrannosaurus' painful roar suddenly sounded. Really smart. Seeing this, Min narrowed his eyes, put Robin down, and then said to Warwick and Erica, "Don't kill, leave the last blow to me." After speaking, Mio rushed out. This Tyrannosaurus was already seriously injured. Perhaps it was caused by the fight with the Barbarian King Dragon. At this time, he was besieged by the Allosaurus and was about to die. Mio rushed over and slashed out and sent it directly. Took this Tyrannosaurus' last leg. ended the life of Tyrannosaurus. With the death of the Tyrannosaurus, the Allosaurus suddenly dispersed, looking towards Meow, a trace of dread in their wild eyes. But before they figured out what Meow was going to do, two Allosaurus suddenly screamed. Erica and Warwick had already taken action, and they did not know when they appeared next to them and directly crippled them. Although Allosaurus is smart and strong in individual strength, it also depends on who it is in front of. In front of Warwick and Erica, they were like ants, weak and weak. Not long after, Allosaurus were all beaten and disabled and placed in front of Mio, struggling and roaring, but unable to move. Mio, on the other hand, learned about the lives of the Allosauruses with one knife after another. Congratulations on your inclusion of the Allosaurus gene. Looking at the prompts on the panel, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly. At this moment, rumbling, the ground suddenly vibrated. It seemed like a giant was walking. Oh, is there a new friend on the island? Some loud voices said at this time, making a sound. New friend? Where? Another voice sounded. Meow looked up and saw only above the forest. At this moment, his two heads stuck out and looked at him. The huge body was still very shocking when he saw it for the first time. Blue Ogre Dory, Red Ogre Broggy. The two captains of the giant soldier pirate group who had been fighting on the little garden island for decades appeared in front of Mio and the others. Hey, are you pirates? Broggy smiled on his face and asked Mio friendly. Hearing this, Mio nodded slightly, retracted Raikiri, and smiled. Yes, I came from North Blue and just entered the Grand Line. This is the first island we landed after entering the Grand Line. Haha, hello, this is Broggy. I'm Dory. I know you, the captain of the giant soldier pirate group, Mio said with a smile. Hearing that, the two giants were slightly surprised, but their straightforward character made them not entangled, but warmly invited. Would you like to have a drink together? We make our own. It tastes very good. Very willing. Hearing this, Mio licked her lips and nodded without hesitation. Dory swept across the forest immediately. The trees were uprooted and a large open area was formed. The two giants directly sat down cross-legged, took out several large bowls and wine gourds they carried, and immediately poured the wine. Broggy lowered his head, looked at Erica and Warwick carefully, and asked curiously, Is this your partner? There's a breath that feels very powerful, and is it because of the appearance of devil fruit? It seems to be true. Hearing this, Dory also looked over curiously, suddenly surprised. They are all people who have survived for hundreds of years, and they naturally know devil fruit, but they have been on this island for decades, and demon fruit power has not been seen for a long time. Not to mention capable people, even ordinary people are rarely seen. After all, Prehistoric Island is still very dangerous for some ordinary pirates. Forget it. Min nodded, without explaining too much, just introduced it. Mio sat cross-legged on the ground and asked curiously, You have disappeared for decades. Have you always been on this island? That's right. Speaking of this, Dory held up a bowl that was huge to the people of Meow, drank the drink in one gulp, and said passionately, Broggy and I have been dueling on this island for many years, and there has been no victory or defeat, so this duel will continue until I get the victory. No, Dory, I'm the only one who won. Broggy also drank a bowl of wine and immediately retorted, I'm better than you. Nonsense. I am better than you. I'm not only stronger than you, but I also drink better than you. What are you kidding? Seeing this, Meow couldn't help shook his head, feeling really upright and dead-headed. The ghost wanted to get the reason why these two stories have been dual on an island for nearly 100 years, just because of an unintentional word from a little girl. But I have to say that the lifespan of giants is really long-lasting. It has been hundreds of years and still looks like a mature man. TSK, the wine is quite good. After tasting the wine in the bowl, Meow's eyes suddenly lit up and she murmured excitedly and drank gulps. The dispute between the two giants did not bother Mio and the others, and Mio didn't care about them, just drank his own wine. Only Robin occasionally looked at them curiously. But not long after, the two tentacles on Erica's forehead swayed lightly, and then she came to Mio's ear, and after whispering a word in Mio's ear, Mio, who was a little drunk, suddenly woke up. As a prehistoric island, it really can bring me surprises. Hearing this, Meow raised a smile at the corner of her mouth when she got up. Hey, Dory Broggy, I have something to leave first. Mio yelled at the two giants. Hearing that, Dory and Brokey lowered their heads and looked at Mio. They couldn't help showing a look of dismay. After all, they were pirates who hadn't met for a long time. They still wanted to chat with Mio for a while. But I also knew that there was something in Mio, so there was no block. Dory gulped a bowl of wine and grinned. We don't know your name yet. Ah, my name is Kirikawa Mio. Mio immediately Kaido. Kirikawa Min? Strange name, Broggy murmured, then continued. I remember. I believe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Perhaps. Min nodded, who knows such things. After drinking a sip, Mio left directly. Erica led the way, and the group of people shuttled forward in the forest again. This time the destination seemed a bit far away, and it took a full half an hour to reach the destination. But even so, Mio is still full of expectations. After all, the destination this time, there is a devil fruit. Yes, it is devil fruit. Although it was expected, it was also pleasantly surprised. After all, Little Garden is a huge island. It is not surprising that there is a devil fruit. In many cases, devil fruit is rare because it is difficult to find. The island is so big, not every place will be carefully explored. And maybe you have walked through a place on the island today, but tomorrow you go, this place will grow a devil fruit, this kind of thing not without. As for the prehistoric island, Little Garden, the devil fruit that appears on this island should be Zoan, and it may be an ancient species in Zoan. In anticipation, the group moved forward again. It took almost an hour to shuttle through the forest again before reaching the destination. A lush place in the forest. At this time, many ants gathered here. With the arrival of Erica, these ants came to Erica's side one after another and began to connect to form a route on the ground, leading Mio to a lush place. Among the grass, pulling aside the grass, Mio suddenly saw a devil fruit appearing in front of her eyes. The devil fruit is full of dark blue spiral patterns. On the surface, this devil fruit is very beautiful. People who don't know may think that this devil fruit is very poisonous. After all, brightly colored fruits in the wild are generally not edible. This color and shape is not one of the devil fruits recorded on the scrapbook. It looks like it is another fruit of unknown ability. Meng murmured, a little regretful. If you don't know what the ability is, it's hard to decide the usefulness. After all, you can't eat. So pick up the lottery? It's not too good. What if it isn't you demons? Although the probability is very low, there is always a dream. If it is true, then it will be a big loss. But you can try it. Meow murmured and beckoned. Warwick, get the little guy here. Hearing Meow's words, Robin's little face showed a look of doubt, but then Warwick slammed out and rushed into a lush grass. His paw clenched his fist and blasted out with a bang. A raptor, which had been hidden in the grass and was about to sneak attack, had been spotted without knowing that its tracks had been spotted. Warwick punched it on the ground and was stunned for an instant. Afterwards, Warwick slapped him up and put in front of Mio. Warwick's head was firmly pressed in the mud. No matter how hard his body struggled, he couldn't resist. Open your mouth. Mio picked up devil fruit and looked at it for a while, then said, Good master. Warwick nodded and roughly opened the raptor's mouth with two paws. Mio grinned and stuffed devil fruit directly into the raptor's mouth. Devil fruit soon bit the velociraptor into his stomach. After eating devil fruit, the velociraptor struggling fiercely, it seems that something is about to change, but it hasn't waited for the change to show up. With a pouch, blood bloomed. Mio slashed out, cutting off the raptor's head. On the panel, a prompt emerged. Congratulations on your inclusion of Velatron, South Blue Butterfly Gene. Butterfly? Insect fruit. Looking at the prompt on the panel, he was taken aback. Butterfly genes, what is the use of this ability? Collect pollen? Mio patted his head. His face suddenly became helpless. It sounded like he didn't have any combat power, this fruit ability. If I knew that, I might as well take it to the lottery. At the same time, when Mio felt that he wasted a chance to draw a lottery, A warship had arrived on the coast of Little Garden. On the deck of the warship, a marine soldier looked at Mio's ship with a telescope. After careful identification, he took it back. The telescope came to a tall figure and reported respectfully. Report to Momosaji Commodore. It has been confirmed that the pirate ship is the target we are looking for. So, they should have entered Little Garden, right? No accident, yes. Very well, then stay here, wait for them to come, and then take it in one fell swoop. Yes. Things by the sea. Meow doesn't know anything. At this time, Mio had left that place and was wandering in the forest with Erica and others while hunting down some ferocious beasts. But in the meantime, Mio scratched his head, frowning. South Blue Butterfly. This name is so familiar. It seems to have heard it somewhere. Where is it? While walking, Meow thought. Suddenly, Min stopped and stunned. I remember. Isn't this South Blue Butterfly the legendary beast before crossing? It's just that I remember this beast as rubbish. Before crossing, Mio was very interested in some myths and legends, so I'll learn a little bit. The South Blue Butterfly, he remembered, is indeed a sacred beast, but there is a sentence in the description of this sacred beast. The seaman weighs its wings and feet, and it gets 80 caddies of meat. It's very plump. To put it bluntly, someone caught it, and after removing its wings and beards, it still has 80 caddies, which is extremely delicious. Thinking of this, the corners of Mio's mouth twitched and couldn't help but want to say something. Are you teasing me on horseback? This fruit, to be precise, should be regarded as the South Blue Butterfly form of the zoan monster seed insect fruit. But when I think of the introduction about this South Blue Butterfly, Mio feels good food no matter what I think. The eudemons and the fruit ability of the insect system, but I didn't expect it to be this way. Mio is a little bit painful. However, it is inevitable to look forward to it in my heart. After all, it can be regarded as the existence of the eudemons. There should be other abilities that you don't know. After returning to the boat, give the little butterfly some training. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Shook his head, Meow calmed his mind, got up, and said, Let's go while there is still time. Let's kill more prey next. In the following time, Mio basically hunted together with Erica and others. However, the ants did not bring any more surprises. This disappointed Mio, but it was also expected. After all, there have been 2 surprises today. Where can there be more surprises? Unless he ate the good luck fruit. The fruit that was eaten by the pterosaur on this island was equivalent to the discovery of 2 devil fruits, and he was very satisfied. Unconsciously, it was evening. Mio's list of included genes has been very rewarding. Tyrannosaurus gene. The overlord level of dinosaur creatures possesses extremely powerful attack power and physical stamina, and its skin is also good for defense. Pterodactyl gene, a predator in the sky, and contains a peculiar gene which can replace itself with any item, but it seems to be afraid of the sea. Allosaurus gene, Velociraptor gene, Triceratops gene. Basically, there are several for each gene, and there's no such thing as only one. Among them are the saber-toothed tiger genes, etc., so that Mio can no longer lack genes in a short period of time, unless it is necessary to have some special genes in a certain aspect. When it was almost evening, a few people were ready to walk towards the shore. It's a good harvest today. Go back to the boat to celebrate. Meow carried a wild boar corpse that Warwick killed just now. Hearing this, Robin's eyes lit up, nodded and said, Erica's cooking skills are very good. Speaking of this, Mio can't help but nod her head in agreement, but it is not. Erica seems to be quite talented in this aspect. From the first novice to the present, the food tastes better and better, especially the barbecue. Every time the barbecue, they are all golden yellow, and the smell is very attractive. And it is worth mentioning that in addition to the genetic gains of Mio today, observation hockey has also improved a lot, ranging from 5 meters to 8 meters, which makes Mio feel a little happy. On the way from the forest to the shore, when he was about to walk out of the forest to see the coastline, Warwick sniffed his nose and suddenly stopped. Owner, what's the matter? Mio looked at Warwick with a puzzled expression. A cold light flashed in Warwick's scarlet eyes, and his tone was serious. Someone has a lot of unfamiliar smells. Oh, hearing this, Mio rolled her eyes and looked at Erica. Erica nodded intently, and then a few ants crawled out of the forest behind and quickly crawled towards the shore. The tentacles on Erica's forehead shook, and after a while, Erica looked at Mio. Master, Marine is in ambush. Hearing Erica's words, a look of fear flashed in Robin's eyes, as if thinking of some bad experience. His body couldn't help leaning against Mio and grabbed the corner of Mio's clothes. Don't worry. Noting Robin's strangeness, Mio patted Robin's head, shaking his shoulder, and the wild boar body was thrown directly on the ground. It looks like it was here specifically for us, otherwise I wouldn't be lying in ambush on the shore. Meow grinned and said, squeezing his fist with both hands. In that case, let's see if these Marines can keep us here. Seaside. A warship docked. On the warship, there's a Marine watching the shore with a weapon. The location of the warship is difficult to detect because of the weather. In addition, there are also many Marine soldiers hidden on the shore. Apart from the sound of waves, the beach is extremely quiet. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded. Several figures came out in the forest. Oh, I'm just a newcomer who just went out to sea. I was hunted by a Marine before I thought. It seems that my potential should be quite high. Mio walked out of the forest, looked around, and grinned. On the warship, a figure leaped gently and landed on the shore. The figure was slender, with a pair of long, white legs and a knife at his waist. At this time, his left hand was resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know if you have the potential, but you guys don't want to leave here today. TSK, it seems that you are very confident. Min shrugged, squinted at the figure in front of her, flashing a subtle surprise. Of course, to deal with the pirates, of course you are confident. Momosaji said in a cold voice, and Kimbiro was pulled out from his waist until Mio. And Nico Robin, I will stay here today. Sorry, Robin is now my crew member, and it will not be us, but you who will stay here today. Mio chuckled lightly and pulled out Raikiri from his waist. The newcomers who go to sea are as arrogant and ignorant as you. Momosaji sneered. She values Mio, but she also despises her. After all, she has seen too many new sea pirates, basically 99%. The new sea pirates are all weak, arrogant, and ignorant, and their horizons have not been expanded at all. They don't know how big this world is and how terrifying the power of this world is. Today's Min is like this in her eyes. Go catch them. If you can't, kill them here. Momosaji shouted and ordered directly. Suddenly, the Marines who had been around for a long time shot or rushed over here in an instant. Robin, go and hide. Mio rubbed Robin's head and said softly, well, you guys be careful. Robin bit his lip, nodded and said, immediately turned and ran toward the forest. Looking at Robin's back, Mio smiled, then looked at the Marine soldiers. Oh, there's so many. I'll leave it to you, Erica Warwick. Master, please rest assured. Warwick can kill them soon. After Erica and Warwick responded, they disappeared in place. On the other hand, Mio looked at Momosaji. For the Admiral candidate in the original book, he naturally knew and understood the other's potential. It's just that now, 10 or 20 years ago when the plot began, no matter how strong Momosaji's strength is, it is impossible to reach a place that is too terrifying. It just so happens that you can come and try your current strength. Although he may not be an opponent, he is not afraid. If it's a big deal, call Erica and Warwick to fight 1 out of 3. Let's play a game with the 2 of us. Meow grinned, then stepped out, and the figure disappeared. Immediately after a few breaths, he appeared in front of Momosaji and cut out. What? At such a fast speed, Momosaji's pupils suddenly shrank, and suddenly she knew that she underestimated the person in front of her. At the same time, Momosaji's powerful strength made Momosaji react quickly. Jean Piro waved, and the sound of clang blocked Mio's attack. Weapons collided, sparks splashed. This is a newcomer? Momosaji was amazed, a little skeptical. How could this kind of strength be a newcomer? No wonder Sengoku Admiral will let himself test the strength of the opponent. Such a strength is so young. If he grows up, I am afraid that he will be another big pirate, then Marine will be under even greater pressure. Thinking like this in her heart, Momosagi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and at the same time excitement burst into her eyes. Your weapon is very good, Momosagi said solemnly. So is yours. Raikiri drew a knife in Mio's hand. Unfortunately, you still died here today, or you were arrested by me and returned to Impel Down. Momosagi's voice was lingering, and then the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Mio did not hesitate. Although observation hockey had a small range, he noticed it for an instant when Momosagi approached him. He turned around and Raikiri swung to block. The sound of a weapon collision rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. Through Raikiri Mio, I felt the powerful force from Momosagi. Although I want to go to Impel Down too, but it's not now. Mio murmured, but Momosagi didn't hear her voice. But the next moment her arms shook, and the burst of power made Momosagi take a step back. Slashed out immediately. One sword, Devil Cut. The slash with exactly the same name as the character's skill in a certain game broke out. But unlike in that game, Mio's slash was a pure black slash. Under the explosion, Momosagi felt the slightest threat. But he didn't panic. On the contrary, he felt a little excited. Momosagi is a swordsman himself, and he is interested in challenging swordsmen who are equally capable. Puff! Momosagi also slashed out, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Two sword auras collided, and a wave of air suddenly broke out and swept the surrounding area. Chong chong! Chong chong! Starting from this slash, the two battled without any spare energy, swinging the knife at a speed like a phantom. The air weapons collided, and sparks sputtered from time to time. The two figures also looked like ghosts and began to move and fight around the shore. Cut! Accompanied by Momosagi's soft drink, a golden slash erupted. Seeing this, Mio also slammed a slash, and the black slash swept over, colliding with the golden slash, canceling each other out. Momosagi's slender figure stood on the shore and said lightly, "As a newcomer on the sea, you are very strong, but unfortunately you are not my opponent. As long as you solve you, I will have enough time to clean up your crew." Oh, hearing this, the corners of Mio's mouth rose slightly, and there is no denying that he is indeed not Momosagi's opponent now. After fighting with Momosagi, he had already gasped a little, but Momosagi still had a calm expression, as if there was no consumption. This shows some gaps between the two. Although I am indeed not your opponent, but want to keep me, sorry, you really can't do it now. After faintly speaking, Mio shouted directly, "Erica!" "Yes, master." There is no explicit statement, but Erica has already understood what Mio means. The tentacles on her forehead swayed, and then she waved her hands with the sword, and the two swords slashed around like a full moon. The screams suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen Marines were directly beheaded. Those who can. In the dim light, Momosagi noticed the tentacles on Erica's forehead. He hadn't noticed much just now. At this moment, the first thing he thought of was the capable person, and then he became vigilant. She is very clear about Devil Fruit's abilities, which have some weird abilities, which may cause fatal danger if they are not careful. And it seems that this new pirate rookie who made Sengoku Admiral specially sent himself to test is this capable person, so she can't help but be wary. Momosagi observation hockey spreads. Her sights and sounds are much more powerful than Meow, and she will cover hundreds of meters around her in an instant. However, seeing and hearing color to spread, the next moment, Momosagi's face changed drastically. What? She seemed to notice something and shouted immediately. Everyone immediately returned to the boat and sailed away from the shore. Momosagi is undoubtedly very prestigious. After the voice fell, the Marine soldiers ran towards the warship without any hesitation. When the Marines just set foot on the warship, they could see the dense black torrent swarming in the forest on the island. The number of terrifying ants almost occupied this coast in a short period of time. Feeling numb, I couldn't help swallowing, feeling horrified in my heart. This ability, Momosagi took a deep look at Erica in the distance. then made a light leap and landed directly on a scorched corpse on the sea. The terrifying number of ants made her feel jealous, but she didn't even think about killing them all. After all, she knew that even if she killed herself, she might not be able to fight. "Is this your confidence?" Momosaji stared at Mio and said solemnly. "Isn't it enough?" Mio grinned Kaido. "Of course not enough." Momosaji sneered with a smile on his face instead. "Even if we can't get on the shore, but you can only take a boat if you want to leave, do you think you left?" "I think it would be easy to leave." Mio shrugged, then scratched her head somewhat helplessly. "Although I don't want to be like this. After all, it is not a good quality to bully the less by more. But now it can only be this way." Finished. Momosaji has understood Mio's thoughts. Be vigilant immediately. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Momosaji, swept across with one claw, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Momosaji opened his eyes sharply and said in a secret voice, "Fast speed," randomly swinging the knife, blocking in front of him. The sound of chiang sounded. Although blocking the attack, the powerful force that burst out made Momosaji step back and then landed on the shore. However, those ants did not swarm towards Momosaji. After all, Mio didn't have the idea of killing Momosaji now. "I just want to drive Momosaji away." You must know that Momosaji also has a background in naval headquarters. Momosaji is not strong now. With Erika Warwick and himself, it is not impossible to kill Momosaji. But if Momosaji is really killed, it will undoubtedly arouse the anger from naval headquarters. When the time comes to greet him, it may be Admiral's pursuit. Miao, who has read the original book, is very clear that Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral can be blocked by the strength of himself and Erika and others. But Admiral, that really couldn't stop it. Not one level. The gap between Admiral and Vice Admiral is huge. Even if you have cheat and you don't have enough strength, you still have to be wretched development. At this moment, Erika also rushed in, swinging double knives towards Momosaji, slashing past. Erika's strength was equal to Momosaji's. With all her strength bursting out, Momosaji could only passively defend herself for a while. In the forest behind him, Robin suddenly came to Mio's side and pulled the corners of Mio's clothes. He stood on his tiptoe and said something in Mio's ear before making Mio nod gently. Then he hugged Robin and yelled while Robin was blushing, "Lady, we're destined to see you again. Warwick, Erika, let's go." The voice fell. "Take a step out." Swiftly headed straight for the pirate ship. Fire the cannon and stop them. Momosaji blocked the attack from Warwick and Erika with difficulty and yelled without hesitation. On the warship, the Marines immediately took action. However, at this time, the island suddenly vibrated, booming. Two huge figures walked to the shore step by step, and a huge, slightly harsh voice came. "I heard that Marine is bullying our friends. That's not okay. Even Marine can't hinder the pirates' journey on the sea." Dory and Broggy walked with laughter, and then Broggy swung an axe toward the warship. The huge weapon carried Broggy's powerful force, almost splitting the warship in half with an axe. But even so, the warship split in the middle and began to flood into the sea. The entire warship began to shake, and many Marines fell into the sea and screamed in panic. "Damn it! Why are there giants on this island?" Momosaji secretly asked. Dory and Broggy were relatively famous in the ocean decades ago, but Momosaji nowadays doesn't know it, and it's normal. After all, the time is too long. "Originally, I wanted to fire the cannon to destroy the pirates' pirate ship, but they couldn't live without it. I had time to catch them and bring them back to impel down. But now it seems to be a bit troublesome." Momosaji frowned. "Brush." Erika swung out with two knives and slashed out, but Momosaji quickly blocked it. But the next moment, Warwick swept away with a paw and hit Momosaji's abdomen. While Momosaji and Erika were fighting, blood spattered suddenly. Momosaji's body couldn't help flying upside down and hit the shore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Erika and Warwick quickly left the shore and boarded the pirate ship. "Go set sail," Mio yelled, and the ship immediately started sailing and slowly left the shore. The nearby warship was destroyed, and the Marines could only shoot, but it had no effect. Dory Broggy, thanks, I will visit you when I have time, but I hope you will still be on the island then. Mio did not forget to shout to the two giants, expressing her gratitude. Although he can leave without two giants, it will be more troublesome after all. It is much more convenient now. Ha ha. See you later. I will invite you to drink at that time. The two giants responded with a laugh. Then Broggy and Dory looked at Momosaji. Miss Marine, if you still want to fight, let us accompany you. Damn it. Do you want to be rewarded by Marine? Momosaji suddenly shouted when he heard that. He was an elite Marine who had failed to capture a rookie pirate group and was immediately annoyed. Hear the words. Dory and Broggy scratched their heads and burst into laughter. Sorry, we were offered a reward decades ago. Report Sengoku Admiral. I am Momosaji, and the capture mission failed. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's office. Listening to the words from Momosaji in the phone worm, I had this expectation, but it was unavoidable to show shock. After all, Momosaji is considered to be Marine's outstanding elite, although it is not comparable to the current Akiji and others, but it is still himself. Optimistic candidates. Working hard in the future may not be able to become admiral, but now the capture of a rookie pirate group has failed? Tell me what's going on. Sengoku said solemnly. Yes. Momosaji immediately reported. As far as we know, there are currently 4 people on this pirate ship. Captain Kirikawa Mio, crew Erica, Warwick, and Nico Robin. Except for Captain Kirikawa Mio, who doesn't know whether they are capable, the other 3 are capable. Crew Warwick is Zoan Devil Fruit, which is related to wolves. Erica's fruit ability is unknown. It is suspected to be related to Zoan, and it seems to be able to manipulating ants or manipulating all insects is very threatening. At the same time, except for Nico Robin, all 3 of this pirate group are not weak. Among them, the strength of the Captain Kirikawa Mio is not strong, and the strength is equivalent to that of Colonel Marine, but the fighting power that broke out in an instant is not bad. Warwick's strength is unknown, and Erica's strength is equal to mine. Also, I'm good at hockey, but I don't seem to be proficient. Maybe I just learn it soon. In addition, we ran into 2 giants in the Grand Line prehistoric island Little Garden. They seem to be pirates. It was because of them that the pirate group escaped. Momosaji reported. Hearing this, Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, the 2 giant pirates in Little Garden don't have to worry about it. As for the problem of the rookie pirates group you mentioned, it was a little bit beyond my expectation. I didn't expect it to be so strong. It doesn't look like a rookie at all. Sengoku knew about the 2 giant pirates in Little Garden, and even the reason why the 2 giants were on Little Garden was related to some things. The little girl who led the 2 giants back then is very special when she grows up. P.S. I saw a post in the post bar before discussing the identity of this little girl, saying that her face is very similar to Bonnie or the nun who raised her aunt. I borrowed it here, and maybe it will be used in the future, but if you don't use it, it's estimated that it won't appear again. Except for the 2 giants, Mio's affairs undoubtedly made Sengoku more of a headache. In addition to the events in Mio in the past 2 days, a major event has also occurred on North Blue. The small town that was originally related to Tianshangjian, with a population of thousands of people, was slaughtered almost overnight. Although the world is dying every day, and the total number of people dying every day reaches a terrifying level. But this time the people who die are all in one place, and coupled with the heavenly gold, it will inevitably make people think about it. The world government also felt a trace of anger, thinking that this was not putting the world government in its eyes. Therefore, they put pressure on Marine. Sora was also about to be promoted and wanted to give himself a time to retire before being promoted, so he began to prepare to hand over the matter to Sengoku. The things that had originally been headaches from Sora are now handed over to him, which caused him a headache. Sengoku can't help but envy and hate when thinking of this guy. Sengoku runs to eat sanbei with Garp every now and then. This newcomer pirate group, you don't need to be arrested in a hurry, just stare at it. The headquarters can't mobilize people to help you temporarily, and with your strength, you may not be an opponent. Listen to your report. If you really want to kill you, It's not a problem, so wait patiently. When the New World side is over, I will let people pass. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Momosaji nodded. I see. I will stare at it next. Subsequently, the phone worm hung up. Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku couldn't help muttering. It looks like you have to raise the bounty. Reward. The stronger the reward, the higher the reward. The higher the reward that threatens the crime. From Sengoku's point of view, Mio has great potential, has a certain level of strength, and has a certain threat. Thinking of the rewards given before, I feel that it is not enough. Therefore, I plan to wait a few days to increase the reward for this rookie pirate group again. At that time, maybe it will attract some good bounty hunters in the past, maybe, although the probability is small. Grand line. On the deck, Robin handed a permanent pointer to Min and said, Captain, these two giants asked me to give you these, saying that you should need them. Looking at the permanent pointer, Mio scratched his head. I wanted to find what they wanted, but I forgot. But fortunately, you are in Robin. As he said, Meow couldn't help squeezing Robin's face, smiling. There was the help of the giant before, and it was also because the giant was aware of the situation on the coast and Robin's ability that it made the giant clear what happened and decided to come and help. So Robin can be considered a great help. Hearing this, Robin smiled, holding the book and walking aside to read it. Putting the permanent pointer on her wrist, Mio then walked towards her room. Master, I'm going to cook dinner. Erica said with a smile, looking at Mio, who entered the cabin. Min nodded, regretting randomly. It's a pity that Wild Boar was not brought back to the ship. It doesn't matter, there's still a lot of supplies on board. Erica said softly. Then I'll just wait for Erica to have your delicious dinner, and when it's done, just go to the room and call me. I know the master. After talking, Mio returned to the room. In the room, little butterfly was placed here at this time. Looking at the butterfly, Mio touched his chin and pondered. Instead of rushing to be disabled, he opened his panel. After thinking for a while, he chose the fusion panel and then planned to perform gene fusion. Gene fusion is 1 + 1 greater than 2. The attribute bonus will be more than the original, which is also a benefit of gene fusion. The genes to be fused are naturally the genes of pterosaurs and velociraptors. Both of these belong to the existence of eating devil fruit, and the devil fruit ability is not simple, although the devil fruit ability that the velociraptor eats is a bit helpless. Move the two genes into the fusion box. Mio clicked the fusion button below. Subsequently, the fusion began. On the panel, steam bursts, white and blue light blending in the steam. The picture is weird and looks like a copycat panel. However, Meow is used to this picture, but is looking forward to the result of the integration. In that steam, as it merged, there was the roar of velociraptor and pterosaur. At the same time, the white light was shining again, and on the other side, at this time, a blue butterfly with huge wings appeared. The whole body of the butterfly was surrounded by dazzling light. The white light represents the ability to replace. Because it is a superpower, there is no specific image. The giant blue butterfly on the other side is the south blue butterfly. So beautiful. Looking at the giant butterfly, I was stunned, and then couldn't help but let out a sigh. On the huge wings, the main body is blue, but with traces of other colors, flowing on the wings like mysterious runes. Every time the wings are waved, there's a little fluorescent light, much like the light goddess butterfly on the earth. But it belongs to the light goddess butterfly with special effects. At first glance, it is difficult to look away and be fascinated by its beauty.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.